Times recorded pretty good. 25 seconds. 20 seconds and nothing. 15 seconds. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running.
Good morning and welcome to the 2025 ISUZU Ironman at South Africa African Championship and our first full distance stop of the Ironman Pro Series of the year. I'm Matt Lieto here with Miranda Carfrey, and we are so excited to bring you all of the action here today.
Yes, Matt, super excited for today's race. Our race today will take place in Nelson Mandela Bay. The athletes right now are in transition, making their final preparations before the race start at 6:30 a.m. local time for the men and 6:35 a.m. local time for the pro women. And
Miranda, it is going to be a stacked race today. Amazing field coming down to Nelson Mandela Bay to, again, start off the full distance portion of the Ironman Pro Series. And this course has brought great races in the past, and certainly with this field is going to again today.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of our favorites, Magnus Ditlev, Martin Van Riel doing his second Ironman. He raced Cozumel last year and had a bike crash, still finished, and had the fastest run and the fastest swim. So excited to see that young man toe the line, among others.
Yeah, no, I mean, and he's one that all the athletes are talking about. He's not really a known quantity, even though he kind of is over other distances. But Marta Sanchez won a couple Ironmans last year. This year, putting her hat in the ring, so to speak, for the Ironman Pro Series. Maya Sage Nielsen, Els Visser, those athletes, had great results in the Pro Series last year, and hoping to have the same this year.
Absolutely. We have a phenomenal race coming up for you guys. We can't wait to call it. We are moments away from the start here today.
Yeah, let's take a look at the course that we've got here today. The 3.8 kilometer, 2.4 mile Roka swim course will return to its roots with a 2-lap course separated by a short Australian exit. Athletes will head out of the iconic Hobie Beach swimming in the direction of Algoa Bay Harbor before returning to the support of the crowds lining the walls and pier of Hobie Beach to start the second lap.
And on to the Zoot bike course. The ISUZU Ironman South Africa African Champion Zoot bike course is arguably one of the most spectacular courses on the world circuit. The 3-loop 180K, 112-mile bike. Athletes will be riding along the picturesque beachfront section of Marine Drive through the city and surrounding villages to the turnaround point. The return journey adds in the sweeping views of the ocean, the rugged coastline, and adjacent countryside, taking you through quaint villages all the way back to Hobie Beach.
It's an epic bike course, known to be pretty fast but challenging on the way throughout as well. I know the athletes are looking forward to the change, 3 laps this year versus 2 the year prior, but no doubt it's going to be an epic race out on that bike course. But amazing view as the sun begins to rise here at Nelson Mandela Bay. But let's take a quick look at the run course facing the athletes today. The Hoka run course is a flat 4-loop 42.2 kilometer, 26.2 mile run course. It takes the athletes along Nelson Mandela Bay's beautiful spectator line beachfront. The course will take athletes along a pedestrian pathway to the Ironman Beach Bridge and up the little incline of Happy Valley to start the run course. enjoy the mixture of city and ocean views as they complete their 4 laps before returning to the beach section to make their way back to that magical Hobie Beach finish line.
Yeah, beautiful images here this morning. Calm conditions. Historically, Nelson Mandela Bay has had some rough swims, but today we are a go. Wetsuit legal swim for the pro athletes and the age groupers. And athletes are most likely right now pulling those wetsuits on, getting greased up so that those wetsuits are on smoothly and ready to roll.
Yeah, the fun part of the race. It's you know, the nerves are still up. Pretty soon there'll be a little bit of calming those last you know, few minutes before the race starts, but still going through the motions and getting themselves warmed up and ready to go for the race here today.
And we are minutes away from the top 10 professional men and women introductions.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
Welcome back to the ISUZU Ironman South Africa African Championship. Just a few minutes to go before our race start today. I'm Matt Lieto here with Rinda Carfere. And Rennie, what are the athletes thinking about right now? They're getting ready? Getting close?
Yeah, nervous last moments before the race start. We have some great moments down there on the beach, some fire throwing. I'm sure a lot of festivities as the athletes get ready, but we are going to real quick recap the Ironman Pro Series points allocation. And this one, full Ironman distance, 5,000 points, and diminishing at a rate of 1 point per second. So every second does matter. We'll have our athletes racing all the way to the finishing line to secure that crucial opening point score.
Yeah, so this being the first Ironman race of the year, is 5,000 points up for grabs. So obviously that person who wins those points is going to be up at the top of the leaderboard, and we can see that 1 point, as you said, per second deficit goes through, and that those are the points awarded. So every second does matter.
Yeah, and of course, let's take a look at what that means in terms of the cash money. So yes, a bonus prize pool of $1.7 million. The top 10 will receive 1.3 million, same breakdown as 2024. 11th to 50th will receive the remaining 400,000 US dollars. The allocations changed a little bit from 2024 in that 11th to 50th, but basically you're getting paid if you're in the top 50 in the world, which is pretty great.
No, it's awesome, and that's one thing I love about the Ironman Pro Series. One of many things, and it's that, you know, if you're out there and you're consistent and you're putting your name on the board, you're going to get enough money maybe to have $200,000 at the end of the year, but maybe even $3,000 just to help pay some of those bills and the cost of being a pro triathlete. So awesome stuff.
Absolutely, and then of course 2024, the inaugural Ironman Pro Series winners were Kat Matthews and Gregory Barnaby, and they each collected that lovely $200,000 check at the end of 2024, and the season just starting for these athletes. Mike Phillips in the pink cap on screen there, red cap I'm not sure.
Yeah, so Mike Phillips just recently won his third Ironman at New Zealand. To me, he's kind of one of the dark horses out on the course today. He's going to be chasing for a fair bit of it, but these roads seem very similar to the roads he's used to racing on down in New Zealand at Chip Seal, kind of the rougher surface, slower, a little bit more resistance on the tire. So he's used to riding through that and having fantastic runs off of that. But Rennie, we're used to some. You know, the wind will come up today, and it's coming into the athlete's face on the swim right now. But right now, it looks like a pretty perfect start to the race morning here.
Yeah, absolutely. The winds are, you know, up. You can see the flags in the background flying, so the winds are up, and the athletes will definitely feel that. Nelson Mandela Bay is known as the windy city and the friendly city. So wind definitely here, and I'm sure a lot of friendly faces will be lining the course here today on that bike and run.
Yeah, and then that's one thing that this race course is known for, is just that support from the crowds. And we can see right now at their overall standing so far in the Pro Series from our race just last week in Geelong with Yelly Eanes, who was their world champion from last year with 2,500 points. Burt Whistle, 24.55. Taylor Reed in third place, and Maine, Kerner, Royal down there as well. And then obviously our women's race. There's a lot of Aussie flags on there, Rennie.
There were a lot of Aussie flags. Obviously Geelong in Victoria, Melbourne area in Australia. We had Natalie Van Coveren take out the win, Hannah Barry second, Grace Tech rounding out that podium. But a very solid race and opener to the Ironman Pro Series. And now we get to do the full distance. So 5,000 points up for grabs, double the amount of points that athletes will get for a 17.3. Maximum of 3 full Ironman races can count. So typically athletes will opt to do 3 Ironman and 2 17.3 races. You've got to be strategic.
You do, and strategic on what races you pick, and Geelong was a great one. If you don't think maybe you can win, that's a race where you're not going to be that many points or that many seconds behind the leader. So a lot of smart racing down there and tight racing. So points not too much separation from Geelong.
Meet me halfway. One step from heaven. Oh, honey, my heart could never break. That's perfect.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
the ISUZU Ironman South Africa African Championships. And I am Marina Carfrey with Matt Lieto here in studio, and we are moments away from the pro male introductions. We are looking at our pro males right now. That's M35, which is...
They're always keeping us...
Cameron McNair from South Africa,
There you
local
go.
guy.
Yeah. And the local contingent is strong here. Jamie Riddle is an athlete we'll be talking about a lot today. And I think it's partly because just the atmosphere here is they're so into this race. It's been 20 years this Ironman has been going on. It's iconic. And, an athlete like Jamie Riddle, he grew up watching this race every day. So there's definitely a generation of athletes coming up. Marta Sanchez on the screen, I believe, that have been inspired by this event, and no doubt we're going to see some South Africans having great results.
And Jamie Riddle, this is his first attempt at the Ironman distance. He watched his dad race 70.3s all over the world. He raced Iron Kids. He's always dreamt of this moment, only 24 years young. So this is what he's dreamt about. He's had a pretty solid ITU career, moved up to the 70.3 distance and made his mark at 70.3 WA, I believe, finishing second place. So
yeah.
A big step from 70.3 to Ironman, though, Matt.
It is, and it was a big step for him, his first 70.3 that you just spoke of, and he led till maybe the last 3 miles, only getting overtaken by the inaugural Ironman Pro Series champion, Gregory Barnaby, in the end. But he went out there and went for that win for sure, and he's going to go for that win, no doubt, today. And he was very, very, very aggressive in the swim. I critiqued it to an extent because he was so aggressive with it, but he's that strong of a swimmer, and you can certainly expect him to have a big impact on the swim today, as will one of our pre-race favorites, Martin Van Riel. He's going to be up there in front as well, and that's going to be a big dynamic on the men's race. The swim always is, but an athlete like Magnus Ditlev, what kind of gap that's going to be. A lot of our favorites are going to be trailing a fair bit. So the swim, what we're looking at here today, and these sights and scenes, certainly going to have a large impact on the race to come.
And we're looking at some of the pro women. That's Els Visser on the left there, and right behind her was Maya Stage Nielsen. Maya had a great season in 2024, finishing 5th in the Ironman Pro Series. She finished 2nd in Ironman Hamburg. She said that was probably her favorite race of the year, and probably her best performance over the Ironman distance. So hoping for another really great performance here today, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, she's one of those athletes that, it's very consistent, raced a lot of races last year, shooting for that Pro Series, and is going to do the same this year. And it's going to be interesting to see, kind of how the athletes adjusted their schedules this year, now seeing what the first year of the Pro Series look like. Obviously, a lot more names on kind of the start line for this first race of the year this year, much bigger field than we saw here in South Africa last year, but no doubt going to be a great race, just like it was the year before.
Welcome to the ISUZU Ironman South Africa, the African Championship, as we present to you our top seeded...
Obviously some great festivities to start this race, a very unique race. We see Martin Van Riel there, Jamie Riddle getting ready to get out there. But no doubt a very unique setting for a race, and one that I've heard nothing but good things about. And you can tell the vibe is high. Leon Chevier in the background as well. Bradley Weiss back there. So a lot of our pre-race favorites getting ready for call-outs, which are coming here quite shortly.
That's M2. We've missed, obviously, Magnus Ditlev. That was M2.
There we go. Martin Van Riel, two-time 70.3 champ, and as we said, got his first Ironman under his belt in Cozumel. Had some bad luck, but still finished with the fastest run split of the day.
And M4, that's Leon Chevalier from France. He won Ironman South Africa in 2023 and is 4th in Kona last year in 2024. Looking for a big performance from him today.
Yeah, no doubt an athlete that's capable of the win here today. And Bradley Weiss, kind of hometown advantage to a certain extent, had great races here in the past, finishing 2nd here twice, once by I believe 9 seconds.
Cool.
So he's
Painful.
had some hard battles out here.
And that's Mr. Matt Hansen from the USA. He was 5th last year in the Ironman Pro Series. He led for the majority of the Pro Series and just sort of slipped to 5th in the last few races.
The longest streak of him not racing was between world champs in this race, I think. And then that is Sten Hoothouwers from Belgium. He was first place in Ironman Italy in 2023, one of our favorites out here racing on the course today.
And M9 Mike Phillips from New Zealand. He was 3rd in Cairns and 2nd in Ironman Australia in 2024.
And bib number 10, Matthias Linkso Peterson. He is going to be in our yellow cap today on the swim to be able to keep track of him. And he was 2nd here just a year ago. So hoping to, I think realistically keep a podium position with this stacked field, but obviously always looking for that win.
And as a local boy, a big cheer for him, James Riddle. He was 2nd at Ironman 70.3 WA late last year in 2024. And that's James Teagle in M12 from the United Kingdom. He's a 2-time 70.3 champ.
There you go. Awesome stuff. And we did miss bib number 1, Rasmus Svenningsson, last minute poll this morning. A sad message he had to put out on social media that he was not feeling good. So our hearts go out to him for sure. We know how excited he was. He was in a good place. He knew it was a tough year for him to get that win again, but he was going to try.
And over to the pro women's, and F1, Marta Sanchez from Spain. She is the defending champ, and she also won Ironman Barcelona. A great year from Marta last year.
Yeah, phenomenal year for her, especially with this first win. And coming out hot, Maya Stage Nielsen, one of the bubbly personalities in the sport we can see with her energy coming out. And she was 2nd in Hamburg last year. Great result for her. And 5th in the Ironman Pro Series.
And F4, that's Els Visser and Pearly Pink from the Netherlands. She was 7th in the Ironman Pro Series last year. She won a bunch of races back-to-back, or podium in a bunch of races back-to-back early in the year, but one athlete likes to race a lot.
She certainly does. And that's Anna Reichmann from Germany. She's in the yellow cap, and she was an Ironman Cozumel champ in 2024. So not too many months ago was her first Ironman win. So now putting her hat in the ring for the Pro Series.
And F6, that's Anna Bergson from Sweden. She had her debut in South Africa in 2nd place in the 70.3 distances 2024.
There we go. And bib number 7, that's Katrine Grisbal Christensen. She is the red cap, and she was 2nd in Ironman Sweden in 2024.
And F8, Magda Nived from South Africa. A local favorite. She was 3rd in 2022 here in South Africa.
There we go. And bib number 9, that's Jana Uderstad. She was 7th at Ironman Victoria in 2024 and looking to step up this year and have a great Ironman Pro Series.
And F10, that's Henrik Guber from Germany. Neon red cap. She was 3rd in Ironman Sweden and Barcelona.
Definitely one to watch out for today. And bib number 11, that's Charlene Clavel from France. She's going to be in the pink cap today. Keep an eye on her. Great swimmer. And she was 1st in Les Sables, 70.3 in 2023. So there you go. There's our men's and women's fields coming into the race here today, and many, many more talented athletes, outside of just our top 10 as well.
And we're moments away from the start of the ISUZU Ironman African Championships, South Africa African Championships. We are going to have a look at the weather presented by Roca. It's 62.7 degrees Fahrenheit. That's 17.1. Clear sky. We have winds at 4 kilometers per hour out of the west. We expect those to pick up. Water temp is 19.5 degrees Celsius. As you can see, all of the athletes have opted for wetsuits. They are legal today. Humidity is 76%. So pretty great weather conditions here for South Africa.
Yeah, and great conditions for swim. I think there's going to be athletes on either side of the coin. Athletes like Leon Chevalier, who usually loses some time in the swim, is going to be pretty stoked that it's going to be a pretty smooth, not choppy swim. And then you'll have athletes like Jamie Riddle, who are maybe a little bit bummed that it's not as choppy and rough as it can be some mornings here. But, yeah, this is a great shot of some of our favorites. You got Bradley Weiss, left side of the screen, Jamie Riddle right in the middle, Matt Hansen just to his left. Yeah, super, super talented field here today. Other athletes we weren't able to get to from kind of our opener on the men's side at least. We had athletes like Mattia Ciccarelli, Matt Burton, you have Michael Weiss out there, Florian Angert. I mean, that's an athlete. Florian, who was 5th place at World Championship in St. George not that many years ago, had I think a top 12 in Kona that same year, and an athlete that we expected to be in the top 5 of World Championships, and he's out here. He's going to be fighting for that win as well. Dennis Chevreau, one of the fastest runners out there as well, out on course. Andrew Horsfall-Turner, he's going to be an athlete that is going to be pushing that pace on that swim today as well, Renee.
Yeah, this field is legit. I mean,
it's stacked.
So, Ironman South Africa historically has a solid field, but this is sort of on another level being added to the Ironman Pro Series. It just shows the athletes are trying to get that Ironman under their belt early in the year. If you want to do 3 Ironmans, it's nice to be able to space them out. So possibly hit an early season Ironman. Obviously, Kona for the men. Sorry. Yes, Nice. They're going back to Nice this year. So Nice is in September. So you kind of need to fit in 3 Ironman between now, or 2 Ironman between now and then, with that one would be the 3rd. So a great opportunity just to open up the year with a great performance here in South Africa.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, what's been great is, there you go, Martin Van Riel hyping himself up, getting ready to go. Long off season. Sometimes you got to snap yourself back in. It's ready to go. Magnus Ditlev.
Van Riel as well, calling out on social media. He was sick earlier this week.
Yeah,
he had a stomach bug as well. So it's maybe something going around with our defending champ having to pull out with stomach trouble going down to the national anthem. Incredible images of the race start here in Nelson Mandela Bay. The men are moments away, just over a minute before that gun goes off, and they can start their Ironman journey for today.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot going on here. Here we go. Some of our notables, and we can see that color by their name indicates the cap color that they will be swimming in. So our pre-race favorite probably for the win today at the top, Magnus Ditlev, Martin Van Riel, Leon Chevalier is going to be in orange cap. Bradley Weiss also in an orange cap. Mike Phillips in that pink cap. Peterson is going to be in the yellow cap. Riddle in a pink cap as well. Florian Angert in another orange cap. And then Dennis Chevreau in that green cap.
Yes, and the remainder of the pro field will be in their red caps. These are just the notables that we expect to be up towards the front in the swim or for the overall win.
Yeah, we're going to see Andrew Horsfall Turner leading a lot of that, or pushing that pace in the swim, as well as Joshua Lewis, who is 5th at the 70.3 World Championships in Lati in the swim. So you're going to see those athletes also pushing the pace, and no doubt there's going to be some athletes that we don't know about pushing that pace as well. But here we go, just a few seconds before we get this race going, and our first full Ironman of the year here at the ISUZU Ironman South Africa African Championship. The anticipation is killing me, and there they go, and they are off in a fast Jamie Riddle right in the middle. Obviously, you can see that he knows the conditions and, you know, kind of what the surface level is like at the start of the swim. He's already swimming in that pink cap right in the middle, that red cap just to the left of him. Rennie, tell us how important this first few hundred meters are, especially with that beach start.
Yeah, absolutely. Athletes will have spent time prior to the race figuring out just how many times they'll have to dolphin. And when I say dolphin, that's sort of that diving into the water. Once the water is too deep to dive anymore, that's when they start swimming. So getting a good clean start is always at the topmost area of an athlete's mind. But there is a lot of chaos. And you called it Jamie Riddle super aggressive off the start. And coming from a short course ITU background, you'd expect that from the young man, but also, you know, a little local knowledge, knowing the area so well. Yeah, look at him, he's even looking back. What are you guys doing? Let's go.
Yeah, he loves to look back. That's one thing I learned from race at the end of the year last year in Australia. And it's also, you know, knowing when you have that much familiarity and you have enough opportunity to swim the course as much as he does, not only how many times you can dolphin dive, but the banks and the sand changes, right? So he might actually know a direction where it is shallower for longer, or, you know, if he wants to start swimming earlier where it's deeper, quicker. He has just a broader knowledge, and the fact that he is also in a pool with the fastest swimmer here as well is part of probably the reason he's out to such a quick lead. But being aggressive, just as we saw him in Australia at the end of the year, really, really aggressive racing, and it can set up tactically for him to have a little bit more cards to play once, you know, kind of those big names come by him on the bike.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you'll see him settle. I think a couple of athletes will bridge up onto his feet, and then we'll have a distinctive front pack. But as we look out, and Algoa Bay, we see a beautiful sunrise here. But right now, James Teagle, he is not waiting for anyone. You see him, that's super aggressive, probably 4-beat kick going there. But we see athletes just trying to bridge up and hop on those feet. As you know, Matt, it's much easier to sit on somebody's feet than to be that one body length behind. So athletes just trying desperately to get up onto those feet so that they can relax into the pace.
Yeah, absolutely. And for those not familiar, it's the draft effect that the athlete gets in second place, or the athlete that's on the feet. As you can see, this group of 3 behind Jamie Riddle, you know, it's arguable in open water conditions what exactly that percentage is. It's, you know, it could be 10 to 20%, maybe 30%, depending how close you are, if you're actually touching the feet or not. But you're swimming significantly, you're pushing less water than the athlete in front of you. So you're saving a lot of energy, and you can see athletes put effort in to get up to that athlete in front, as we saw this athlete in red cap do behind. I would not be surprised if that is Joshua Lewis, but we'll have a GPS tracker up here momentarily, I'm sure, so we can see exactly who that athlete in that red cap is. But he is bridged up to Jamie Riddle, and a little bit of a gap to that athlete in third. But I think that athlete in third place is going to be able to get on there. And as you said, Marinda, I think we will have a little group behind Jamie Riddle.
And the cool thing about this swim is that the athletes do have an Aussie exit, so we'll get very clean, clear results. We'll get to see the athletes come in, out of the water, onto the beach, and turn around and go back in. So we'll get a clear view of who's in that front pack. Right now, it looks like it's 3 to 4 men up the front, and then a gap to the rest of the field. Usually you don't see the gap start to form until 500, 5, 6, 7 minutes in, but Jamie Riddle making quick work. We are going to go down to the pro women's start. They are about 35 seconds away from the start of their day.
Yeah, and we can see all those colored caps there. And the green cap is Marta Sanchez, pre-race favorite, a couple Ironman wins last year. And that purple cap is Maya Stage Nielsen. And then we had Els Visser in that pink cap, yellow cap, Anna Reichman. Green cap is Bergston. We got 2 red caps, and that's going to be Grosval Christensen and Gruber. And then that pink cap is Clavel with Roos Astle in that purple cap with Lauren Jansen in that yellow cap.
And the ladies are away.
We can see Jansen take that ride, or that, excuse me, that line all the way to screen right at this point, but left when we have that overhead shot. We can see her doing a few dolphin dives, so far left of the screen. That's Jansen right there, and she is off in good position, but we might see that athlete on the far right side of the screen actually make up some time. It's all kind of who gets to that buoy in that right position. So all spread out here so far in the early stages of the women's swim.
Absolutely, yeah. We have a clear Laura Jensen, I think, in the yellow cap, clearly in front, but pink cap, that is most likely, well, Els Visser's in there. Certainly, Marta Sanchez will be in there in the green cap.
And then one of the pink cap is probably Charlene Clavel as well. They're spread out there. So we're going to see, I think, a few more women hit that first buoy together. And I expect, looking at this group and this women's field, we'll probably see a tighter groups together. Some of our pre-race favorites being much closer together than we might see in the men's race. I think we'll see Marta Sanchez maybe have a gap, but then some of our pre-race favorites may agree to disagree if you want, Miranda, but like a Maya Stage Nielsen, Els Visser, Ruth Astle, I think they'll all kind of be in similar spaces behind chasing.
Yeah, I think so too. I think, and it's typical to see the women sort of spread out. You typically have sort of 2 peaks, and then generally they come together at the buoys. But we're back with, I believe, the pro men here.
Yeah, I think you're right.
They've made their left-hand turn, and they are on the long straightaway. That's a 720-meter straightaway, so a decent length of swimming before they make another left turn, 140 meters and then 620 back, and then they'll do a 150-meter right-hand turn back to the beach. A lot of swimming left to go.
And I'm seeing a violet cap, so Martin Van Riel there looks like he's in 3rd position. And then I believe I'm seeing an orange cap there as well, which would be Bradley Weiss. Not likely to be Leon Chevalier, so we see that there. Now we have an overhead shot of our women's swim with green
Marta
cap.
Sanchez.
That's like Marta Sanchez has made her way to the front.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
You're watching ISUZU Ironman South Africa African Championships, brought to you by Roka. Find faster with Roka. And by TriDot. Better training results in less time with fewer injuries. And we're looking at images of the pro man, and believe that's Jamie Teagle. No,
Jamie Riddle.
Riddle. In the front there in the pink cap, leading a pack of Martin Van Riel is in there too, sitting third. So 4 men in that front pack. Looks like a decisive group. And as we look at we've got our GPS in action. We have Bradley Weiss.
Yeah.
Average Ironman swim time is around 48:21, so we believe he will be up there as well. A very good swimmer. I think he'll be swimming a little quicker than 1:30 per 100, unless they're into a current.
Yeah, it could be into a current a little bit, and yeah, he's that orange cap, 4th in line there, it looks like. And then we have another swimmer out there. It looks like a rogue swimmer it looks like an athlete trying to bridge up to that group of 4. And a swimmer, by the look of that stroke and the impetus, it looks like that athlete actually has a chance and is going for it right now. So might be in no man's land, as we say at times, but chasing that group of 4, and we will get a name on that athlete if we can. But right now, it looks like an athlete in orange cap. So that could be Leon Chevalier, but we will.
Or Bradley Weiss.
Could be Bradley Weiss. I thought we had an orange cap in that front group as well, but it's possible Bradley actually is going the other direction and got dropped out of that group, and this is who we're seeing on screen here. But you can see, Marinda, as we get further out, it is choppy.
Absolutely.
This is a tough swim here today.
Yeah, it's notoriously a tough swim in South Africa. Athletes always battling the chop. Again, locals like James Riddle would know this well, and to swim well in the chop, you have to kind of find the rhythm. Sometimes it just feels like there is no rhythm and it's a washing machine, so it's just about getting your hand in, grabbing the water, pulling through, and making sure you're working under the water. The over the top can look messy as long as the under the water is clean and pulling lots of water.
Yeah, and that was just a fleeting shot of that green cap, and that was Magnus Ditlev, one of our pre-race favorites, probably our pre-race favorite, chasing this group of 4 as well. And so we'll get a better eye here in a bit, kind of where exactly those athletes lie in the grander scheme of things. But it does look like we have a group of 4 that is sitting on Jamie Riddle's feet, and we know if you're sitting on Jamie Riddle's feet that you are moving quickly. Right, so we know that for sure, and here we go. Here's that shot. That is Magnus Ditlev fighting the water. And, I was able to talk to him on the Ironman Insider podcast just a few weeks ago, and his big focus this year is the swim. He knows that him losing that front group midway through the race in Kona last year is a lot of the reason he wasn't able to be in a position to win the race. Still got second, but he knows that the race win was kind of out of his hands, and he needs to be up there. And he's stayed at home. He's been training in Denmark because he got a swim-specific coach that watches him swim on deck every day. So he's completely gone full swim focus. And you look at that, and that is not someone that we would have called a bad swimmer 3 or 4 years ago. It's someone who didn't really swim at all. His first 70.3 race was actually here at the World Championships years ago as an age grouper. And he was not a good swimmer. He came from, I believe, a badminton background. But you look at him now, that's a good-looking swimmer.
A great-looking swimmer. But what do you think is going through his mind, basically in no man's land in the opening minutes? I mean, they're 14 minutes in. When it's choppy like this, you can't really, if there's 50 meters separating you and the next guy, you can't really see them. So what do you think he's thinking?
Yeah, it's hard to say, and again, we believe this is Bradley Weiss chasing. Again, kind of in between Magnus Ditlev. We're assuming from what I saw and that group of four. But to answer your question, he's thinking probably all the cues that his swim coach is telling him, right? Like, he's probably not getting emotional about it. He's probably trying to sight as best as he can, but he's thinking, whatever those cues are, which is, fingertips down, elbow up, faster turnover, whatever it is that they've been working on. He did say his body position is a big thing. So he's probably thinking, as much as I want to sight and see where it is, I got to keep my head down so that keeps my butt up and I'm pushing less water. Like, I think in Magnus's head, he's going through the functional dynamics of how he can swim quickly and effectively, and hopefully has a little more confidence in a situation like this. Like, he wanted to be in the front group. His goal was to swim front group and prove to himself that swimming's going well. But Jamie Riddle is a off the front group swimmer. And if you cannot lose a lot of time to an athlete like Jamie Riddle in tough conditions when only 3 other athletes can stick with him, you're having a great swim. And whether or not he certainly is thinking about any of that right now. Again, I think he's just thinking, I need to stay as close as I can, because he knows that athlete in the violet cap that's getting a quote-unquote free ride right now is his biggest competition, or one of his biggest competitions out there today, which is Martin Van Riel.
Martin Van Riel, yeah, for sure. He's the athlete on everyone's lips. And you just saw Jamie Riddle there rolling onto his back and taking a little peek over his shoulder, seeing, what's going on, who's with me, who's not with me. He would have taken note before the race. What color cap is Martin Van Riel in? What color cap is Ditlev in? Have we been able to shell many of those competitors? And I think just taking a look and taking stock of the situation at this stage, 15, 16 minutes in, knowing that, okay, he's broken it apart a little bit, keep the pressure on and see how much time he can get.
Yeah, we can see his overhead shot of the field being pretty split up, but a larger group in the back. And, I'm going to sound like I'm contradicting myself, because these tough conditions can really break things up. But I think the other thing that these tough conditions can do is that second group, or that main group, tends to actually stay together more when it's this rough, right? Because nobody there is trying to break away from everybody else. They're like, okay, we're here, we're trying to get through it as much as we can. Generally, the thought of athletes in that main group is, I got to stay here. I'm not trying to get away from anybody. So you might see the dynamics of, you might have a Matt Burton that usually loses some time to a group like that being in the group. And that's what happened at Ironman Cairns, where he had such a brilliant race. You might see a Mike Phillips being further up in the swim than maybe you're used to. You might see a lot of the women's field actually be a lot more congregated with those kind of pre-race favorites that we're talking about. So it does both things. It goes to a point where it can really separate things because it's so difficult, or it can keep kind of those big groups a little bit more together.
Absolutely, and we're excited to welcome Daniela Riff to the team, covering this year's Ironman Pro Series. As a legendary athlete in our sport, Daniela will bring her unique insights for our Fighting Chance series and join the broadcast team to call the action, highlighted by the Women's Ironman World Championship in Kona. Check out her first dispatch for today's race.
Hi everyone, I'm Daniela Rief and I'm excited to give you a quick review on what to expect at the Ironman South Africa, the first long distance race of the year of the Ironman Pro Series. Next to a possible rough ocean swim, we can definitely expect a windy bike. There's a lot of exposed stretches, and this really makes this race hard, having to fight against the wind. What a lot of people don't know is how rough the surface is on that bike course. And then there's the run, which is pretty much rolling hills, so it definitely also requires a lot of strength of the bike. It is a tough race. The scenery is super beautiful. Along the coast you have these amazing ocean views. For many athletes, this is the first race of the years. We can expect a lot of surprises. Many athletes will kind of take this race to start a season, to build up the fitness. With guys like Chevalier, Van Riel, Angert and Ditlev, the amount of power which is in that field on the bike is honestly a little bit scary. So it will be really fascinating to see how hard they push each other and who is going to save something for the run. For me, this race brings back a lot of memories. Beyond the amazing crowd support, what I will never forget is the braai you can smell along the run course. So the locals doing their barbecues while they're spectating and cheering for the athletes, which makes this race such a great atmosphere and also has always been a race I love to go back to. So yeah, whether you're racing or cheering from home, get ready for some action because Ironman South Africa is going to be a big one.
There you go. That's some awesome insight from Daniela Reef, one of the best ever to do our sport, and pretty excited to be able to work alongside her this year at the Ironman Pro Series and get more of those insights that only an athlete like that could have.
And a great view here of Algoa Bay. The size of Algoa Bay is 80 kilometers long, and its average depth is around 50 meters, so pretty deep. I mean, it's pretty deep and dark.
Yeah.
It is one of the most biodiverse marine environments, known for its warm, shallow waters. I guess in the 50 meters could be called shallow in some sections. It's home to southern whales. They mate and give birth here, and it serves as a nursery for humpback whale calves, and is home to the world's largest colony of African penguins. So pretty cool area down here in Algoa Bay.
Yeah, very diverse for sure, and some diversity in our swim capabilities in our men's field too. We can see that front group that still looks like it's four. We'll get a tighter shot and see if anybody's crept up. I kind of doubt that, but then down closer to that buoy, you can see one or two athletes kind of in the middle, and then a third athlete or third group further behind. So, you know, it kind of what I thought it was here, and we're not sure if that's Joshua Lewis that is in that red cap or not. We'll try to get that info if we can, but that's Jamie Riddle in second. That is Martin Van Riel in third, and that is an orange cap. So believe that is Bradley Weiss in fourth place, unless that's a red cap, and I've seen it, but I do think that is an orange cap, and that would mean that that athlete we saw kind of on his own in that orange cap was Leon Chevalier. We didn't really have ability to see where he was compared to the other athletes, but that was our top four as far as I can see. The great thing about an Aussie exit is we're going to be able to see the details of where these athletes are as they come out of the water.
Yeah.
So no guessing. We'll know who that red cap is. We'll know who that orange cap is. We'll know exactly that gap that Magnus Ditlev has, the gap that Leon Chevalier has, like Matt Burton, and who's in that group here as they get around here. And Rennie, because you're Australian, why don't you tell us a little bit about what an Aussie exit is and kind of the dynamics of it and how it really can change the race. Some athletes love them. Some athletes hate them.
Yeah, I mean, it does change the dynamic a little bit. Obviously, it breaks up the swim, so, splits it into two halves exactly. So the athletes they've just made that last right-hand turn, so the buoy on their right shoulder for a change. They've all been on their left shoulder. Now they've got 150 meters until they get to the swim exit, and the athletes will stand up on the beach, go over the timing mat, which we love because we can then get accurate splits on who is where at halfway point in the swim, and then they'll run around usually a buoy on the beach and head back out for their second lap. So Aussie exit, I guess it was first coined. The phrase was first coined from Australia because this was founded in Australia. I guess athletes started doing this when triathlons were predominantly raced in Australia, and so that's why it's called Aussie exit.
There you go. And before they get out, I'm going to say I just had a realization because this race is so stacked, talked about them before the swim started, but kind of forgot in the middle there, that red cap almost certainly has to be Andrew Horsfall Turner. So that we will get confirmation of that as they get out of the water on that Aussie exit and go over that timing map, but that is the type of athlete that is going to be able to swap turns with Jamie Riddle. So
Very strong.
Yeah, and we can see that.
Front pack, man.
Yeah, oh, it's an incredibly strong front pack, and this type of front pack can be deceiving when you talk about it in those terms, because these are the type of swimmers that used to be the odd one guy that was a minute and a half off of the front pack, right? Like, this is a very, very elite
front pack
group of swimmers.
Yeah, and you see the athletes looking around, Martin van Riel there, and they will run up the beach a short way and then make their way back into the water, taking stock of the situation. They know that they've got a gap. Count how many is in the group.
Exactly. They're going to see that they've got 4 in there, and that they're they have a gap. Nobody else is out of the water yet, but we can see there now that.
And you see Jamie Riddle there turning around. Come on, boys, let's go. Let's go. We've got a gap. Let's the foot is on their throat, so to speak. Let's keep the pressure on, get a few more minutes, get more of a buffer to Magnus Ditlev and some of the other super strong bikers that will be in the second pack.
Yeah, and then there you go. It looks like there might have been a cap change before the race, so that actually is not Bradley Weiss. That was Bradley Weiss we saw. That was in no man's land. That was Jamie Riddle, and that was Jonas Schoenberg. That was in that second position, and then Andrew Horsfall-Turner in third, and Martin van Riel in fourth, and they've gone through in 24:37 around there. We can see some of our other athletes coming through as well. So that's Joshua Lewis, that athlete that I was speaking about. I thought might have made that front pack, but in tough conditions, one of these very, very elite athletes actually lost a minute just in that first lap, Mirinda. So I think we're going to see some very, very large gaps, and maybe some gaps that will surprise athletes like Magnus Ditlev, who was hoping that this would be a test to show that he has a little better swim. But, man, this is a huge group. So we have Mattia Ceccarelli, Sven Weiss, Peterson in there, Magnus Ditlev in there, Florian Angert in there, Mike Phillips in there, Leon Chevalier in there, Hoffman, Collins, Heldorn, Cook, Perrin, Chevreau, Cody Beals in there. We had Hostowers in there as well. So a huge group, Mirinda, at 26 minutes, so 90 seconds behind that front group. But what stands out to me is the pre-race favorites of Ditlev, Peterson, Phillips, Chevalier in that group together. Those athletes are going to, do some damage together on the bike.
That pack is 16 strong, so a very big pack of men coming in the water together. And, 120 back, that's just going to blow out even further.
But now we can see a shot of our women's race and spread out there as well, with Marta Sanchez in the front in that green cap, doing her best to work her way through kind of those choppy conditions.
And speaking of great Ironman events around the world, are you ready to tackle some of Europe's most iconic Ironman races? Mark your calendars for 3 unforgettable events. Ironman Wales on September 7th, Ironman Romania on 21st of September, and Ironman Portugal Cassis on October 5th. Don't miss out. Visit ironman.com to register now.
There you go. But, yeah, it looks like tough conditions, but you can see the athlete that is at the front here, Marta Sanchez, is used to those conditions, has a stroke that's powerful, has that, 4
The loping stroke. Yeah. So you see athletes in conditions like this, or even on the flat, they'll kind of lope their stroke. So that's kind of a 1-2, 1-2, and they'll breathe every second stroke. And you'll see her that time she looked up and checked, the sighting. In conditions like this, you need to sight a lot, probably every 6 to 10 strokes. Athletes will look up and make sure they're staying on course. You don't want to go off course or swim any further than you absolutely have to. But Marta Sanchez kind of loping along, probably around a 4-beat kick, but definitely swimming very strong here today. She's a defending champion from Ironman South Africa last year, so she's looking to have another really strong performance. She had a great year last year, so looking for another really solid performance today.
Yeah, no, and she's put the work in. You know, she's been training specifically for this race and specifically to do her best to kind of match the season that she had last year. She knows that's going to be a very tall feat. She had a fantastic season last year, but trying to do her best to be as consistent as she can, but kind of more following the races that are part of the Ironman Pro Series, so she has a shot of that $200,000 first prize, which I feel like she has the consistency to be up there, to put kind of her her hat in the ring, so to speak, to fight for that $200,000, but she's going to have to get top points in most every race that she enters to do so.
Yeah, last year she raced and won Ironman South Africa, also won Ironman Barcelona. Barcelona was not a part of the Ironman Pro Series, so won that race, but wasn't able to add that to the series. She won Ironman 70.3 WA and was 6th in Nice, so definitely an athlete who could put her name, you know, up amongst the best in the overall standings if she can put together another great year.
Yeah, no, and it seems like she's, you know, she's motivated to do so, and that's a lot of it, right? Certainly motivation isn't all of it, because we have a lot of motivated athletes out here chasing their dreams, but she has the talent behind it, and it seems like she has, you know, kind of the knowledge and the, you know, she's putting experience in the proper planning to be able to have a great result in the Pro Series. And you have to be a good planner and a smart planner, but also kind of stick to your guns to not kind of chase your tail, as we saw some athletes do last year. Like you put some races on the board that you want to do well at, and hopefully you know, you can be consistent at it. But it does look like she has another athlete pretty close on her heels, or it could be one of our.
I think she's actually overtaking one of our men. So men started 5 minutes before the pro women. It looked like she was making that final right-hand turn, and in the background you saw Shark Rock Pier. It is a 136-meter long pier that was completed in 1990. It was specifically designed to help control erosion on the coastline, and is responsible for creating Sandy Hobby Beach, which is where the athletes started and where they'll make their Aussie exit and turn around and get back into the water here. So that is that pier in the background.
Yeah, it's beautiful, and you can see, you know, one of the biggest things that we keep hearing about this race course down here is all those spectators on the pier. You know, we have athletes talking about on the run course, you literally can't go a meter without having a spectator screaming at you. So it's pretty special place and a special atmosphere.
Well, also 3 laps on the bike as well this year. So spectators are able to get out on the pier and see the athletes, see their favorite athletes. Then, you know, on the bike course, they'll see their favorites come through 3 times, and then multiple lap bike course, a run course too. So a very spectator-friendly course, and I think the spectators love that. The families who come and support their people love that, and the athletes love it. The energy. Oh, you see her catching away. Ooh, she just slipped off the back of that one. That was always a treat if you're able to catch it, a nice little wave into shore and have a moment rest. There you go.
Yep, and she, you know, put both of her arms in front of her, try to keep her head up, but get a little bit of glide. And, you know, sometimes it's worth taking a stroke or 2 off to be able to get that. But these are kind of waves that are coming real short at the end. It's not going to be hugely impactful for these athletes. But we see our women's leader, Marta Sanchez, coming to the shore, and she's going to hit that timing mat here pretty soon. We'll see what kind of time she's at, but looks like she's still getting after it. She hasn't even looked over her shoulder yet.
Big gap, Matt. Yeah. Looks like a big gap to the next women behind her. I can't see anyone just yet, but she'll take a look around and see how far. 27:42 through the halfway. That's Marta Sanchez, our defending champion here in Ironman South Africa.
Yeah, and I love it because she didn't look at all on her way to the turnaround, because she's probably smart enough to know.
No, I'm going to see him.
Unlike the men, they look over the shoulder, but they're like, you know what, I'm going to run around the corner and I'll be able to see too. But it does show a bit of confidence, as we can see now a few, most likely, of our women athletes coming from behind on that, you know, coming around the pier there at the end. And another, again, that was that male athlete that she had lapped that is behind her, but she's swimming 27:42, and we'll kind of look at that clock and see what the gaps are. But with a time like that, with as talented of a swimmer that Marta Sanchez is, these gaps are going to be huge, especially when we're talking about our pre-race favorites for the women's field, right? Because you have like a Els Visser and a Ruth Astle and a Maya Stage-Nielsen that will lose time. And instead of it being maybe 3 minutes, it might be 7 or 8 minutes, because it's probably going to be over 3 by the time they hit that first turn, but we'll see.
And Marta Sanchez swam a 52:18 last year, so that's the fastest recent time, and that was hers last year. It looks like she might be a little slower this year.
Yeah, she might be much slower depending how well she's paced, even paced, right? Right now she'll
Chloe
be
Lane.
a little bit slower. Chloe Lane at 29:16, so that's a minute and a half behind our first place athlete. Marta Sanchez on screen right now, and Chloe Lane doing her best to chase down our defending champion.
What do you want? You know, what's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it. You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
The ISUZU Ironman South Africa African Championship. I am Marina Carfrey alongside Matt Lieto, and we are halfway through the Roca swim course, and we have the women coming in thick and fast right now. We had Marta Sanchez in first with a sizable lead, 1:30 to Chloe Lane from Australia, and then 1:37 to Maya Stage Nielsen, 1:38 to Laura Jansen. Johanna Ahrens in fifth, Annie Reichman in sixth at 1:40. Jana Understadt in seventh. Ruth Astle in that group. Also Magna Niewat and Charlene Clavel. So a group of basically 8 women together out of the swim.
Yeah, pretty tight, and the gaps are actually a little bit bit bigger.
Yes.
No, you're fine.
I was looking at the wrong pace.
No, we're getting all the paces thrown at us, but yeah, Maja Stage Nielsen 3 minutes off of our leader, just 90 seconds off of Chloe Lane, but then kind of that large group, Marinda, with Laura Jansen and Ahrens, a little bit in between the larger group that had Reichman, Uderstadt, Astle, Niewat, and Clavel. So a lot of those athletes, pretty close. And what will be interesting to see as we look at our age group racing from the side here, huge amount of athletes taking on this great swim here. But the interesting thing, I think, will be whether or not that kind of larger group with Reichman, Uderstadt, Astle, Niewat, and Clavel will be able to bridge up to that Laura Jansen and Maya Stage Nielsen.
And speaking of Marta Sanchez, Fighting Chance presented by Roca as our Race Week series that takes you into the inner everyday lives of elite triathletes for an under-the-hood look at the athlete journey. This week, we caught up with Marta Sanchez.
It's the first of the Ironman Pro Series full distance, so of course there's a very good name, so between the bean and, and the ladies, it's gonna be a crazy race.
Hola, ¿qué tal?
All good.
Buenos
How are
días.
you? How are you?
Fine.
Good.
Very good. Coming.
Thank you.
So.
This is your crib.
Yes, this is the base camp.
Yeah. And what's the plan now? What are we gonna do?
Run today for 1 hour.
Yeah.
With some just short intervals.
So you had a pretty good season last year. You had 2 Ironman victories.
Yes.
70.3,
Too
273,
Too
and
good.
then 60 knees. How do you feel coming into this season with that in your pocket?
Yeah, I'm a bit afraid because it's like, wow, it was really an amazing season, and I know it's gonna be hard to do at least the same, but it's what I'm training for. So yeah, let's see how we start the season.
I saw on your Instagram that you were in Kenya.
We really enjoyed the place because since it's at that altitude, but also just in the Ecuador, so the temperature all the year it's pretty good.
So what's the key lessons you take from Kenya?
Hakuna Matata. Okay.
Yeah, so South Africa last year was your first Ironman victory as well.
Yes.
So how did it feel crossing that finish line? Winning your first Ironman?
Still a bit crazy and unbelievable, but I think it was a race to start to believe more on myself. So I really had a very good memories from that race, and I'm really happy to be here again.
How's your run?
Woo, it was good, but I told you about the wind that will be challenging, but I think I prefer to be a bit windy because if not, it's too humid. So I think that if it's a little bit windy, not too much, I'm gonna prefer it.
Well, there you go. As we watch our age group athletes go around these turn buoys, we see Marta Sanchez definitely, things are going to plan at this point. And,
I would say so.
Yeah. She's got herself a nice little lead and certainly clearly has done a lot of prep coming into this first race of the season for her. Pretty cool overhead shot of our age group athletes out here in Nelson Mandela Bay, checking out, all that underwater life that you talked about. I'm sure that's what they're seeing right now, but no, they're doing the hard work out here on the course, as well as the professionals on their second lap, navigating the course and the other athletes.
And it does look like chaos to us viewing, but I can assure you in the water, it's even worse. When it's choppy like this, you see those white caps. It's really hard to sight. It's really hard to see where you're going. Athletes are sort of bumping into each other, and it's hard to see the buoys. And even though the buoys from, an aerial perspective look like they're in close proximity, when you're swimming in the water and that chop is coming in your face, it's very hard to sight. And you'll see athletes, saw one just now breaststroking a little bit to take a breath and make sure they're on course. We're just looking at the lead here. Marta Sanchez off to a great start, a 1:30 in front of Chloe Lane. Then we had Maya Sage-Nielsen at 3 minutes back. Lara Jensen at 3:18 back. And Annie Reichman 4:10 back. And then it sort of spreads out from there. Ruth Astle in there at about 4:14 back as well.
Yeah, it's really cool now with the GPS that we have on all of the athletes. We can see on the left side of the screen, that's actually the distance that they are behind our leaders. So that's 0.1 kilometer for Chloe Lane, Maya Stage-Nielsen, 0.2 kilometer. So we can see those groups still mostly together, kind of in that middle group, and then looks like it kind of backs off with Addie not being in that same group or that same zone, her and Bergson at least, not with Clavel. So, for a second there, Miranda, I thought you were going to say, it looks tough to us out here, but it's easy down there. But no, it is. You're right, it's chaos. And I think that's where it's really interesting, is that the athlete that suffers in a swim like this is the solo athlete, right? Like, you just have to, there's safety in numbers to a certain extent. So if you're in that no man's land in the men's field like a Magnus Ditlev he was at one point. At a certain point, you need to be like, man, I'm going back to that group. Like it's safer. You don't have to sight as much. There's nothing to be safe from necessarily, but you're not going to be getting beat down by the conditions as much. You won't have to sight as much. When you're on your own, every piece of chop, every wave, every direction change is totally up to you. Where when you're in that group, you can kind of like swap turns and kind of have some safety in numbers a little bit.
And not to mention just try and sit on and look at the feet in front of you. When
Totally.
it's choppy like that, you really have to, look up and peek over the wave. And over time, that gets tiring. It's tiring for your neck. And sometimes later in the bike, you're like, why is my neck hurting so much? And it's from sighting. And if you're able to find some feet that you trust, obviously you still want to check from time to time, but if you can find some feet you can trust and just watch those feet, it's much easier to just hold your head down and swim more comfortably.
That's a very, very good point. And I think, some athletes you always hear, like even Magnus Ditlev, talking to him a few weeks ago, he was talking about, I had this glute thing I've never had before in Kona at the end of the bike, or, athletes would be like, man, my back was weird or my neck was weird. It's almost always because you're sighting a lot in the swim. You're not, when you're training in the pool doing long swims, you're not looking up every 5 strokes, right? And some athletes like myself, I was really prone to cramping. And I found out later in my career, I would just, if I found feet and didn't look up for half the swim, then I wouldn't cramp and I wouldn't have those issues early on. So you're right. There is a energy expenditure that's much greater than what we normally would think in the swim portion of an Ironman if it's choppy like this and you're swimming on your own.
Not to mention strength in numbers when there's a lot of marine life in there.
Yep, you don't have to be, you just have to be faster than the guy next to you, right? Go to the middle of the group. You're good.
Yeah, so we see age group athletes, an aerial view here. Hard to pick out the pros because they are coming around the age groupers and they're in amongst it right now. So we are watching images of the amateurs. The pros are in there somewhere. They will be 46 minutes in. Actually, the men are probably coming close to the end. Josh Amberger in 2024 swam a 47.01, so a slower swim today for sure.
Yes.
Probably 4-ish minutes. Just with that chop, that's just slows things down. Finding clear water or just finding your rhythm is just really hard when it's choppy like that.
Yeah, and the chop is going to almost certainly get worse the second lap, as we have other athletes you have to go around. So, if Jamie Riddle went 24:37 for the first lap, it's going to be over 50 minutes, which is not a swim split that Jamie Riddle probably ever thought he would have in his Ironman career because he's such a talented swimmer. But we can see, actually, that is him below, and they have kind of spread out a bit. So it does look like Jamie Riddle has separated himself from the group. Looks like actually one athlete in front of him that could be, now that is a lapped athlete. So yeah, he has separated himself from the rest of that group, and doing a great job doing so. And I think you will see that chase group is going to be in that 53 to 54 range, and there's a certain point where it probably doesn't matter if they separate themselves too much because they're not going to want to start this windy bike ride of 112 miles, 180 kilometers all by themselves. But yeah, so it does look like there's a group of 3 chasing one athlete from that group that is out front on his own. And I do think it actually does look like that pink cap is in the front of that group of 3 on the right there, Mirinda. So I'm not sure exactly who that athlete is that's off the front, but we can see him next to one of that surf ski, that kayak that is helping to lead these athletes around. And you'll see that athlete just take this right-hand corner here.
Yeah, absolutely. Athletes just passing Shark Rock Pier. They'll make that right-hand turn direct for 150-ish meters into the swim exit, and they'll make their way up to the Ruby T1. But on the left-hand side of the screen here, we're seeing the GPS, so the athletes in position from the GPS tracking. And again, the GPS will be located in the middle of the athlete's back in between their shoulders. So in the swim, obviously, if it's lower than that, it won't record as well. But in the swim, you can get those times, and I think we're looking at the order of men But we'll see as in moments as they hop out onto Hobby Beach and head up to T1.
Yeah, and you know, there's going to be some tactics. You know, if that group, most of that group chasing behind is together, which I assume that they probably are, you're going to see, you know, some tactics there. We have athletes like I said, Cody Beals is in there, Mike Phillips is in there, Leon Chevalier is in the same group as Magnus Ditlev coming out of the water. Most likely, that's going to be a really big thing for Leon. Probably a disappointment to a certain extent to Magnus Ditlev, as he had higher hopes to be in the front. But right now, overhead shot of one of our pre-race favorites, Martin Van Riel, coming into the shore. Passing some age groupers as they're finishing their first lap. He starts second, but we'll see which one of these 4 athletes gets to shore first. It looks like, yeah, it was Martin Van Riel that actually made a break at the end. So he's coming up in between these age groupers in that group of 3 chasers just behind him, obviously, to the right, as Martin Van Riel does a few of those dolphin dives, gets those knees nice and high, goes to the left side of these age group athletes finishing their first lap, and to get himself first out of the water rights here at the ISUZU Ironman South Africa African Championship. So he's not waiting around.
No, he's not waiting around. You see him get his arms out real quick. They pull the wetsuit down to their waist, run up the beach, make sure his race kit is flush to his skin. You don't want, and a little trip up the stairs there, but that won't slow him down much at all. He is on his way into Ruby T1.
And so that was a 50-17 for Martin Van Riel. Jamie Riddle at 50-25. Schoenberg at 50-27. And Andrew Horsfall-Turner 50-28. And not that Martin Van Riel can't outswim those athletes, but that I would almost bet that that was a navigational in the chop situation, maybe going around some of those age group athletes that just got a little gap that continued to grow once Martin saw that he had some space. And he's an athlete that's here to win. He is here to qualify for the World Championships in Nice this year. You know, he missed his spot in Cozumel earlier this year. So we can see now actually that our swim split presented by Wahoo Element Rival of 50-17 from Martin Van Riel, and that's you know, to me, I'm impressed by that time considering the time they went around that first lap and how rough those conditions are.
Yeah, so that kind of tells me that Martin Van Riel sitting in that first lap perhaps,
yeah,
and trying to put the pressure on a little bit in that second lap. But the clock starts now. We want to see where's Ditlev, where are all the other big names coming out of the water, and we'll see momentarily at the half there is around a 90-second gap between the top 4 and the main pack of men. We will see momentarily what that gap is now, but we see athletes now making their way out of the Ruby Transition 1.
Yeah, and the hard part of that chase group is that generally the athletes in the front and the lead want to get, you know, someone in that group wants to get there first, wants to be first out of the water. So there's impetus in that group. The chasing group often loses time because they're like, okay, I'm with these guys. I missed the front group. This is where I'm at. It's not often where you have someone with firepower at the front. You have athletes that could capably do that. We see this athlete drop something or missed where his bike is, super confused as to what he must have gone around the wrong way in transition and is being sent back to either find something that he's dropped or go the direct route. Really haven't really seen anything like that before, but we'll hopefully get news on that here in a second. But point being, Bradley Weiss and Magnus Ditlev are in that group, so they might keep the pace on.
227 it looks like to
okay.
the next pack. So that very large pack of men, Magnus Ditlev in there, Jonas Hoffman, Florian Engert, Matthias Langza Peterson, Joshua Lewis, Sven Wiles as well. So 220.
Phillips is in there.
230. Pamphile Perrin as well, making that pack. Mike Phillips making that pack at 250 down, and Leon Chevalier also in that pack at 256 back. And it keeps going. Dennis Chevreau there as well. Cody Beals. So that pack is 14 men strong, as it seems right now. Sorry, 15 men. They're still coming in. So a very, very big pack. They're going to blow up transition here and get out. That's Cody Beals on screen right now in the blue.
Yeah. Yeah, and these are athletes that are, you know, this is a lot of these athletes, or a few of these athletes, I have to say, are that Kona front pack bike group, right? And that's also containing a Magnus Ditlev and a Cody Beals and a Leon Chevalier, who rode the entire Kona bike course by himself to get himself into second place to fall back to fourth. So like we have some insane firepower out here. And on this course, it's not a course that's Bradley Weiss obviously in there as well. We saw that first athlete now just running back through transition. That athlete was in the front group, and I'm not sure if that is Jamie Riddle or not. Don't believe it is, but this is that athlete there. We'll get that number on him, but he's now just getting to his bike.
Matthias Langza Peterson just
Okay.
on screen a moment ago, M10. So, yes, transition's important. Coming out of the water with a big group like that, it's important to be quick and efficient through. That's Magnus Ditlev grabbing his bike there, heading out right now. So a few men slipping off the front of that group. Magnus Ditlev has the firepower to bridge, no doubt, but Florian Engert as well in the blue, coming out of transition now, but a big group of men now kind of coming out in groups of 5, 6, 8, and kind of gapped out. But as we come out onto the bike course, you'll see some athletes with a lot of aggression push to the front and try to get away quickly, and other athletes kind of coming together in an accordion effect. So as the men, looks like a little bit of chaos, and it did in transition there with all the men sort of changing out of the wetsuits, getting their gear bags, trying to be quick and efficient through transition, not drop anything, not make any mistakes. But we are now onto the Zoot bike course.
And this is Schoenberg, and he was first onto the bike and first on the bike right now on our screen there. And Rennie was able to look through a little bit through those, some of the data that we've got. And it looks like for some reason, Jamie Riddle lost about a minute in transition. So that was that athlete that ran back, whether he had to run back to the change group or change tent, excuse me. The only reason I thought maybe he went a wrong direction and had to recover was a referee was pointing somewhere.
Or he dropped something.
Yeah, right. So not totally sure, but he lost a little over a minute. So now he's in that no man's land. He was the one pushing that pace, and now he's a minute and 10 behind the athlete on screen that we see here, Jonas Schoenberg, and then another, he's a minute 10 behind, and then it's another minute 10 to that group behind him. So now he has to decide, okay, do I wait up for this group that is going to catch me, or do I burn a big match trying to catch this group of 3, where in the end, if I see this group of 3, that's Schoenberg, Horsfall Turner, and Van Riel, if you're trying to win this race, there's only one athlete in front of you that probably is a risk. No offense to those other 2 athletes, but Martin Van Riel is the real deal. He, is a favorite to win this race. Do you let him go and be like, man, these 12 other athletes that are behind me, I can get a ride in this group and maybe get myself back up to Van Riel? Burning matches to try to catch up to these guys on his own probably isn't maybe the right choice, but we'll see what Jamie Riddle's doing. We know he's got a lot of energy going into this race, but right now the man I should be talking about is the man on screen, which is Jonas Schoenberg.
Yeah, Jonas Schoenberg on screen here, leading the way. A great swim from him, quick through transition, and just cruising along. And that's Sten Holstauer's on screen here. So he was in that really big group coming out of the water, 140 plus. Sorry, 240 plus.
Yeah. So he was in that group with Heldoom, Weiss, Peterson. So we'll see who that athlete is behind him when we get, or in front of him. So he's near the end of this group. We can see a lot of athletes in front of him at this point. Whoa, yeah, that's some tricky points there. They're obviously the course can have some technical difficulty, but you've just swam as hard as you can in tough conditions. And what he was trying to do was look like maybe detach a rubber band or tighten up his shoe on his bike while staying in the aero position. And it looks like another issue on the right side of the screen there, Rennie.
Yeah, I wasn't sure who that athlete was, but someone on the side of the road there with a mechanical issue. Hopefully we will get word on who that athlete was. But yeah, the opening kilometers of the bike, always a little bit hairy when there's a lot of athletes together. Athletes will get on their bike, then they put their feet in their pedals, sort of get themselves situated. And we saw there Sten Hostauer's almost coming off. That would have been
close.
devastating.
That was close.
These men spend a lot of time on their bikes, so you know, it's almost an extension of them. So you know, that would have been, you know, a little bit of a scare for him, I'm sure, a little bit of adrenaline rush, but he was able to keep a rubber side down, and we are going back to the women's race now. We are at 54.27. Marta Sanchez last year was 52.18 out of the swim, and we have pictures of her now in the green cap. She is leading our swim, a sizable gap, and the women are spread out.
Yeah, no, they really are. And, you know, we saw that gap to some of our pre-race favorites on that first lap, you know, was over 3 minutes to Maya Stage-Nielsen, Reichman at 4 minutes, Ruth Astle at 4:15. So obviously a group in there, but you know, it's hard to race against a defending champion, someone who's won multiple Ironmans and 70.3s. It's hard to get off or get out of the swim and get onto the bike and hear splits of, like a Ruth Astle is going to be hearing splits of 8 to 10 minutes. That's really hard to have good confidence and not get just a little bit of a jab at least when you hear that, right? Like, you know, we've all been there.
Heart.
Yeah, it's a dagger. You
I've been there.
You got to convince yourself that the dagger's not that important, but like, that's not positive energy, right? So like, this is a big card that, you know, Marta Sanchez is playing, and she's doing it on her own. And it's not, the thing that's funny to me is often they'll be like, people will think it's easy. Okay, well, Marta Sanchez, she's a good swimmer, so her getting 3 minutes in one lap and maybe 6 minutes over the next, that's not hard for her because she's a good swimmer. She's a good swimmer because she works her butt off and she puts the time in, and she's working her butt off right now. Like, she is swimming hard. She's swimming most likely harder than those athletes that are behind her trying to catch her, right? So she's putting that energy out, but she's playing a card right now that is going to be worth a lot because she's going to have a head start of at least 6 minutes on her closest competition.
Well, 3 minutes, yeah, on Chloe Lane, but 6 on Maya Stage-Nielsen. That's a sizable lead, but Maya is a typical sort of second pack or main pack swimmer, so I don't think she'll be super surprised with that. And Maya knows that she's an all-around solid biker. She's a very solid runner as well, so she knows that her cards are yet to be played. And as we just received word, we're still looking at the women finishing the swim, but we received word that Leon Chevalier was issued a littering penalty in T1, so he will serve that penalty. And then we had Peterson with the mechanical. That was the man we saw on the side of the road moments ago. But back to the women's race, and this is Marta Sanchez leading. She will dolphin a couple more strokes before it becomes too shallow, and she will make her way up into the Ruvi T1 and out onto the Zoot bike course.
You know, she looks good, and again, still not. She doesn't have her foot off the gas at all. Still continuing to push the pace as much as she can as she heads now on firm ground and going to head up those stairs. She can get up those stairs a little more smoothly than Martin Van Riel did, and then you know, just get herself out on the bike and continue to do what she's doing right now and be aggressive out on the course. And you know, bummer to see Matthias Peterson with you know, mechanical there. He was 8th in the Pro Series last year and had some great results here as well. We see Marta Sanchez with that Wahoo Element rival swim split at 57.28. And Marinda, again, I think this is the reason why we're going to see these big gaps. Is
it's a hard swim.
I would not have bet that Marta Sanchez would have swam slower than a 53.
Absolutely.
So
with a 52 last year, that's telling. So 5 minutes slower than what she swam here last year. No less effort, even more effort, in fact, is in the water an extra 5 minutes. So a really tough swim for the athletes out there today, and the wind has picked up. You can see even the gear bags are being blown around a little bit in transition, and those gear bags are, you know, full of helmets and shoes and nutrition, and so wind is picking up, which will make this bike a challenge as well. And one of the things that was said from most of the athletes is that this course is just tough. Tough road surface, tough swim, windy conditions. but we don't sign up for Ironman for an easy day. We sign up for the tough days, and this is going to be one of those.
Yeah, and as you know, the tough days are what make the champions, right? Whether or not you rise to the top on that day or not, or what you learned through those conditions. But certainly those are the days that make our champions, and Marta Sanchez is proving that right now. And, you know, she doesn't look like she's looking for help from anybody. She's just going straight to it and seeing the true champions see those tough days as opportunities, right? Because that's another card. If you see it as a positivity, like, oh, this is tough, it's hard for me, it's harder for them type of situation, then you'll be able to take advantage of that. And we could see her running out of transition, out of the Ruby transition zone, and getting onto that Zoot bike course.
Now you see her push her bike right across that bike line and hop on, and off she goes. This will be Chloe Lane, second out of the water. We'll see what that gap is once she runs past that timing match. She is off into the Ruby transition as well. Chloe Lane from Australia. She's moving along nicely through transition there. She'll zip up that kit, grab her gear bag, strip off the wetsuit, put that in, grab the helmet out, and any nutrition she might want to take. Bike numbers are on for this bike course. A lot of races, we don't wear the bike number belt on the bike anymore, but Ironman South Africa athletes are required to wear that bike number.
There you go. Chloe Lane had a great second lap compared to our race leader, actually. Only lost another 45 seconds to Marta Sanchez. So 2:17 is the gap that she has to Marta Sanchez. As she gets her gear, puts it back in the bag, make sure everything's in those bags. You got to make sure you do that, or you might receive a penalty.
You do not want a silly littering penalty at this stage of the race. So taking that extra, 5 seconds to make sure everything's cleaned up, and off she goes into the bike compound. She'll hop on a bike and be on her way.
Great overhead shot of our course here at the ISUZU Ironman South African Championship in Kabeha. Amazing zone, amazing spot to spectate an Ironman, as we've seen and heard from in the past, and certainly the athletes are going to be putting on a show for those spectators today. The men are out on that bike course cruising away, and the women are, some are out on that bike course, some are still in that really, really tough swim course.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
You're watching the ISUZU Ironman South Africa African Championship, brought to you by Zoot. Zoot Sports, the original triathlon brand, delivering comfort, speed, and performance since 1983. And by ISUZU, with you for the long run.
And we are with Maya Stage-Nielsen in transition. She is just under 5 minutes back from race leader Marta Sanchez. Chloe Lane, of course, 2:17 back from Marta out of the swim. And we had Laura Jensen at 6:25. These women are really getting spread apart here on the bike. And as we look at the Ruby Transition Run top 3 fastest men, we'll have Heldon at 1:30, Schomburg at 1:36, and Weiss at 1:41. They were the transition times. And here we look at the top 2 fastest transition times. Marta Sanchez at 2:17 and Chloe Lane, sorry, at 2:12. So the Ruby transition times, ladies moving out. Maya Stage-Nielsen, 2:02. So Maya, the fastest through transition. She was in a hurry.
Certainly was. Wanted to make up that time. And, you know, I'm impressed by those women chasing. Marta Sanchez might have seen the gap and come off it a little bit, or, you know, pushed the pace a little bit too hard on that first lap, but they did not lose nearly as much time on that second lap. Or Maya Stage-Nielsen over 3 minutes on that first lap, just 1:45 on that second lap. So it'll be interesting to see if that chase group had similar luck, and if they you know, were able to not lose quite as much time. As we can see a shot of our men's group as they are chasing our leaders with Schomburg up the front, and it looks like that's Mike Phillips in the back of one of these rollers. And this course, you know, the athletes say it's flat and fast, but there's a bunch of these rollers here that make this course quite difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. The rollers, and then also just the rolling resistance.
Yeah.
The chip seal road that the athletes are riding on, and Mike Phillips from New Zealand be very familiar with this sort of terrain. Nothing out of the ordinary for him. Roads like this just make the bike a little bit extra. You got to pedal a little quicker for your speed, a little harder, sorry, for your speed. So more watts will need to be put out to go the same speed as you would on a more smooth surface. So
absolutely. Yeah, we can see that looked like, I feel like that was Leon Chevier that was in that third wheel there. We'll have to get confirmation on that as we see Collins there, and then a larger gap. And you mentioned Mike Phillips in the back of that group, just kind of watching, and you can see him being very deliberate in the space he was giving to the athletes around him. Mike Phillips is very, very Kiwi. He's very deliberate in you know, the words that he says and the way that he races. He's somewhat quiet and only makes himself known when he needs to be, right? So, you know, we might see him, you know, kind of in this group being patient for a large portion of this race. We see stats coming from Collins at the front of this group, and we see the rest of these athletes. It looked like a group of about 7 or 8 athletes there that was cruising through. This second athlete will try to get full, you know, description of that athlete. If we look at the left there, it could be Peterson if he was back on his bike there, but in the front now back with Schomburg.
And as you see in the bottom of the Zoot bike course, you can kind of see the profile. So athletes sort of on a gradual uphill section right now as they are about to get to the top of that rolling section. Then the velocity will come up and they'll come back down. So you can see just the graph on the bottom to show whether the athletes are on an uphill section or a rolling downhill. And there are a lot of those throughout this bike course.
Yeah, no, you look at that the topographic map there on the bottom, and you can tell it's it's not
flat,
not easy, and that is you know, you would think that's something that's going to separate groups like this, but it actually, I think, at least for the first 2 laps, will keep the groups together to a certain extent. So we can you know, we can expect to see this group together for a little bit longer as we go through here. And then again, another great shot on the side shot of Michael Collins. You know, we've had a chance to sit down with some athletes, and the Fighting Chance is presented by Hoka, and it's our race week series. that pulls back the curtain and gives you a behind-the-scenes look at everyday lives of elite triathletes around the world. And this week we were able to spend some time with local favorite, an athlete we've already spent a fair amount of time talking about. We saw lose a little bit of time in transition, but still right there in the meat of the race, Jamie Riddle.
Ideal weather conditions, 6 foot waves with a really choppy swim, and then somehow when we exit the water, the wind must just die down completely. This is the Lopez spot. I think the town is built around like the cycling groups and the coffees, and it's pretty much the hangout spot for everyone. This is kind of what birthed my whole journey. Like this Ironman dream was like Nelson Mandela Bay Ironman. This is pretty much the town's main attraction of the year. So it's kind of what I grew up watching. My whole life stream has been to become Ironman world champion. Like that was like the actual dream from the start. It wasn't to become an Olympic gold medalist or anything. Like I was always world champion Ironman. So that's what I'm going to pursue. Whether I achieve that or not, it's not in my hands, but that's what I'll pursue for the rest of my triathlon career, I think. Everyone seems like they're just looking at me waiting to say something.
Say something
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a windy city.
Yeah, so Windy City and Friendly City, those are 2 names.
That's your
Rumor
bike.
has it that's the winner's bike. It's looking gnarly, man.
So what's the bike setup for race day?
I know how to ride bikes. I don't know much about bikes, so he can tell you more than I can.
Yeah, we won't give away any little secrets about the size of the chain ring here. So
Yeah.
we've gone with no tooth count on it. So it can be anything from a 50, which definitely not, up until a 63. So yeah, let's
We'll
see.
see.
Your first disc wheel.
My first own this week. The one I was running in my last races was like a 2012 wheel that had to have like 25 or 23 inch tires on. So first time racing something proper, I guess. Got the bike.
Now it's time for a haircut.
It is bike time. Oh hi, welcome to my crib. Let's cut my hair. Welcome.
So do you already know how you're gonna cut your hair?
I actually don't. I change hairstyles a lot.
So is this haircut gonna make you faster on race day?
I hope so. Aerodynamic. Yeah, I don't know. Feel good, race good, I guess. In the past, I'm not a big visualizer. I've never visualized a lot of races, and I've tried before, and it didn't really connect with me. But for this one's slightly different. Because I've been visualizing it before it was even a possibility. So like when I was 8, I've visualized winning this race, but I didn't really understand what it meant to win the race, right? I didn't understand what the requirements would be to win a race. You only just dream of winning. So I've been visualizing the race before I even knew it was even a thing, like a possibility. Maybe not visualizing winning the race, but visualizing the amazing moment it's going to be that I can like be out there and give back what they've given me my whole life, which is just tremendous effort.
Some great footage there of Jamie Riddle. What do the pro athletes get up to before races? They drink coffee, they get haircuts, and they talk a lot.
They certainly do. They certainly do.
But we were just looking at Collins on screen from United Kingdom. He is leading this big pack, and it looks like athletes are sort of starting to spread out a little bit. He must be putting the hammer down.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Looks like things are spreading out a little bit. From what we hear on course, this might be a bit of a headwindy section as well, so we got to kind of pay attention to that being a possibility also. But we can see this group, yeah, it looks like a group of 4 now, so maybe some of the athletes that weren't putting in as much effort are getting spit out the back.
Absolutely. I think 4 or 5 athletes in this front pack. I think Collins might just be ahead of the camera there. But Schomburg in the lead, Horsfall Turner up the road as well, Martin van Ariel and Jamie Riddle in no man's land. He had to be sent back in transition. We saw an image of him coming through transition and a ref sending him back. So he went around the wrong way. He was told to go back, lost a minute. So he was in the front group of 4 and sort of fell off into that no man's land, a minute 10 behind. And the main group of men were around 220 to 240 behind the lead out of the water. So we are just about to reach that 16.9 kilometer time mat, and we'll be able to see what that lead looks like now, whether the time splits are coming down, and who is making moves. A lot of racing to come here in Ironman South Africa African Championships. The men are on the bike and well underway. Women just out of the swim and also on the bike. A lot of racing to come.
Meet me halfway. One step from heaven. Oh,
Yes, that's perfect.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Some great overhead shots of the amazing scenery down here at the ISUZU Ironman South Africa African Championship. Back at the front of the race course with our male race leader, and that is Schoenberg, and he's continuing to put that effort in up front. Martin Van Riel now 56 seconds behind the athlete on screen, so ticking some pretty quick times around there. 36 kilometers an hour right now for Schoenberg.
Yeah, and we just see Andrew Horsfall Turner around 130 back. So those top three men out of transition together, spreading out a little bit. No one riding together right now. So that tells me it's tough riding, headwind, and also tells me Schoenberg is really pushing the pace at the front of this race here. I'm going to be interested to see what Jamie Riddle has decided to do, the local favorite racing here today. He was went the wrong way in transition, sent back, lost around a minute. We'll see where he is at this stage of the bike, whether he decided to try and push on and bridge up. It doesn't look like he's done that, or whether he decided to sort of wait for that main pack of men. He would have, at this stage of the course, it is pretty remote, but he will have had family out on the course, being a local guy. I'm sure giving him some information as to where the main players are and where he is in the race. And big decisions to make for a young man.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I wouldn't want to be in his position, but position of this gentleman up front seems like a pretty good one. And this is an athlete that has a bunch of speed in his legs. ITU athlete, went to the Olympic Games this year, was 24th at the Olympics. So it takes a lot of speed and consistency to get a start at the Olympic Games, obviously. He the only kind of result we have on the Ironman circuit from him is a second place at Andorra 70.3 in 2023, where he ran a 1:18:53. But you know, he's got speed in his legs. He actually did race a sprint distance short course race this year already. So a race that took him less than 50 minutes. This race is going to take him much longer than that, but certainly showing his speed early. And I would bet that he probably isn't really opening it up right now. And we'll see. Sometimes that first Ironman for a short course athlete can be a dream. You're on clouds, nothing hurts. Or it can be very much the opposite. You feel that way for a period of time, and then the house falls down on you. So we'll see where Schoenberg's pacing is, and you know, if he's been training specifically for this event or not.
Absolutely, and athletes have gone through the next time check. Magnus Ditlev at 2:52, so not making too much inroads on Schomburg, but gaining on Van Riel, Horsfall Turner. He's sitting in fourth. He's gone past Jamie Riddle. Jamie Riddle sitting with Ditlev right now, with Joshua Lewis as well. And we have Leon Chevalier 3:19 back. Then it's a bit of a gap. Then it's around another minute to Jonas Hoffman. That was the group we were looking at earlier with Matthew Collins, Heldum, Cody Beals, Mike Phillips, Sven Weiss. So I feel like Magnus Ditlev starting to move through the field.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, the favorite for today's race, a phenomenal talent. And this is that group that we're seeing here. They're sitting at around 4:20 back. So Jonas Hoffman in the green, he is in 8th position. Oh no, that's Collins. Matthew Collins, my mistake, is 9th position. He's around 4:23 back. So this is that group that we were watching a little bit ago, but they're sitting around 8th through 12th back, and back with race leader Schomburg pushing the pace, even a little quicker than Ditlev, who is the class of the field on the bike.
Yeah, and then that might come down to a pacing thing and an experience thing, and Ditlev, you know, probably willing to take his time. You know, he knows, you know, he's got the data. He knows what happens if he goes out too hard. We saw that in Kona. I don't think there's any risk of him kind of going that hard. He's not chasing, you know, an athlete like Sam Laidlow. But, you know, he also is an athlete that he prides himself on being a well-rounded triathlete, right? So he's not, we all think, a lot of us think that, oh, Magnus Ditlev going to get on the bike and ride his bike as hard as he can, and that's where everything's going to come, and then he's going to run whatever he can run. Where Magnus is like, no, man, I'm going to have a good swim, try to be front pack, didn't do that so far today, have a good bike ride that is going to do damage to those athletes around him, and then run under 240 or run an incredibly fast run split. He's not just out here to show off how fast he is on a bike. So I think he's going to take his time, and then the question will be, at what point does he really open up, you know, when he gets to Martin Van Riel, what is he going to do with, you know, as far as tactically against that athlete. But, you know, it's great to be able to see these athletes race over different distances. Again, this is that first Ironman race of the year, but we've got so many other events on the circuit. And if you're feeling inspired or even keen on even more Ironman 70.3 racing right here in the Oceania, we've got 3 incredible races for you to add to your race calendar. Ironman 70.3 Sunshine Coast on the 14th of September, Ironman 70.3 Western Sydney on the 21st of September, and Ironman 70.3 Melbourne just down the road on the 9th of November. All are waiting for you. Entries are open for all races now. Head to Ironman.com to sign up. There we go on screen. That is Leon Chevalier in that incredible aerodynamic position that we have seen him use many, many times before to get some incredible bike splits that set him up for some great overall triathlon performances.
And as we look at Leon Chevalier, he is sitting in around 7th place. He is with the group of Magnus Ditlev, Joshua Lewis, Jamie Riddle. I think that 4 is super strong. Obviously, Leon Chevalier, 4th place in Kona this past year. Magnus Ditleff 2nd in Kona last year at the Ironman World Championships. A very aero position. You see those 2 water bottles in the front there. Rules have been updated a little bit. Athletes are only allowed 2 liters or 2 water bottles in that front section now, unless it's in the frame. No longer can you have a bunch of water bottles in that front section in between the arms. We are over at the women's race now. This is F1 Marta Sanchez. She's the defending champion from Ironman South Africa last year. A phenomenal swim from her, and she is leading the way out here on the Zoot bike course.
Yeah, and I will say as well, a really, really great aerodynamic position from her also. She looks great. You know, all athletes have different abilities to put themselves in certain positions. Leon Chevalier is just incredibly flexible, so he has that position here. But as far as aerodynamics go, she looks really, really good on the bike, and clearly part of the reason why she's able to be so efficient over the Ironman distance and still have great legs for the run. But yeah, she had a great swim to put herself, again, over 2 minutes in front of Chloe Lane out of transition, Maya Stage Nielsen almost 5 minutes down, or Jansen 6 minutes down, Ahrens at 7, Uderstadt at 7:40, Anna Reichman at 7:40 as well, and Ruth Astle just under 8 minutes down with Clavel and Niewat with her. So some pretty big gaps, but not too bad, like top 10 all within 8 minutes. Depends how what you're saying. It's not too bad for those athletes that are 10th, but for the woman on screen, it's very, very good, the distance that she has put. And, kind of considering a lot of athletes that are great on land that are also good swimmers, think of it as just a head start. Some athletes think the race kind of doesn't start till you get on dry land, and to start with that kind of head start that she's given herself is impressive.
Guilty. Yes. Marta Sanchez, a very good swimmer, swimming the class of the field here today. But there are athletes in the field that are very strong on the bike and even stronger on the run that are just licking their chops to get to that out of the swim and get that done with.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, we can look at the stats that she has there, cruising up one of the hillier sections of the course at the moment. But having a great race here so far. And, there's so many different ways to approach racing. And, we have a bunch of amateurs that are out here trying to do the best that they can on the same course that the pros are. And in addition to them, to the pros that are racing today, we have 1,100 age group athletes that are taking on this epic course here in South Africa. Among them are athletes who have used TriDot, the official training platform of Ironman, to get race ready. Not only are these TriDot athletes getting the benefit from their AI-powered training plan and expert coaching, they also have exclusive access to content from Ironman U coaches like, Rennie over here to my right, for one, and other legends like Craig Alexander and Mark Allen. Co-produced with Ironman, the Coaching Tip Series offers some incredible information you can't find anywhere else. Here's just a quick peek at what I'm talking about.
It's really important to set goals that are appropriate to your fitness level, your athletic ability, and also the quality of field. We don't always know who else we're racing against, so it's really important to concentrate on us. Because it's not just setting the goals for the overall, but it's also setting, what is your swim goal? What is your bike goal? What is your run goal? Because often I see people who finish races and they're so unhappy with their race, they should really be thinking about the race that they had rather than the race that they didn't have.
And things I like to think about when you're starting to fatigue are to relax your shoulders, relax your breathing, try to keep that cadence going. That's going to be a key in helping you maintain pace. But honestly, I think the main thing is just to try to focus on the here and now, relax your shoulders, take a deep breath, shake out your arms, focus on your rhythm, focus on your breathing is what I do. Try to bring it down to the simple things, getting aid station to aid station, focusing on the here and now. That's the sort of the best way to get through those dark patches late in a run.
Number one tip when you get on the bike, Stay relaxed, keep your effort level a little bit lower than is going to be your race pace. Take the first 5 minutes, 7 minutes to slowly build into getting your cadence up. Make sure your bike is in an easy enough gear so that when you start out, you're not grinding right off the bat. Get on the bike, feel yourself get into that cycling rhythm, and build up to the pace that you think you want to hold, and then make those fine adjustments.
Pacing is a very important part of your race strategy in the swim, and most people fail early by going out too fast. Once you start to build all that lactate in your body, it's hard to come back. So build into the swim the first couple hundred meters, and then it's a matter of knowing your fitness. Find that spot that you know you can hold from the training you've done, and try to finish just as strong as you started.
I think one of the key things with visualization is not only to picture things going well, but to picture things going not so well. First and foremost, I'd always want to have in my mind of what the perfect day would look like. I think it's important to do that as well. Understanding what it feels like to have a good day and what you're going to do in those situations, not be overwhelmed, not be shocked, to be in the moment. You know, doing that sort of mental practice and understanding that things don't always go to plan. And generally speaking, the longer the race, the more obstacles and the more damage control you're in. So you experience the whole range of good and bad experiences, and because you've visualized it or seen it mentally, you kind of feel like you have been in that position before and you know exactly what to do.
We see on screen right now is Chloe Lane, second place in the women's race at this point, getting a little bit of hand from our aid stations and our wonderful volunteers, getting a little bit of water as she cruises through this early section of the course. And as you pointed out earlier, Marinda, the bottom of the screen, you can see the Zoop bike course and kind of where these athletes are on it. And you can see that she is just kind of getting over that hillier section and down on that backside.
So Matt, once the athletes get to a section where it's slightly downhill, should they hold a different position? Should they focus on anything different? Like, how do they attack the uphill sections versus the downhill sections?
Yeah, it's a good question. You know, I think it's, you know, you want to kind of use your energy wisely, right? So if, you know, if you're looking using a power meter and you're going to say, okay, over this Zoop bike course, I want to average 250 watts, you riding 250 watts the entire time isn't going to be the smartest way to do it. But you're going to maybe want to average, you know, going up that climb before 16 kilometers, maybe you've trained properly and you can push 280 watts up that climb. And on the backside, when you're going down the hill at 30 miles an hour, instead of trying to push 250 watts, maybe you're pushing 180, and you're able to kind of use that energy where it's getting you further up the road. The goal is to get across that finish line as quickly as possible, not have a number that's the number that you want. And, you know, athletes like Chloe Lane, certainly they're going to be pushing a little bit harder in the tailwind, knowing that into a headwind, knowing that when they make a turn and get that tailwind, they can rest a little bit, that speed will stay the same, and they can be as efficient over that distance as possible. And both these two women certainly using that power wisely. And you can see Marta Sanchez, she just, you know, I expect to see an athlete that's so good in the swim and so good on the run not look this good on the bike, but she really does. She's got it all, and she's proven it here today at the ISUZU Ironman South Africa African Championship.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed
Her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
You're watching the ISUZU Ironman South Africa African Championship, brought to you by Morton. Get used to it. And by Ruby, the indoor cycling experience.
We have our race leader on the women's side, Marta Sanchez, swimming phenomenally well, and she is cruising through this bike course right now. She's about 17 kilometers in to the Zoot bike course, leading the way. We have Chloe Lane sitting in second place. We will be moments away from finding out what that gap is, whether Marta's putting more time in or Chloe's making it back. But some of the big names behind her, Maya Stage Nielsen sitting in third out of the swim, Lara Jensen in fourth, and Annie Reichman down in seventh.
So it looks like we did just have that first split come through. So yeah, 151 to Chloe Lane, and we'll see kind of that group behind coming through, and I think that's going to be the bigger question is kind of those other pre-race favorites. No disrespect to Chloe Lane, she certainly can hold her own against these other women, but it's going to be is the pace that both of them are setting up front enough to hold off these really talented cyclists and some of the best cyclists in the sport. When we talk about Maya Stage Nielsen, Ruth Astle, and some of the other athletes that we have back there as well. So we'll see. And I think Renee, from what you saw on the swim, tactically, how is this setting up for some of those other pre-race favorites like a Ruth Astle? I would think that this course, for someone that's aerodynamically as kind of perfect as Ruth is, this course could be very, very good for her, and she should be depending on a very fast bike split.
Yeah, I think you mentioned earlier that the time splits were quite large out of transition, to a Ruth Astle, Bergston, Reichman. But Ironman is a long, long way, and when there's a wind, there's hills, when it's a tough bike, super important to just keep your head and know that your best moments are yet to come in the race. And Chloe Lane actually has taken 20 seconds out of Marta Sanchez so far, so Chloe making inroads on our leader, Marta Sanchez. And speaking of our third place woman, Maya Stage Nielsen, here she is right now. We got to catch up with Maya Stage Nielsen with A Fighting Chance, presented by Hoka.
The Danes are back in town.
Yeah, I have my local superhero with me. I don't know if it's a international thing to have the pyramid of food. We do have it in Denmark, and the most basic stuff is the bottom, and that's made of ice cream.
Okay. Well, let's go and find some ice cream then.
Let's go.
Is ice cream one of your favorite sweets?
Oh, it's the one.
Oh, it's the one. So you were in Lanza before coming here. Was that because it's pretty similar conditions to South Africa?
The coastal road there is one-to-one with this one, basically. So it was perfect to do some training there, but I will go there to build up for any race, really.
Which race was your favorite race last year?
I think I have to say Hamburg. I was second, and I had very good day The dynamic of the race was very cool, the crowd was very cool, the course was cool. When you have those days like that, you know that it's in there somewhere and that motivates you to keep going.
So what would a successful day look like for you on Sunday?
I've executed a good race, so like I have the feeling of giving it my best try and like fighting to the very end. This is kind of an uncomfortable course. And I think if you can be comfortable in the uncomfortable, then you have had a good day. If that makes, like, it makes sense in my head. I don't know if it makes sense, but I think that should be the goal. I think after an Ironman, you can have as much ice cream as you want, no matter if you win or not.
Well, my question, Miranda, is can I have as much ice cream as I want because I'm just calling the race?
Absolutely not. Not the same amount of calories are expended in a broadcast as these incredible athletes. And Maya Stage Nielsen just going through the last time checker. She's 5:46 down, so actually losing time on Marta Sanchez. So Chloe Lane, the only one making time so far on Marta Sanchez. Maya Stage Nielsen was around 4:45 back out of T1, and now she's 5:46 down. So lost a minute in the last 17 kilometers. But I don't think she's worried. She's done a lot of Ironman races. She knows how to pace herself well. And I think, you know, she's just sitting in for setting herself up for a good, solid, all-around day.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. To me, it's a little bit concerning that she is losing some time. She lost time to Laura Jansen through that last split as well, so 45 seconds. But she's also one of the most experienced athletes out here on course as far as Ironman distance finishes and top finishes. So not gonna question her too much till we see a little bit more splits come through. But in Reichman, 33 minutes through that split as well. So that's 2 minutes on Maya Stage Nielsen, which to me is a little bit telling through just 17 kilometers. Like that's not a long time.
No.
To lose that kind of time.
Yeah, it is a big loss in time. I think for right now, I just want to see how it plays out. If those time caps keep coming back and going the wrong way for Maya Stage Nielsen, maybe she's not having a great day. That time and data as we follow along. But right now, Marta Sanchez, clear roads behind her. No one in sight. She is currently just under 2 minutes up from Chloe Lane from Australia. She's just hopping out of the saddle now. Stretch the back, give the shoulders a little bit of a rest. You'll see athletes do this periodically throughout the bike just to give themselves a little bit of stretch, and then they'll hop straight back in to those aero bars and crank away back to the men's race. As we can get a little closer, we'll be able to call out who this athlete is.
I believe that's still, that's our leader, Schoenberg, at the front of the race. And,
yes.
He is continuing to open his gap up, not by a ton. Martin Van Riel now 1 minute and 7 back, but you can see Magnus Ditlev certainly making time now back on Schoenberg, has made up a little bit since the last time we were able to check in on the men's race. We had Leon Chevalier is losing a little bit of time. So behind the athlete on screen we have right now is Van Riel in second place. Actually, the athlete on screen right now is Martin Van Riel, bib number 3. So he is now just 1 minute and 7 seconds behind our leader, with Magnus Ditlev just about 1 minute and 5 seconds behind him. Then we have Joshua Lewis at 2:14 behind our leader. Horsfall Turner 3 seconds behind him. Jamie Riddle 30 seconds behind those two athletes. And then Leon Chevalier at 4:42 behind. And to me, that stands out, Miranda. I'm not sure. Looks like Chevalier has lost a fair amount of time just in the last little bit. So curious what's going on there. One of the fastest athletes on the bike that we have in the sport, losing time to these athletes up front, having great races.
And we have Martin van Riel on screen right now, and we got to catch up with him this week, and we're going to hear from him right now.
I'm Martin van Riel, and we're here in South Africa. On Sunday, we're racing the first full Ironman of the Pro Series.
So you didn't have the best start to the week, but do you feel like you're fully recovered for Sunday?
Maybe right now I don't feel fully recovered yet, but I have one more day tomorrow and then race day Sunday. So I think by the time that rolls around, I should be firing at 100% again.
That's nice to hear. You've been very successful at the Ironman 70.3 distance with 2 victories. What would it mean for you to podium here in South Africa?
Yeah, it would mean a lot for me. I think that a lot of people heard about my unfortunate event that happened in Cozumel, where I wanted to get a slot for the Nice World Championships, and I had an unfortunate crash, lost 20 minutes, and didn't get a fair chance to defend myself. So I hope to this time, really be able to fight for a slot and have nothing unfortunate happen to me. So yeah, being up there would mean a lot for me.
Are there any sections that you're looking forward the most to race on Sunday?
Yeah, I think that everyone will love the last part of the bike course where you roll into the transition, like we're riding along the sea. It's like really scenic, nice route, a little bit downhill. It should be tailwind, so that's gonna be comfortable. But yeah, I think all over it's a really, really cool bike course, and it's actually quite hard with the roads that are not rolling very well and a bit of elevation as well. So I think it's an honest and hard course.
If you could swap bodies with any other athlete for race day, who would it be and why?
I don't know. I don't know why, but I was thinking of Jamie Riddle just because I think he has an amazing body, but then we're not allowed to open open our suit fully, so I can't show off my Jamie Riddle six-pack, so I'll keep my own body then.
I mean, you know, I got to make a comment about that. I want to see Jamie Riddle with the shirt off. Sorry, Martin. No, great stuff. It's cool to be able to get a little bit of insight on Martin and kind of what's been leading up to this race for him and kind of what he's looking forward to get out of the day.
I think Martin van Riel, I think your body is just fine the way it is. It's going very fast in second place right now, just a minute 10 from Schromberg, who is in the lead, and Ditlev looming behind, starting to make inroads on van Riel and Schromberg as we expected. Horsfall Turner just looks like he's losing contact with Ditlev now, but the Dane starting to stamp his authority.
Yeah, just 30 seconds down, 37 seconds down from Martin van Riel at this point, certainly making his way through the group and you know, doing it quickly. And to me, it's not too surprising that you would see this happen. I can't say this is later. We're still just 40 kilometers into the bike race, but all these athletes hyped up first race of the year, been doing all their training just for that. The first hour, all these guys are gonna be able to ride fast.
Yes.
Magnus Ditlev can ride all these guys' first hour power as long as he wants, right? So like once these guys start to fade a little bit, these shorter course athletes start to fade a little bit, that's when you see the cream of the crop as Magnus Ditlev rise to that top.
This is where I wanna be.
What do you want? You know, what's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good? It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
Neat kicker run from Wahoo. a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kick or Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
Another beautiful shot of the amazing surroundings here at the ISUZU Ironman South Africa African Championship. We're here at the men's race lead with Jonas Schoenberg, just about 40 kilometers into the bike ride with Martin Van Riel in second place, Magnus Ditlev in third. I'm Matt Lieto here with Marinda Carfrey, and we've got a great race happening, Rennie.
Yeah, really exciting race shaping up. Obviously, Schoenberg is riding phenomenally well out front. Has the road all to himself, but now we have the Great Dane on screen, Magnus Ditlev. He is, I'm sure he has Martin Van Riel in his sights. At last check, we could see around 30 seconds separated Van Riel and Ditlev. Ditlev separating himself from the rest of the field now, and he is making his way up towards the front. Phenomenal cyclist. Spends a lot of time working on his aerodynamics, making sure, tinkering with his bike. He always has some sort of trick up his sleeve. 53 kilometers per hour right now in this section. And his average Ironman bike time is around 4:02:52. Course here today a little different than past years. Past years were 2 laps with a climb at the far turnaround. This year we have a 3-lap bike course, so taking that climb out. So historically, fastest times have been around 4:14, 4:12. I think it's going to be a little quicker here today, especially with this man here on screen.
And it's insane. Like, say that again. Average Ironman bike time, 4:02:52. That's crazy. I mean, 10 years ago, that wasn't a bike time that existed. And that's his average time. You can see great overhead shot here of him chasing Martin Van Riel in front of him, 2 motorcycle groups ahead, most likely. That's what we're seeing on screen. And yeah, Magnus Ditlev, he's one of the more powerful cyclists in the sport. Again, personally an athlete that prides himself on being a well-rounded triathlete, and he's proven that with the, he's had some amazing run splits, and obviously his swim is getting much better, not very far off the group, the Ironman World Championships in Kona this year. Sorry, this is an overhead shot of Jonas Schoenberg, our male leader, Magnus Ditlev behind chasing. But he's also this engineer brain. He was a chemical engineer, but he uses that brain to dissect everything he can on the bike. And, I talked to him again a few weeks ago on the Ironman Insider podcast presented by Martin, and he, talks about, he's got bike setup stuff up his sleeve that he won't show till World Championship because he doesn't want anybody to know. And we often talk about aerodynamics, and we might see this come up, and I'm curious if this might have something to do with Leon Chevier and where he's at right now, is that the bike isn't just about aerodynamics. We're on very rough roads today. I guarantee you Magnus Ditlev did hours upon hours of research on the best tire pressure, the best width of tire, the best tire compound. He has sponsors he can go to ask to make a special tire for these conditions, right? So he's going to be very, very efficient aerodynamically, but we talk about resistance, and also you have to consider comfort when roads are rough like that. So he's going to have a setup that maybe is a little bit more compliant that way. He's going to be very comfortable.
And you see how much he's getting thrown around. These are rough roads, and Yeah, talk to us a little bit about just the difference in tire pressure. Gone are the days where you'd pump your tires up to 180 psi, or the max your tire would take. Tell us a little bit about why you would choose a lower tire pressure on a course like this one.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, yeah, we used to ride around with 150 psi and tires that were 19 millimeters wide, and he most likely is riding tires at a pressure closer to 80, might be less than that. He's got all the data. He knows. I don't. And the width, I'm sure, is not under 30. It's certainly not under 28. Even wider than that is going to be the trend here sooner or later. And what that does is those stiffer tires at that higher pressure, there was a lot of deflection that happened, which is deflection as you can see from the side shot that you can see the bottom section of the tire is almost flat looking, right? That means it's settling into the road. So instead of it bouncing off of the road and losing efficiency and having vibration and causing turbulence, it's staying steady with the road and not bouncing around. So it's more comfortable but more efficient. And the rolling resistance, he has to use actually less power than you would have to if you had this very hard tire compound that was bouncing off the ground. It's kind of counterintuitive, but science has showed us, and I'll tell you, my lower back has showed me that it's a lot more comfortable, and it's certainly much faster as well. And he also looks really good doing it. Looks comfortable, and I think that's a very important part of the piece of the puzzle that we sometimes ignore.
Yeah, I think comfort is, 4 hours in that position. Magnus spends a lot of time riding on the trainer in that position, not moving. You build up a tolerance for it. You build up strength for it. And it's something that doesn't happen overnight. So these athletes will have spent many, many hours sitting in the bars, just hammering away. And the temptation is, to sit up. You can put out more power when you sit up. It's easier. But the disciplined athlete, and I can tell you Magnus Ditlev is that, a very disciplined, matter-of-fact athlete. He goes about his business without much fuss, and he will have spent, over the years, countless hours in those bars honing his skill, and we are, able to enjoy just the spectacle of how amazing this man is on two wheels.
Yeah, no, he really is, and he's great athlete to be able to talk to. He's got a great attitude, but as you said, he's very matter of fact, and he's in this sport to try to be the best he possibly can be. And we were lucky enough to chat with him just a little bit this race week. Let's see what Magnus had to say.
I am Magnus Ditlev, professional triathlete from Denmark, and we are here in South Africa for the Ironman this Sunday.
You're known for your bike power. How do you see that playing into this course?
I like to think of myself as a pretty well-rounded triathlete nowadays, so I'm not sure. Of course, I'm looking to use the bike to do some damage, and I think also with the short course guys that are coming up, you don't want to have them have the bike too easy, because then they have the speed on the run. So for sure, I think this honest course with a lot of wind and not the best tarmac is good for a strong biker like me, but I also think I am pretty decent marathon runner so far. So I think it's the combination of a hard bike and a solid run will probably be my strength here.
Your first time racing here in South Africa. What's your impression of the course so far?
Actually, it's my second time. I raced as an age grouper at the 70.3 World Championship, so it's that's already, it's 7 years ago or something like that. So it's good to come back, and the bike course is actually like almost similar to the 70.3 Worlds course, which is nice. I do remember it and have seen it now also on some bike rides here, and it's a super nice place to have an Ironman race. I mean, the community is super friendly, and you meet triathletes pretty much everywhere in town at the moment, which is nice. And then the course, I think, suits me very well, honest course that tends to separate a lot, so it's just like a strongman's course.
He's definitely a strong man, if there were any
is.
Magnus Ditlev. Yeah, great to hear from him prior to the race, and he said the course suits him, a tough course, rolling resistance on the bike, making every single athlete work for every second on that bike course. And right now he is 300 meters, 200 meters behind Martin Van Riel, so making his way, inching his way even closer to Martin Van Riel as we speak.
Yeah, he's getting close, and I think he's taking his time, and I love that he is both humble and not at the same time, right?
Confident.
He's confident in a way that still shows humility, where he's like, yeah, like self-deprecating. Oh yeah, I don't think I'm a bad runner. This dude, and it's crazy, and it's our fault. It's the pundits' fault because we put the focus on his bike. But he's an amazing runner. He's run a lot of 240s like flat, and he's run 234, and he's run 237. That is incredible run times. 5 years ago, we would have said that was a run specialist, but the fact that he's so good on the bike, we call him a bike specialist. He ran a 246, I believe, in Kona when he went out of transition like he wasn't going to finish the race. Like he just jogged. So he's an incredibly, incredibly talented runner, and I think one that we shouldn't ignore his strength, and he's shown today that he can do it, do it slow on the bike, or he could be aggressive on the bike. In Kona, he was forced to be aggressive, and that's maybe why his bike was what it was, as we see Marta Sanchez kind of getting light on her wheels, almost bunny hopping a rougher section of the course. And yeah, she's doing well, Rennie, and she still looks like she's got good control over herself on this course in this race, but still putting good effort in against her competitors.
Yeah, Marta Sanchez looking really strong here. She is making inroads back on Chloe Lane. Initially, it looked like Chloe Lane was moving up towards her, and now she is riding away from her again. Maya Stage-Nielsen sitting in third, and this is, I believe, Annie Reichman.
It's Reichman, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Annie Reichman really making her way up. But again, Annie's still around 6 minutes back from Marta Sanchez, making inroads though.
Yeah, and she's making up time on other pre-race favorite like Maya Stage-Nielsen and obviously some of the other athletes that we have behind. But I'm always impressed by how smooth she looks, right? Like, Marta Sanchez looks really good as well, very aerodynamic. But you can see this woman just looks so smooth. There's no energy wasted whatsoever. Just has a very high comfort level on the bike.
Yeah, she's just dialed in. You see that aerodynamics, you see the flat back, high cadence. Yeah, she looks like she's spent some time in the wind tunnel, some time figuring out the aerodynamics, making sure she's not wasting any energy. She has those socks on. You'll see some of the athletes opting for aero socks, and they do save some watts as well on the bike. So Annie Reichman definitely looking very, very sleek in that black outfit now.
Yeah, certainly. And she's, coming up on Maya Stage-Nielsen, or we might have actually just missed. No, it looks like she's still chasing Maya Stage-Nielsen, but not too far behind, that's for sure. So we might see a pass coming up here pretty quickly. She's been consistently riding faster than Maya, but riding very, very well. And we see Laura Jansen as just about 30 seconds behind her. So Anna Reichman did make the move past her not that long ago.
Yeah, and a smile, a smile to the cameraman. And we have a soundbite from Annie from earlier this week. We're going to go and listen to what she had to say leading into this race.
Hi everyone, my name is Annie Reichman, and I'm here in Nelson Mandela Bay to race the Ironman South Africa on Sunday.
Cool. So you're coming into this race with a win in Kosovo, right?
Yeah.
How has that shaped your mindset for this race?
It was the first win over the full distance, and it was great to see that I can do it, and that has given me quite a lot of confidence. But however, the time has been quite short between Cozumel and now, so I'm a little bit unsure how the form is, but obviously looking forward to race.
This is your first time racing here. What are you most excited about on this course?
I think the bike looks really, really tough, and I think tough bike rides suit me. Not sure how I'm going to feel like in the third lap, but so far I'm looking mostly forward to the bike.
What kind of performance would you feel like a success for you on your debut here?
Oh, that's a very tough question, and I'm like completely, 1 second I think I'm going to win, and the next second I'm asking myself how on earth will I finish. It's always a pretty big surprise box, the first race of the season. So as long as I can, race to my potential and fight for every spot, I'll be happy, and I hope that's going to be somewhere around the win or the podium.
Do you ever talk to yourself during a race day? And if so, what do you say to yourself?
Oh, I'm pretty much talking all the time to myself, just trying to avoid any negative thoughts. So I actually have like a talk prepared that contains a lot of positive, motivational speeches. I'm just trying to memorize and talking myself through, especially the marathon then.
Thanks to Annie Reichman for taking time out of her week to talk with us. It's wonderful to learn a little bit more about our professional athletes, and Annie now moving up into second place momentarily. Maya Stage-Nielsen, I'm not sure if she has made the pass yet, but sitting around that third, fourth position and riding very well.
Yeah, there we go. This is the pass right here. You see, looks like the pass for third place. Annie Reichman looks over, says a word or two to Maya Stage-Nielsen. Maya Stage gives a smile, as she always does. And now our podium looks a little different than it did just moments ago, with Marta Sanchez in the lead, Chloe Lane in second place, and Maya Stage-Nielsen out in fourth, and Annie Reichman in third.
Yeah, and the time gap or the distance between these athletes is around 2 kilometers between Chloe Lane and Maya Stage-Nielsen and Annie Reichman. So around, 550, must be less than that, 2 miles, sorry, between Chloe Lane and Maya Stage-Nielsen and Annie Reichman. So still some road to make up to move up the podium, but again, a lot of racing left to go here today. We have Ruth Astle down in 7th. She's an athlete we'll be watching to move through on the bike course, a very strong cyclist, very aerodynamic as well, and I think one to watch as this bike plays out.
No, absolutely. And just curious, Rennie, if you think, as far as, again, Maya Stage-Nielsen, one of the kind of those pre-race favorites, and often when we think of a pre-race favorite, we don't think of them as really getting passed on early sections. Does Maya have that strength of run that she can depend on, or does this seem like maybe things aren't going to plan? I know we're only about 40 kilometers into the race, but does this seem maybe like a sign that maybe she's not on her best today?
Yeah, I think Maya's an all-around athlete. When I say that, she's very strong in all 3 disciplines. She doesn't really have a big weakness. If anything, maybe the swim is not her best, but in comparison to the other women, she's an all-around athlete. And seeing her drop back from Chloe Lane and Marta Sanchez is a little bit surprising, but we'll see if she can hang tough with Annie Reichman on the bike here. Maybe she was just waiting for some company, but we have so much racing left to come, lots of excitement coming up here at Ironman South Africa African Championship.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
And here is our leader. That's Jonas Schoenberg cruising through town and in the lead of the ISUZU Ironman South African Championships with this gentleman on the screen, hot on his heels, Martin Van Riel. But I think pretty soon there's going to be another athlete right there, and that's him in the shadows. That is Magnus Ditlev. No, it is not. Yeah. Is that Magnus? I think that's Magnus. I don't know who that was. But we got Martin Van Riel. We don't know right now. It looks like that is Joshua Lewis, who is in third place, cruising through there. Magnus Ditlev in fourth. So, yeah, right now, man on screen, that is Martin Van Riel.
Yeah, and Joshua Lewis behind him. Magnus Ditlev as well, right around these two men. They are rolling through the first of 3 laps on this Zoot bike course. So you'll see going past Transition, past Hobby Beach, and about to go head out on another lap.
And there we go. Here is a great shot. These two gentlemen rolling through. Martin Van Riel looking over his shoulder. He feels the pressure from behind, but still looking smooth. Looking a little confused is where he needs to go, but I think he's doing it. He's going in the right spot. He's keeping it real, as it says on the side of his jersey. I like it. I like that tag. Yeah, he's finding himself through this first lap in a really, really good position as he's trying to go through some of these athletes that are just starting their race. But gets through that situation nice and smooth and calm.
Yeah, it's at this stage of the race where the professional athletes will start to come up on age group athletes who have just come out of transition. Obviously, they started the swim a little bit later than the professionals and are out onto the bike course just a little bit slower than what our professionals would have been earlier this morning. But we are a third of the way into the bike course for the professional men here in Ironman South Africa African Championships. We are with Martin Van Riel. He is in third position.
Yeah.
With Lewis.
It looks like right now, it does look like what we thought was the case, and it does look like that was Magnus in third position behind Martin Van Riel, just a few seconds behind. And this gentleman on screen is about to hit timing mat, so we'll make sure we get correct information from course as we get. Yeah, that is Joshua Lewis there in fourth position. So there we go. We have first through fourth place through, and there was a shadow not too far behind Joshua Lewis, and we can assume that that is Horsefall Turner.
And back with race leader Jonas Schoenberg. He is out onto the second lap of this Zoot bike course. And I wonder if he's thinking surprised to be in the front? Do you think he's was expecting it? I saw earlier that he decided to come and do this race for training. Didn't just wanted to come and do this race for fun, and he's down there in a training camp and use it as part of his training. So wasn't specifically targeting this race as some of the other athletes were, but finding yourself in the lead at 60 kilometers in with some of the best in the sport hunting you down. I mean, I feel like he's probably pretty stoked with where he's at.
Oh, yeah, he'd have to be. And, it sounds like he was, somewhat doing it for fun. So, he's going to have a fun time out there, depending when the piano falls on him, as they say, on the marathon. Possibly at some point it might be a bit rough. But right now we see, again, he's taking his time. You might not think that, but certainly for Magnus Ditlev, he's been not rushing this catch of Martin Van Riel. And when you are the superior cyclist, the longer you actually let that athlete hang out in front, the longer they're waiting for you, and like there's almost a fear about it, and they're setting their own pace, and it's more time for them to get fatigued, so that if you're waiting and saving your energy, and then when you catch them, you can then do it aggressively because you've saved that energy, then they're just like, woof, I ain't got nothing on this guy, right? So whether or not Magnus is playing those games or if he's just pacing himself as he's pacing himself, I think he's doing it right, and he's made up a significant gap already that Martin Van Riel, one of the pre-race favorites, and one of the athletes that terrifies, honestly, to some extent, every other athlete on the Ironman circuit. And if they tell you different, they're lying. He said he's here to get a spot for Nice. And I guarantee you, whether or not he gets first in this race or fourth in this race, when Nice comes around, there will be fear in the eyes of his competitors that they just don't know what he's capable of, because he's scary and he's new at this distance.
Absolutely. He's been phenomenal across the middle distance, basically taking names left, right, and center. This past year coming up from ITU racing, everybody was looking over their shoulder. We see Magnus then freewheeling for a moment there. So he's certainly biding his time, collecting himself. At this, he's definitely in the box seat. This is an opportunity for him to take on nutrition. He's caught Van Riel, which I believe he thinks is his main competitor here at Ironman South Africa, African Championship. And so, you see him now on cue, taking on that nutrition, taking his time, making sure he's staying legal. He knows he's sitting in that orange. These athletes are using Race Ranger, as they will at all the Ironman Pro Series races. Athletes can see exactly how far behind. But then you see Van Riel feeling that and sensing that. He's slowing down, and Magnus isn't going around, okay, I need to make sure I'm ready and I have fuel on board, and when he comes around, I'm going to try and go with him. So both of these athletes now collecting themselves, getting ready for the next stage of this race, and that's the middle section of the bike, the second loop of these 3-loop Zoot bike course.
Yeah, and you can see if there was one section of the course that Van Riel would have an advantage over Magnus Ditlev, it would be one of these kind of steeper rollier sections of the course. So Magnus certainly is not going to go and pass Martin Van Riel before one of these sections or during this section.
Yeah, so if you look on the bottom, Matt, they're just in that long climb up. I wonder if Magnus will try and attack him at some point of this hill, or whether he will opt to go on the downhill section. I hazard a guess that he'll wait until the downhill section, unless Van Riel really drops the pace and makes him go around. I feel like Magnus is just going to sit there, bide his time, and then as the road tips down, he's the bigger man. He has the upper hand.
He's a bigger man, probably aerodynamically. I mean, Martin looks great aerodynamically, probably a little bit more efficient, probably has a bigger chain ring, so more chain length to be able to go faster. And I think you're probably right, but right now it's kind of a bike race, right? And he knows that this is his biggest competitor on the day, especially he knows Svenningsen didn't start. He's maybe afraid of him, his power on the bike. Maybe if he was to go easy for a period of time, that Svenningsen would ride up on him. And maybe he should still think that of some of the other athletes behind, although it looks like Chevier is pretty far back at this point. he can sit behind Martin Van Riel, and if Martin shows a weakness or he can see a little steeper section of the climb goes and Martin is like just doesn't have it, then he'll bang, hit him. But I think you're right. There's no reason not to be patient. And then the stronger cyclist is the one that usually the stronger cyclist doesn't try to crack other athletes on climbs. He or she tries to crack them on the top of the climb where it's flat and the back side of the climb which is counterintuitive to what I said earlier about using your energy in the right spot. But when you're trying to diminish your competition and you have the ability to go 400 watts over the top of the climb and on a downhill like Magnus, and a lighter athlete simply cannot match that, that's when you make that move.
Absolutely. And if you're joining us just now, we have Van Riel on screen. He is sitting in second place. We have Stromberg sitting in the lead and Magnus Ditlev just sitting behind Van Riel. And we also had Rasmus Svenningsten pull out. He was the defending champion from last year. He was up not well over the night and wasn't able to start this morning. So he is not in the race today. Wasn't able to toe the start line this morning, but we certainly have a race on our hands. We have Joshua Lewis sitting in fourth, Andrew Horsfall Turner in fifth, Jamie Riddle, a local boy, sitting in sixth, Matt Burton moving up a lot, moving up into seventh place now. He was moved up 10 places and he's now 740 down. So Matt Burton making moves right now on this course. Matt Burton, of course, winning Ironman Cairns last year, a phenomenal race for him, dream come true, and he is very, very strong on the bike as well.
Yeah, he's moving up really, really quickly with Mikey Weiss. They both, they swam together, they're riding together at this point, kind of a two-man group, and they're riding through that other chase group that has Mike Phillips in it, Leon Chevalier, Heldorn, and Cody Beals. And, if I'm being honest, I think the biggest surprise there is Leon Chevalier, and that he's kind of back in the middle of that group. And, again, it might have more to do with kind of that aerodynamics versus efficiency all around and that pure power. He's just so aerodynamic. It depends on that. But right now on screen, we have one of our front running women. That's Anna Berschen, and she is moving herself up as well. She is in sixth place at this point, closing in on Lauren Jansen, but very impressive aerodynamic position by this woman, and looks very smooth as she's cruising through these early sections of the bike course.
Yeah, she's looking great. Super aerodynamic there. She's got a nice high cadence as well. You'll see some athletes choose to sort of grind it out more and, low 80s, high 70s. Daniela Riff certainly back in the day would opt for the 70s, but she's put up in the 90s here with a higher cadence. And that's just sort of a preference athletes sort of find as they go through their training and find that threshold pace, what cadence is the most efficient for them. And over time, they sort of hone in, and it's within one, it's 83 or 84. It's not 80 or 90. It's very specific to what that athlete feels best at. And we see Bergston here riding really well and moving up through the field. We still have Marta Sanchez out in the lead in the women's race. Chloe Lane from Australia around 2 minutes back. And Anna Reichman making her way through the field as well. She's now 4:19 back again. Marta Sanchez swimming lights out ahead of the other women. Slower than she did last year, though. The swim course was very choppy this morning, so it made for a tough slower swim for a lot of these athletes than we expected. Sanchez swimming around 57. Last year she was around 52, so much slower swim than we expected. But with the wind kicking up on that swim, just made for tough conditions, and that's Marta Sanchez now on screen leading the race. She won here last year, and looking to try and do the same thing again, holding onto a lead. And again, hopping out of the saddle for a little bit of a stretch, one of those nice snot rockets. Got to keep the airways clear.
Yeah, you got to do it. Yeah, and she looks smooth, and she's using her energy as the course asks her to, and you know, being efficient where she can. It looks like it's pretty windy in this section. You can see her almost leaning to the left and certainly moving across the road a little bit, which is kind of how you want to ride in a crosswind. You don't want to try to be too stagnant and stiff. You want to let the wind move you around just a little bit. That's the fastest way to move through space when there's a crosswind. To me, also pointing out, you know, obviously we saw Bergström on the screen moving very well. The other athlete, one of the only other athletes riding faster than the woman on screen here is Ruth Astle. She's moving quite well. Also, you know, from that early section, obviously where she lost a lot of time in the swim, but she's also very aerodynamic. When we have a picture of her on screen, you won't wonder why I say that. She just looks like a little rocket ship when she's out there, and she's certainly one that's going to be able to continue to push the pace as we go through this bike course. But Marta Sanchez looking real smooth right now.
And if you're looking for another Ironman event down in the Southern Hemisphere, Ironman Cairns is a great option. Welcome to Ironman Cairns. This is your chance to race in paradise. From the stunning swim at Palm Cove to the breathtaking ride along the Captain Cook Highway and a finish on the vibrant Cairns Esplanade. This is a race like no other. Whether you're chasing a personal best or your first Ironman, there's no place better to do it. Ready to take on the challenge? Check out the event details now and make Cairns your Ironman escape.
Here we can see our data that we have on Marta Sanchez going 28 miles an hour. Her average Ironman bike time is 5:18. I imagine on this course it might be a little bit quicker, but again, it's super windy. And kind of depends on what we see, the difference between this 3-lap course versus a 2-lap course that she raced on last year. But nonetheless, she's riding very well, and we can see where she's at kind of in that bottom section that we have on the screen of the Zoot bike course with the profile on it. You can see where she's cruising one of these faster sections just after that climb, and now that downhill has softened just a little bit, and she's going to be cruising kind of that rollier section down by town as they cruise through Cabeja. But still, control of this race, Marta Sanchez.
Yeah, Marta Sanchez, this is not unfamiliar territory for her. Obviously, historically, a great swimmer. Swim bikers tend to, you know, get familiar and comfortable in this front position. So, you know, not unfamiliar territory for her. We do see someone in the background, but not sure who that is yet as we pan back. Looks like an athlete in the background, but it might be one of the pro males or...
Yeah, it could be. It looks for a 2-minute gap if that's what we've got on Chloe Lane. It might be a little, on that downhill section, might be a little bit too close for that, but we'll soon find out if that's the case. But we can see things starting to develop in the women's race with our top 12 women on the left side of the screen that you can see, with Marta Sanchez with 2:02 on Chloe Lane, Anna Reichman at 4:12, Maya Stage Nielsen 5:07, and Lauren Jansen at 5:25.
Yeah, and I think, as you said, Anna Bergström and Ruth Astle moving up through the field, riding very well. These women are making their way back towards the transition area. We will go through that halfway point shortly, and as you can see on the bottom at the Zoot bike course, you can see the topography of what these athletes are riding over. Obviously, 3-lap course here today in Ironman South Africa. Historically, it's been a 2-lap course, but they've changed it to 3 laps here today. And the athletes are making their way back into town as we move back over to the pro men's race. And yep, Magnus Ditlev still
You're right.
sitting behind Martin van Riel, biding his time, picking his perfect moment to make his move.
Yeah, he's just sitting on that legal distance and waiting for the opportunity when, you know, maybe there's a fast downhill section with a tailwind, or maybe a headwindy section where he can use a little bit more of his just brute power. But right now, comfortable sitting behind Martin Van Riel. And it's interesting to me. There's actually like a balance point here where the longer he sits behind Martin, it actually maybe gives Martin some confidence, right? Like there, and I might be wrong here, but it seems like there's a balance point there, right? Like certainly Martin knows that there's some gamesmanship involved, but if you sit there long enough, he's like, okay, now I'm just riding with Ditlev and I don't need to be intimidated by him anymore.
Yeah, I certainly think that that is an option, although knowing Magnus Ditlev and knowing he's sitting on your wheel, I feel like Martin Van Riel, his moments are numbered before Mr. Ditlev makes his move. So much more excitement to come.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
You're watching ISUZU Ironman South Africa Championship, brought to you by Qatar. Going places together. And by AG1. Better finishes start with AG1. All right, we are back here at the Ironman African Championship. Magnus Ditlev sitting pretty behind Martin Van Riel. And we're back with the women's race now. This is Marta Sanchez, our race leader. She has been leading from the gun. She led the swim, swam a 57-minute, 2.4-mile swim. Around 5 minutes slower than what she did last year. So conditions tough here today in South Africa. And she is holding steady on the bike. Chloe Lane from Australia sitting in second, was second out of the water and remains in second place right now. And then we have Annie Reichman starting to make her way through the field, sitting in third right now, and Maya Sage Nielsen sitting in fourth from Denmark. Then Lara Jensen sitting in fifth, and Anna Bergsten moving through, sitting in sixth place. And then Ruth Astle sitting in seventh. Some movement through the middle part of the women's field, but no changes out front with Marta Sanchez still leading the way. She's making her way now back through town. She'll be hitting that 60-kilometer mark, 1/3 of the bike course shortly, but now rolling through an aid station, grabbing much needed hydration. and fuel. You see her basically downing that whole bottle in one gulp.
Yeah, no, it's pretty solid. And that's what you need to do. You got to take the opportunity when it's given to you. And, you know, she's doing a great job by, you know, using the hydration that the volunteers are out there, you know, volunteering their time to give the athletes and using it as much as she can. And especially on the slower sections of the course when they can, maybe taking a little bit more time. But as she goes through town, she's making sure she's got as much hydration and nutrition on board as she possibly could have.
Yeah, absolutely. And she's doing all the things right. Winning this race, she's our defending champion. She won here last year, a phenomenal year last year. Marta Sanchez winning here, also winning in Barcelona and placing 6th in Nice. So a phenomenal year for Marta Sanchez. This year she is setting up for the Ironman Pro Series, and certainly an athlete I think can factor in the overall standings at the end of the year. But the first stop for full distance Ironman here in South Africa, Nelson Mandela Bay.
Here we go. Here's a shot of some of our athletes cruising through Cabeja as we see some volunteers getting ready maybe for the run course. Maybe some fans out there writing some with some chalk on the ground for their favorite athlete that's out on course. But we can see on the left side of the screen is Marta Sanchez cruising through, trying to do her best to continue to extend that lead.
And again, this course, a super spectator-friendly course. You see the spectators there writing on course. The athletes will come through this section 3 times on the bike and 4 times on the run. So 4 laps for the run, 3 laps for the bike. So a really great spectator-friendly. And of course, the swim this morning was 2 laps as well, but a really great spectator-friendly course. And we love it when the spectators come out and support the athletes. And it is a long day for all, but a great day.
Yeah, it certainly is. And not wasting her time going through town. You know, she's probably stoked to be in town, get some spectator support, maybe see some friends and family, but she's not wasting any time either. She's straight on and through as quickly as she can be. And looks like, is this our second place athlete cruising through? Get an eye
Should
on
be Chloe Lane coming through, unless it is one of the pro men who have fallen back. But it looks like Annie Reichman with. But as we get a closer view, we'll be able to give accurate information. Most likely a pro man, actually.
It does look like that's a pro man.
Yeah, so at the last check, we were around 2 minutes back. That's Annie Reichman on screen now in the all-black kit. Stealth mode for Annie Reichman.
Very much stealth mode, for sure.
Annie's riding super well, moving through the field after the swim, moving up into 3rd place. Out of the swim, she was in 7th and 7:41 down, and now moving closer.
Yeah, she's been quite close, moving through the field for sure. And I think the last time she was just 6 minutes behind Sanchez once we had last time we had a split on the ground. But she's certainly moving effectively, and not going to be surprised if she starts moving through some of the other athletes that or between those two women.
Absolutely. You see her ducking down as much as possible. You see her checking in, putting her chin on that water bottle. That's just a little check for her to make sure she's as aero as she can be. And I think this position is super dialed. No doubt she's spent a lot of time trying to make sure she feels comfortable in this position. Rolling through an aid station doesn't look like she needs any aid this time around. And of course, aid stations all over the course for these athletes to collect hydration and nutrition. So they're able to carry some of their nutrition on their bikes with them. As you see, Annie Reichman with 2 bottles behind the saddle, and she has that straw or jet stream that she has in the front that she's able to take fuel from. This Chloe Lane, I believe,
yeah.
coming through transition now. So that is Chloe Lane from Australia in second, rolling through the first lap.
Yep, and that was 2:52 behind for her. So she's losing a bit of time now that they've gotten through 1 lap. And, you know, we can see, obviously, with the parts of the course that the other women have gone through, that Anne Reichman is not too far behind those 2 athletes in front.
Absolutely, Annie making her way. I believe she will roll up to Chloe Lane at some point in the near future. But right now, all she's worried about is pacing herself well. And in a 3-lap course, it's easy to get excited on that first lap, overcook a little bit, but 180 kilometers, 5 hours, give or take, for these women on the bike. You have to make sure you pace well, you plan out your nutrition, you take on your nutrition, and you don't get ahead of yourself. And Annie Reichman looking really good on screen right now. The women rolling through the first third of the bike course. The men out on the second lap of the bike course. Lots of action coming up.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
You're watching the ISUZU Ironman South Africa African Championship. I'm Marina Carfrey alongside Matt Lieto, and we are part of the way through, 1/3 of the way through the bike here with the women. As Marta Sanchez is leading. We have Chloe Lane from Australia sitting in second, 2:52 down. Annie Reichman, 4:49 down. Annie making some inroads for sure. Maya Sage-Nielsen sitting at 6:04 down, and Lara Jensen sitting at 6:38 down. That's the top 5 through 60 kilometers of this 180-kilometer bike ride. Athletes will be doing 3 laps of this of this Zoot bike course. And we have Marta Sanchez on screen right now. She led through the swim, a sizable lead, and still in the lead. So leading from the gun, still sitting in first position right now.
Yeah, and the big mover at this point is Anna Reichman, 4:49 behind just little under 2 minutes behind Chloe Lane, but 4:49 behind the leader. But to this point, ridden almost 3 minutes faster than the leader, so moving quite well. Maya Stage Nielsen, 6 minutes down. Laura Jansen, 6:38. And Anna Bergstrand, 7:51. So things shaping up on the women's side, and not spreading out as much as maybe I thought it would. But we can now see another overhead shot of the men's race, and it still looks like Martin Van Riel has been passed by Magnus Ditlev, and Magnus now is pushing the pace, and we can see this overhead shot. That distance is starting to stretch a little bit, and it's hard to see right now if they're on a slight uphill or a flat section, but it looks like they're moving quite quickly. So I'm thinking it's a faster, flatter section of the course, and there's no doubt Magnus Ditlev is going to do everything he can to put some pressure on Martin Van Riel, and you can see him going as far to the right of the road as he can in between passing age group athletes to make Martin chase. It's the elastic is stretching, Rennie.
And Matt, just give us a little bit of an idea of what sort of power Magnus will put down at a time like this.
Yeah, I mean, if he's putting an effort in, as he is, he's standing out of the saddle now.
He just took a peek behind his...
Yeah. So he's standing out of the saddle. They're in a not as fast a section of the course as maybe I thought with that overhead shot, but certainly a rollier section, maybe a headwindy section. But he'd be pushing out if he's putting an effort, probably low fours, because they're so aerodynamic and so that raw power. They don't need to. If it's a very, very sharp effort where he was literally like attacking, yeah, it could be in the fives. But in an Ironman with as much left to go, I think he's probably more than that steady, like low 420 type zone. But hard to say where the tactics are. But right now, I tell you, Martin Van Riel is showing his strength by being able to stay with Magnus Ditlev. But I'm sure it is
no easy task.
No, it's not easy. It's certainly not easy.
No, yeah. I'd like to get a close-up of Martin Van Riel's face just to see what sort of effort he is putting out. I know Magnus was definitely calculated on this move. We saw him roll up to Martin around the 60-kilometer mark, so all back in town, and we saw him just sit behind him. You saw him freewheel a little bit. You saw him take on nutrition. He definitely was calculated in his decision to come around Martin, and as you can see right now, Martin is responding. Hard to see if that elastic band, it does look out like it's starting to stretch right now, though. Like, as I was saying that, it just started to seem like Martin is like, okay, I cannot sustain. How much longer is he going to push these watts? Surely he's going to slow down soon, and he's just trying to hold on for one moment longer, and he's just talking himself through this tough section of the race, and this is a big match to burn as well.
And you always hope that the other athlete in front is giving up. It is a poker match to a certain extent. Okay, he's not going to try this hard for this long to get rid of me. He'll slow down or let up a little bit eventually, and there's a reason we call it elastic, because it'll stretch and then it'll go back, and then it'll stretch and then it'll go back. And it's not until that elastic snaps that we then say bye to Martin Van Riel. Right now, he's still fighting, and it was bigger. If that gap was 14 meters to start, maybe it was 16 just then. But, and what's happening also, Miranda, in all this, the gap to our leader, who was just out here to have fun, try something new, but he's still holding off one of the best cyclists and all-around athletes in the sport, Magnus Ditlev, and one of the new question marks in long-distance racing. Martin Van Riel is still in his rearview mirror, but that gap is getting smaller.
Yeah, now down to a 120, around the halfway. It was over 2 minutes, so Ditlev making that move and certainly making inroads on Schromberg, who is in the lead and on screen right now from Germany.
Yeah, but Schromberg looks great, and I love it. We're talking about, again, a kid that went to the Olympics, short course draft legal racing, has done some other short course draft legal racing earlier this year that is even shorter than the Olympic distance, and like the sprint distance. And he's like, yeah, I'm in training camp. Let's might as well do an Ironman, see what happens, right? And there is like, it
Might as
sounds
well.
it sounds ridiculous. And when I say like he's doing sprint races, he's doing Olympic distance, there is an assumption, I think, to some athletes and some people maybe new to the sport, or even people that have been in the sport forever, that think that these athletes don't ever experience the distances that we do in Ironman. He does swim sessions over 5K every probably time he gets in the pool, right? So like
Yes.
that's not a problem. The length of bike rides at pace, probably not. But yeah, he's probably doing coffee shop rides and longer rides in the early season where he's getting close to, I mean, we're talking the fastest bike split today is going to be near 4 hours. So he's going to be, he's gone on 4-hour bike rides, and they do the athletes to run 30-minute 10Ks are doing a lot of run mileage. So like, it's not the type of training that an Ironman athlete would do, but it's all kind of in there. And, it's a hard way to do it, but, he's doing what he can to have a fun day out there. Right now we see on screen, that's Andrew Horsfall-Turner, who's still hanging in there in 4th place. Josh Lewis just behind him, just a few seconds behind him, but they're starting to lose time on those athletes in front with Martin Van Riel and Magnus Ditlev and Schoenberg still quite in front. But the rest of that list, you've mentioned it earlier, Riddle's still in there, but to me, the name that sticks out is Matt Burton. I think he is an absolute powerhouse. I think we could have seen great things from him in Kona this year, but he was one of the athletes that most of the athletes got stung by jellyfish early, but he has a sensitivity to it and had an anaphylactic reaction and couldn't finish the race. So we might see a little bit more of what he's capable of today. And an athlete that's tacked on to the back of those two athletes is Mike Phillips. And as I said, he's that athlete that's just going to be as quiet as he can be until it's not time to be quiet anymore. And there's a lot of firepower still within shooting distance. And as we said, the shadow over Andrew Horsfall-Turner is Joshua Lewis.
Yeah, we've got some movement through the middle of that men's pack, the 6th through 10th. But yeah, Matt Burton is the athlete I picked out. He was a long way back out of the swim and just slowly but surely picking off one athlete of a time. Jamie Riddle next in his sights, and then it's a bit of a gap to 5th. So the top 5 really a decent, distance between them and the rest of the field. And Josh Lewis, that 5th place right now, but we're looking at Horsfall-Turner, Josh Lewis on screen right now, and that is 4th and 5th position. And they are on the long straight away. They'll come out and they'll get a look at the other athletes. So when there's sections like this where they can see their competition, these are really good for the athletes just to get a gauge of where they are in terms of the rest of the field. Are they putting time into some of the big competitors? They know who the good runners are. They know who they want to put time into. And so it's just a great section for the athletes to sort of just get a view of what's going on up ahead. And then looking up ahead, Magnus Ditlev, Van Riel still with Magnus, but they're now only 30 seconds behind Stromberg. This might be a nice little reprieve for Van Riel, actually. Ditlev catching up to Stromberg, making that group 3 strong.
It could,
I think
yeah.
if Van Riel can hang on, that's only going to help him. I think Ditlev, it will be interesting to see. Will Ditlev come up to Stromberg and approach him with caution and give him the same respect as he did Martin Van Riel, or will he just roll straight by and take that lead with both hands and just try and keep drilling Martin Van Riel and try to get rid of him?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's going to settle up on the pace. I don't know that he'll put in a special effort above that for Schoenberg. I think he's going to know that athlete, and it does seem like they're bridging up. You can see the motorcycle not too far in front, but in that gap, elastic is the perfect word, Rennie. It stretches a little bit. You think it's 4 meters bigger than it was before, then it goes again. So, but the difference to me is that most certainly Magnus is on a specific watt and he's holding it, and Martin is chasing, and it's a struggle. There's a different energy there, and if he has to sit and hang on Magnus Ditlev at this effort level for the rest of the bike ride, his run will be greatly diminished. Where Magnus he's like, I know I can run 2:38 off of this, or whatever his goal is, right? So like, they're boxing with.
Maybe is he boxing above his weight? I mean, I think anyone watching this race right now, seeing Van Riel hang with Magnus Ditlev, that's phenomenal. That's world class. I mean, Magnus Ditlev. You think of athletes that can ride as well, if not better. The only one that comes to mind is the 2023 Ironman world champion and bike course record holder from Kona.
Yeah.
Why is my brain not saying his name? Sam Laidlow.
Sam Laidlow, sorry.
Why is my brain not saying his name? Sam Laidlow, the only other athlete that sort of comes to mind when you think of the classiest or the fastest bikers in the field. And Van Riel, with his swim ability and his run pedigree, I think it'll be interesting to see if he can hang with Magnus. And then, to your point, what does he have in his legs? Does this completely, detonate his legs? And of course, we remember Van Riel's only Ironman performance was in Cozumel. Yes, he ran a very fast run split, very good swim. He crashed on the bike, so he took 20 minutes on the side of the road. Still ran very well, so he's a very tough young man.
Oh, no doubt.
But a completely different set of circumstances. He didn't have a powerhouse biker to keep up with. He was able to ride, within himself, stick to his pace the bike well. Right now, he's riding, I'm sure, more watts than he wants to ride, but he wants to win this race. So he's deciding to burn this match and see what happens.
No, and I think that's a great point, is that he wants to win the race. And I think sometimes we think Ironman at the professional level is still a time trial, and it's just not. You've got, if you want to beat the guy that you think is the one that could be in the way of you winning, you have to match him. It's as simple as that.
And we're back with race leader Jonas Stromberg. I don't know if he'll be leader for much longer, but he has swum and biked extremely well for a young man who just wanted to come out here, have some fun. He's doing some training. Why not do an Ironman? Leading the Ironman South African Championship right now. But looming is Magnus Ditlev and Martin Van Riel.
Yeah, no, they're looming for sure, and it's not going to be much time at all. But once these two get in front of him, and that's going to be the question: is he going to decide that he wants to chase and try to stick with these guys as long as he can, or is he going to realize that things are going to start to get pretty hard if he keeps this effort up? But it is getting tight. It's coming up real quick. You could almost throw a blanket over those three athletes. We see that motorcycle in the center of the road in front of these two athletes with the rider next to him. That is Schoenberg with the cameraman next to him. So Magnus Ditlev cruising. And, it's possible, Rennie, you ask, what could happen as Magnus passes Schoenberg. And you can use that past athlete as a disturbance, just as an athlete would, maybe make an effort lapping age group swimmers, using any flaw that the athlete behind might have in concentration. If he goes past Schoenberg and Van Riel hesitates for a second because he's nervous about getting in the right zone, or maybe he doesn't think there's enough room to pass, or it's a congested area, then you can put 20 hard pedal strokes and then get that elastic to snap enough where Martin's like, oh, I can't close this 4 meters again. It's just too much. So it's possible that a tactic like that could come into play. I have a feeling Magnus is has maybe a spot on course where he's going to put more of an effort in, or he's just going to slowly
just keep stringing him out.
try to burn him. We talked about that, me and Magnus did, and it's like there is a point where sometimes doing a really hard effort to drop an athlete, the athlete knows that you're going to slow up and you're like, okay, whatever. Or the athlete knows, okay, I'll just let him go. But if you do an effort that's just enough for them to hang on for long enough to crack them, then you've like brought them into your wheelhouse and you can actually tire them out and affect their race. So sometimes in that middle range zone is kind of the more effective one, but it takes a patient athlete to do that. But this fast section of the course could tell us some things.
Yeah, and the athletes are coming up towards that turnaround, and they'll make their way all their way back along that straightaway and back into town. Right now they're at the halfway point, 90 kilometers into this 180 kilometer bike. So they're halfway around the lap. They'll make a turn and head back towards town shortly. And obviously the professional athletes are passing now the age group athletes, and on a 3-lap course, a lot of traffic that the athletes will need to navigate, but professionals are used to doing this. A lot of courses have multi-lap courses, and this is part of triathlon.
And I believe that is Riddle.
Look like, yeah.
Yeah, so there you go. Our local favorite, still out there doing what he can do, sitting in 6th place last time we saw.
Yes, 6th place at the last.
If I recognize that frame, that is the large and powerful frame of Matt Burton. And he's got a shadow. Mikey Weiss has been trailing Matt Burton for a fair bit, but Matt is just an absolute powerhouse. We saw that in Ironman Cairns last year. Just so smooth, so powerful, and he doesn't really pay attention to what's going on around him. He's just going to keep pushing that effort and back himself up. And he's an athlete that's pushed himself through some trials and tribulations, that's for sure. Just at the beginning of last year, he was, had a bone infection in his lower leg, and at one point was put under for surgery and was told he might wake up with an amputated foot.
Yeah.
And 6 months later, he's winning Ironman Cairns. That guy is unbelievable. And miscalled that, actually. That was Mikey Weiss on screen right now. And it was Matt Burton that was the athlete behind Jamie Riddle. And then athlete that was behind Burton was Mike Phillips. So that's that group of 4 right there. So we can see them cruising through this section of the course pretty quickly.
Yeah, and around and as we look at it's Mikey Weiss on screen, 54 kilometers per hour or 33 miles per hour. His average Ironman bike time, 4:11:20. So pretty quick
Not bad.
on the bike, Mikey Weiss. But yeah, this is a strong group. Matt Burton, Jamie Riddle, Mikey Weiss, Mike Phillips, a seasoned group, but a very strong group. They're still sitting around 5 minutes outside of the top 5. But they do have a little bit of buffer to 10th place with his Jonas Hoffman at 12:43 back. So, and Cody Beale's also sitting with that group behind this group of 4.
And I'll tell you what, Jamie Riddle is going to be hanging on for dear life.
I think so.
Having a great time doing it. I mean, as much as we say Schoenberg is out here to have fun, this is part of Riddle's dream, but he's still having a great time. I guarantee it. He's having a great experience out there, and having a great time just being the lead by herself all day long is our women's leader, Marta Sanchez.
Yeah, Marta Sanchez taking on Morton Gill, getting on that much needed nutrition. The athletes will take on between 90 and 120 grams of carbohydrate per hour on the bike. So getting as many calories in as their stomach can handle. It is a bit of a rolling buffet. Athletes just constantly trying to take on as much nutrition as possible. Obviously, they don't want to dump 50 grams of carbohydrate in immediately. They kind of will take sips of their nutrition bottle that will have calories. That'll be calorie rich. They'll also take sips of that. You see her putting that gel packet back in her back pocket. She will have taken that whole gel, but she won't want to litter. So an athlete littering in a zone like this will be served a penalty. Any trash needs to be discarded around a aid station. So Marta doing the right thing there, making sure she's taking care of her trash and putting it back in her pocket.
Yeah, you got to do that. You risk getting a penalty if you don't do so, and she certainly isn't going to do that, but cruising through the course here pretty smoothly and continuing to hold that lead. And the question is going to be, any of those women behind able to make up any more time? And that last standing split that we had, I was surprised. The athlete I was talking about was one of the faster riders of the day to that point. Ruth Astle has lost a fair bit of time. She's down in 10th place and one of the slower bike rides in the top 10 at this point. So a bit surprising for that, but you know, we saw Anna Bergstrom moving into 6th place, Laura Jansen in 5th, Maja Stage-Nielsen still in 4th place, and cruising along pretty well.
Yeah, and one athlete to watch, Katrin Christensen, has moved up a couple of places. She seems to be moving amongst the faster of Annie Reichman, of course, is fastest on course right now, but Katrin moving through the field as well. She's still sitting at, you know, 8:43 down, but, you know, Anna Bergsten, similar pace, but about 50 seconds ahead of Katrin there. So I think there'll be some movement through 4th to 7th place with Anna Bergsten and Katrin moving through, and Laura Jensen as well, actually moving through pretty quickly. So Maja Stage-Nielsen, velocity just a little slower than those 3 women, but I expect to see some movement in that area. Annie Reichman, of course, still slowly but surely making inroads towards Chloe Lane, who is currently sitting in 2nd, around 250 back from Marta Sanchez. But Sanchez still on screen here today. Of course, won 2 Ironman events last year and 6th in Nice at the Ironman World Champs the year before.
Yeah, no, cruising very, very well. And you can see, again, the wind is up for sure. You can see the way that she is kind of buffeting herself against that wind's coming from her right shoulder. You can see that moving the bike left to right every once in a while. You know, maybe the trees to her right opens up a bit. She gets a bigger gust and kind of moves. So this is certainly going to start getting tougher as the day goes on the bike. It might be a good sign. You know, she mentioned that if the wind's up, it's a little less hot on the run, so that might help her a bit. But you can see actually that section of the course, the trees were really moving around behind. So definitely some blustery sections of this course, and it's hard to tell because she's not really showing it, right? You're not really seeing her move around that much. I'm actually quite impressed by how stable she is under those conditions.
Yeah, and Matt, just talk a little bit about why the athletes will use what we call a disc wheel, so the filled-in wheel at the back. Why is that one filled in and not the front wheel?
Yeah, well, it's a good question. If you had a double disc, which you do see in road racing every once in a while and in track racing, it would be nearly impossible to handle that front wheel. The more material on that front wheel, the more opportunity the wind has to grab it. And you can really see with the reeds and the tall grasses behind her how much wind is really going through this section. And you know, she still has a pretty deep front wheel, but it's a wider front wheel, so it won't feel too much of that, but you can see it kind of grab every once in a while. And you might also think, you know, why would you even want that disc? The wind's going to move it around, but generally it's pretty stable in the rear. And you know, we both have a mechanic from a previous sponsor in previous days that would say disc is always faster, and it really is. It's always faster as long as the athlete can control it. And you know, if the wind was much worse than it was today, you'd probably see some athletes maybe not running a disc, but it really does just move, especially in a cross tailwind. It feels like a sail.
Exactly, yeah, and the athletes will kind of you almost use it as a sail. You'll see them sort of let the wind push them if the wind is coming from, and right now it looks like it's coming sort of from her front right shoulder. And so she's allowing it to sort of push her over a little bit in the road, and then she slowly makes her way back, and that's sort of tacking as you would in a sailboat. So using that wind to help bring her velocity up or keep her moving forward. And we're back with Magnus Ditlev. He is now moving into the lead of the Ironman South Africa African Championship. Magnus Ditlev now making his move into first position.
Yeah, he's looking pretty confident as he does it, and smooth as ever. And the big question is going to be, did he increase that effort, and is Martin Van Riel still that shadow as Magnus Ditlev goes past our previous race leader Schoenberg? And there's certainly a gap. Martin Van Riel is not there. He is that third athlete on screen, or the second athlete behind that athlete in white. So there was a gap, and I think at this point you can actually see a little bit different of a facial expression on Magnus Ditlev. Mouth was a little bit wider, that bottom lip was a little bit more soft, and often that's kind of what you feel as athletes go over a little speed bump there. You see Mikey Weiss go over that speed bump, Jamie Riddle right behind. You're kind of pushing a different effort level, and you could certainly see that with Magnus. And I think now is when he's felt that elastic snap, and you can't just feel it snap and then be like, okay, cool, I dropped him. You got to keep giving it for a little bit and just drown any hope that athlete behind has to be able to keep up and keep that power kind of on your side of the game, and do your best to open that gap and see what happens on the run. Magnus Ditlev absolutely moving.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
This is where I wanna be.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
Well, Magnus Ditlev is absolutely smashing the front of this bike course, the ISUZU Ironman South Africa African Championship. And we can see by that profile on the Zoot bike course, he's cruising through a faster section of the course. And he does have the lead, but right now we're back with our second place female chasing as hard as she can to keep that gap as tight as she can to Marta Sanchez and keep herself away from the women chasers that are riding pretty strong from behind.
Yeah, Annie Reichman, Maya Sage Nielsen behind Chloe Lane, but this is Chloe Lane from Australia. You can see the salt building up on her kit there. Definitely warm temperatures here in South Africa. Today for the athletes, it's going into the winter, so not fully summer at the moment. Sorry, the fall or autumn, we like to say down under. So not full summer, but still very warm when you're working at the rate these athletes are. The wind is, you know, drying the athletes off as well. So this is something you have to be careful with when it's windy and warm. You know, when you're sweating and you're feeling that sweat come off your body, it's a constant reminder to keep drinking, to keep taking in calories, to keep hydrating well. When the wind is up and that sweat is being dried really quickly, you almost forget that it's as hot as it is. It kind of cools you down, but you are losing a lot of fluids, and you can see that on Chloe Lane's kit right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, that's something that I think that's very well said, and the athletes have to pay attention. And it's hard because some of that can just come from experience, right? You do it wrong once in a windy race, and then you realize that you've got to do it better the second time. And, you know, we'll be able to see the athletes that were most prepared and had the best experience as we get a little bit later on the course. And right now, overhead shot, and does look like Jonas Schoenberg has been able to stay with Magnus Ditlev at this point, I believe. Do we think it's Van Riel has made that gap back up? I can't tell. I think it's Schoenberg.
Van Riel. I don't know. It's hard to see. I mean, have they ridden through? I think that's Van Riel sitting on. That's Magnus Ditlev, of course, in the lead. I think Van Riel is sitting in second. I think Schomburg has been shelled.
We're gonna agree to disagree, and I'll be probably the one that's wrong here. But I think Martin's helmet was a bit bigger, and when we went by. But we'll see soon enough. But it wouldn't surprise me if it was either of those athletes. It's certainly not Jonas Schoenberg, because he's been fighting hard and fighting tooth and nail as this day goes on, and whoever that athlete is in second position is hanging on quite well, and doing the best he can. And with our GPS showing, it does. I'm going to go ahead and say, I'm going to say it again, but it's hard to say. When we get a side shot, we'll give you confirmation. But regardless, Magnus Ditlev still pushing the pace through a very, very fast section of the course as we see these two athletes cruising through and passing some of these age groupers. They've gone past that halfway point of the bike ride, so only about a little less than 80 kilometers to go. So definitely the time of the race where kind of the strongest cyclists can separate themselves. And I'm starting to lean towards the side of, I think you're right, Miranda.
Yes, I think I'm right. I feel pretty confident that that's Van Riel. Just by the way he rocks his shoulders.
Right,
That's what I was seeing earlier when he's just putting that extra effort in and using his whole body to get those watts out to stay with Magnus. And I think he's still, that was kind of the image I noticed before.
And I'm even more impressed now with him, because when Magnus made that pass on Schoenberg, which is why I doubted it for so long, is Van Riel was over legal distance behind Schoenberg. So that was the biggest gap that Magnus had on Van Riel that entire time. It was double the legal distance. So the fact that Van Riel got that elastic back and was able to snap back to Magnus Ditlev shows that he has some gears left, and there's a lot of energy left in Martin Van Riel's legs.
Yeah, we're bouncing back to the women's race here. This is Annie Reichman, and she's making her way up towards Chloe Lane. She's now only 40 seconds behind, a little less than 35 seconds behind Chloe Lane, and she's made a minute up on Marta Sanchez in the last sort of 10 miles, 16-ish K. So Annie Reichman is rolling. She's coming up on, unless she, well, yes.
Yeah, she's
in my last check, she's rolling through the field and looking really solid right now.
Yeah, no, she's cruising quite well, and continuing to do so, looking as if she's not spending any energy to do so. I mean, she looks as efficient as you could possibly.
She looks rock solid. There's not any rocking in the hips, in the shoulders. She looks like she's laying comfortably over her bars. She's obviously the cadence is still nicely up there. It's very smooth, the turnover. Yeah, she looks super solid.
Yeah, and she just, I mean, we've said this before in different broadcasts, but to me, she's reminiscent to an extent of like a Lauren Brandon, where you literally could put a cup of coffee on her back.
Yeah.
And it would not spill. And that just shows efficiency. And we talk about aerodynamics, and aerodynamics is great, and having an aerodynamic position is super important. But if you're moving around, you're creating turbulence, and she is certainly not making any movements and just coming across very smooth, and that's going to be a very fast way to get around the course. And it's going to be pretty hard to hold her off, that's for sure. So Chloe Lane doing a great job, continuing to be consistent over the distance of this course. But Annie Reichman definitely bringing the gaps back.
Yeah, and speaking of Annie Reichman, some of her race, she won Cozumel in 2024, so not too long ago. She must have had a pretty short off-season to get back in shape and ready for this race here. Obviously, Martin Van Riel also raced Cozumel, so maybe that's a good formula. Racing Ironmans late will get you ready for early season Ironman races. She said she wasn't really sure how her form was coming off the off-season, given it was such a short turnaround, and she biked around a 4:41 in Cozumel last year, so also second in Ironman Portugal in 2023. And she said she is looking forward to the bike. She loves a hard bike, so she is showing that, yes, she does love a hard bike, and clearly is very comfortable on her bike, and now making her way toward Chloe Lane, who's in second place.
Yeah, and I think the way that she's riding and the consistency that she's doing so, I think we're going to see, we still have almost 100 kilometers to go, 60 miles to go in the women's race. I think the last 40 miles, and probably even more so the last 25 or 30, you're going to see her continue to hold this consistent pace and really bring back the gaps. I think that's when we're going to see her really shine and move to the front.
And speaking of Chloe Lane, she came off of 5th place in Geelong just last weekend. So she raced the first race of the Ironman Pro Series, the 70.3 in her home country of Australia last weekend. And now backing it up with Ironman South Africa African Championship. And this looks like she is coming up to make the pass.
Yeah, no, she's cruising up, and I think you were right. I think that is Chloe Lane, and this is a section of the course where if you're the chaser, you love this section of the course. It's windy. You can see for miles almost up the road. You can see your competitor, and they don't really know what you're doing. So you can kind of, as we talked earlier in the men's race, kind of dose out that energy and decide when you want to make that pass. But I don't think Anna Reichman's playing any games. I think she's going to get up to the back of Chloe Lane, as she's doing right now. We can see how quickly she's doing that. Chloe Lane gets out of the saddle, not knowing that Anna Reichman is aero and is going to blaze past her. And again, what we said on the kind of coming up to the crest of the hill, when she gets over this crest of this hill, she's going to keep that pace up, probably downshift a few gears, and then Chloe Lane is going to, there's a little bit of, no pun intended, but wind is going to come out of her sails a little bit, because Anna Reichman is just going to look like, it's not just the speed, it's the how smooth it looks, how easy she's making it looks, how great, I mean, even just the way the kit matches the helmet, and like all the things, right?
She looks
like,
so put together.
She just looks put together. It looks easy. You look good, feel good. Like, it's going to be really hard for Chloe Lane to respond, it's, depending on what kind of energy level she's at. But for not knowing that Reichman was there, she's responding really well. I actually would have expected that gap to open up pretty quickly.
Yeah, Chloe Lane definitely had to shift up a gear, push out a few more watts than she was sitting at. But I think right now she's sort of welcoming this company. I mean, you know, these women are, the top 3 were basically out individually time trialing this bike course, and it's a long, lonely way to time trial by yourself. And so if Chloe Lane can sort of hang in there with Annie Reichman. Annie Reichman does not want anything to do with it. Annie Reichman would love to just roll by, say goodbye, never see her again. Chloe Lane, on the other hand, wants to hang in as long as she can, maybe finish off, you know, the second lap with her, and then she's only got 60 kilometers to go. It's just a nice way to mentally break up the course, and you're not like just staring at the road ahead of you and trying to hold your own watts.
And there's probably part of her that's like, hey, like, wait up, like, I've been by myself all day, like, let's hang out. Need someone to, like, motivate me a little bit, but not sure she's going to get much of a response from Annie Reichman on that one. But, yeah, there's lots of races on the circuit right now. We see on the screen Marta Sanchez has been across a lot of these great events in the Ironman circuit. And if you're ready to tackle some of Europe's most iconic Ironman races, you can mark your calendars for these 3 unforgettable events. Ironman Wales on September 7th, Ironman Emilia-Romagna on September 21st, and Ironman Portugal Cascais on October 5th. Don't miss out. Visit Ironman.com to register now.
And just as we look on the side of the screen there, Marta Sanchez still in the lead. Chloe Lane and Annie Reichman were around 2 miles, 2 to 2.3 miles behind at around 60K. Now they're only a mile back from Marta Sanchez. So Reichman obviously just passing Chloe Lane. Chloe Lane hanging with Reichman for the moment. But I think they're starting to, at least Reichman is making inroads on Sanchez. Sorry, Chloe Lane sitting around the same pace behind Sanchez as she was earlier,
Yeah, but again, super impressed with Chloe Lane, and clearly, you know, she had, and we don't know how long she's going to have that effort for. And for some athletes and maybe less experienced athletes over the distance, you know, coming off of a 70.3 last week, like, it's that sometimes you just kind of lose focus and you need someone to come past you to, like, be like, oh wait, I'm racing. I've been riding my bike for 2 hours on my own. Now I've got somebody else. Like, there's like this carrot that you have. So you might see some of that energy come back into the legs of Chloe Lane, maybe be a little bit rejuvenated by having Annie Reichman around. And looks like an overhead shot of that, to me, looks like Martin Van Riel and Stefan Schoenberg.
yes, I would agree. Martin Van Riel being dropped from the Great Dane. Magnus Ditlev, yes, that's Schomburg, the pink front of his bike. And Martin Van Riel in front. I believe Ditlev is off the front.
Yeah, it sure looks like that, unless something happened when we weren't looking, but it looks like Ditlev has finally been able to actually like break that elastic, which, I mean, more power to Martin Van Riel. He was able to hold on much longer than I think a lot of us thought possible. To be fair, talking to Magnus, he didn't underestimate the ability for Martin Van Riel to hang for a fair bit of time. And he backed himself to be able to run off the bike next to Martin Van Riel. But right now, Martin Van Riel, he's not dejected. He's not been blown up by any means. You can see he's still riding quite quickly. So right back in the aerodynamic position and settling into his own pace, which by the end of the day, which is the important part of the day, not at 70 kilometers to go in the bike ride, him riding his own pace might be the best thing that he can do to get across that finish line, having a fantastic marathon time that we know he's capable of. But Martin Van Riel and Jonas Schoenberg chasing the great. You're watching ISUZU Ironman South Africa, African Championship, brought to you by Hoka. Fly, human fly. And by Precision Fuel and Hydration. Personalize your race hydration with Precision Fuel and Hydration.
And we have the race leader, Magnus Ditlev, on screen here. He was able to break that elastic band. Martin van Riel was hanging tough there for a while, but he could not hang with this man. Magnus Ditlev now moving away from Jonas Stromberg and Martin van Riel. They are sitting in second and third. Our last view, we had them riding together. But the Great Dane showing his power, and that is the bike. But again, he's a pretty solid runner too, so I have no doubt he'll round this day out with a very strong run leg as well.
Yeah, like we said, 234, 237s, bunch of 240s.
Yeah.
He's pretty good.
He's no scrub.
We certainly wouldn't want to give him a head start. And I think there's some added resiliency. You know, if I was one of these two athletes, and I mean, this is all a bunch of ifs, because, and I could run a 230 or whatever, and I saw what Magnus did in Kona and how terrible he looked coming off the bike and how he didn't think he was going to finish. I now have way less confidence than ever before that if I start a run behind him that I have any chance. Because now he's gone through that. He knows how terrible he can feel and still run up into second place in the world and past. I mean, think of all the athletes he ran past to get that, and he felt the worst he's ever felt. You don't want to give that guy a head start. You didn't before, you certainly don't want it now.
Absolutely not. No, just can put it together. And, you know, Magnus is so calculated in his approach. Just, you know, hearing his sound bite earlier, he's, you know, very softly spoken, but he's cool, calm, and collected. He's quietly confident. He has this quiet, it's just quiet confidence. It's not arrogance. It's quiet confidence about him. He knows what he needs to do to execute his perfect race. And obviously he's aware of the athletes around him. Van Riel are certainly a big threat coming into this, and not kind of an unknown, because he hasn't really been able to had the opportunity, not being able to, he hasn't had the opportunity to put together a solid swim, bike, run over an Ironman. Again, this is only his second time lining up an Ironman distance. He raced Cozumel last year, crashed on the bike, waited on the side of the road for 20 minutes, made sure they, you know, checked him out, made sure he was okay, got back on his bike, and got off around a 236 or 237. So clearly has some incredible pedigree and an athlete that we're eagerly watching to see what is he going to do, what is he going to run today off the bike. But Magnus Ditlev, tried and true, second in the world, won Roth, just a phenomenal talent over the half distance, over the Ironman distance, and always an athlete who we expect to be top of the podium, and if not top, then on the podium at every single race he puts his toe on. So Magnus Ditlev, just a phenomenal all-around talent.
No, he certainly is. And, you know, what you were saying about Van Riel is so impressive that, you know, he ran the fastest run in Cozumel. And the athletes he outran were Bart Arnault, who's one of the fastest runners in the sport, Chris Leiferman, one of the fastest runners, Leon Chevrier, one of the fastest runners. And he did that after crashing his bike. Right? Like, that's usually not the condition to be able to run as fast as you can, right? So, like, we don't have any idea how fast he can run. He could be the one everybody's been waiting for, a sub 230 marathon. He could be the one to do that. Nobody would doubt that he has the capabilities or the talent to do so. And the more I watch him in this race, the more I believe that something like that is possible, even though he's not in the lead right now, riding in second place in front of Jonas Schoenberg, who's on screen. But his demeanor and the way he's riding the bike, he doesn't look like he's been put to the sword a little bit by Magnus in the fact that he can't keep up, but he's not diminished. He looks fine. If Magnus wasn't up the road, you'd be like, oh, Van Riel looks great. He's going to win this race hands down. Obviously, Magnus is up the road, but his energy and how he looks, that looks like an athlete that has paced himself well, and there's no reason we should think that he can't run that 2:32 or whatever we think he's capable of.
And again, Van Riel has that rock. You know, he rocks from side to side. That's just the way he rides his bike. He was riding that bike that way at the start of the bike. He's riding that way when he was sitting behind Magnus riding above, his comfortable watts or his above his threshold or target watts for the race. And he's still riding that way now. So that's not, him slowing down or getting tired. That's just the way he rides his bike. So, yeah, he's, now he has 60 kilometers to go. He has a third of the bike course left. The pro men just going through their second loop. So now he has 1 lap to go, and then he gets to go out and see what his legs feel like after a hard 180K nonstop, and he has never done that before.
Yeah, no, you're right. And I think to your point with his rocking is I would actually be concerned if he wasn't still. That would be a sign because that's where his fluidity comes from. I know we've got Marta Sanchez on the screen, still in the lead of the race. We did just get a recent update on the men's split, so just going to talk about that briefly. Van Riel, Schoenberg, 120 behind Magnus Ditlev. So that gap opened up very, very quickly, even as good as those two athletes looked at their riding. So that is something there. Marta Sanchez right now on the screen still doing what she's been doing all day, which is just hanging out by herself, just separating a little social distancing still off the front from start to at least this point of the bike ride with 55 miles to go. She's got a lead over Anna Reichman and Chloe Lane. Maya Stage Nielsen and Lauren Jansen.
And Annie Reichman and Chloe Lane still together somewhat. Chloe Lane sort of sitting 8 seconds back from Reichman, so maybe that elastic band about to break as well for Chloe Lane. But Annie Reichman making inroads on Marta Sanchez. She's taken about 25 seconds out of Marta Sanchez in the last 7 kilometers, so 4 miles. So Annie Reichman still fastest on course and moving toward Marta Sanchez, riding phenomenally well, riding really strong, holding her own. Annie Reichman just a tick faster and starting to make some inroads.
Yeah, and she has to. That's the game, right? If she wants to have the ability to win this race or, at least get in front of the woman who's currently leading this race, she has to ride significantly faster. And she has the ability to do so, and she has a strong run. In Cozumel, which is a very, very hot race, she ran a 3:02, and that's a fast run split. And it's hard to know that whether or not that's going to be enough on a day like today, but to me, it tells me that she can run in hot and humid conditions. And the way Marta Sanchez was talking about it being better in the wind on the run and it being a little bit cooler makes me think that she's not as confident in those conditions. So maybe there's a little bit of an opening there. And, Marta Sanchez, obviously she's had great success over the Ironman distance. And last year to win Ironman Barcelona, ran a 3:03. And in Nice, she ran a 3:06. And when she won Ironman South Africa, she ran a 3:07. So if you look at those numbers, Anna Reichman right now, to me, is in position to win this race. If she continues, if the bike stopped here, it'd be a battle. But the way the momentum's moving and she catches up to Marta Sanchez, it's going to be very, very challenging for Marta to be able to keep Anna Reichman from being able to win this race. She doesn't have as much experience over the distance. But she's ran a 3:02 there. She's run a 2:50 over the distance in the past. She has a superb run.
And Annie Reichman, her first win was Ironman Cozumel 2024. So having that confidence now coming into the new season, knowing, okay, I can win at the Ironman distance. I'm going to take it one further and win an Ironman Pro Series event. I think once athletes start winning races, there's almost like a newfound confidence that they have and they carry into themselves. Now, this is a possibility for me.
Right.
And believe it, achieve it, right? Like the first step is believing something, believing that this is possible, believing that I'm a winner. I'm an athlete that goes into races and wins. And I think Annie Reichman winning Ironman Cozumel, her first win, it's brought that confidence and that momentum into this race here in South Africa.
Yeah, and that's also the first marathon off the bike run that she's done that was over 3 hours. It's Reichman, right? So like she's run 250, she's run 258. She has that ability, and I mean there is, and it sounds like we're selling out Marta Sanchez all of a sudden, but there is kind of what I was saying about Chloe Lane too when she got caught. Marta Sanchez has been up front all day on her own, setting the pace all day long. And yes, Anna Reichman has been riding by herself all day long, but she has had this carrot and she's been getting splits all day. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if when she comes by, there's a reinvigoration of Marta Sanchez and she can maybe step up and there's like a gear. You know, I think sometimes people think the athletes have what they have, but it's like, no, the mental game is a lot of it. And sometimes you just kind of lose that focus and it's hard for you as a leader to just continue to be on the peg because you don't know if you're going harder than maybe you should, and the athletes behind are just, you know, are waiting for you to crack. Where at this point, possibly there'll be a reinvigoration, and I won't say if, but I think when Reichman does catch, because with 52 miles to go, I think it's a matter of time.
Yeah, I think so too. And just the way Reichman looks, again,
good.
she looks so good. She's in stealth mode and kitted out in all black. But yeah, she looks really, really strong. We go back to, this is Martin van Riel on screen here. He is sitting in second place right now and making his way up one of these short, sharp climbs. He's on his third lap. So 35, 36 kilometers to go. Sorry, miles to go for Martin van Riel. But we have so much excitement coming up. He's still with Stromberg. These two men sitting side by side in second and third. Lots more action coming right up.
Yes, that's perfect.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
What do you want? You know, what's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good? It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
You're watching the Ironman South Africa African Championship. I'm Marinda Carfrey alongside Matt Lieto, and we are with the pro men in the final stages of this Zoot bike course. We have Jonas Strongberg, the early leader of today's race. He is riding alongside Martin Van Riel. Van Riel just in the background there. And we have Mr. Magnus Ditlev off the front right now. He is making his way through this bike course. He was able to ride through the field. Van Riel, of course, was up the road. Strongberg was leading at the start of the bike. Well, for the majority of the bike leg, Ditlev was able to make that pass and take the lead in the second lap. The athletes are now on their last lap with 32 miles to go.
Yeah, no, well said. And on screen right now, Jonas Schoenberg and Martin Van Riel. And I think we need to give a little bit of round of applause to Jonas Schoenberg. I mean, come on, man.
Yes.
This guy is killing it. He came out just to have some fun, to try something new, see what was going on. And he's the one who's pushing the pace, trying to keep up with Magnus Ditlev. And, obviously he's never done this distance before, but from the experience and the pedigree he has in Olympic distance racing, again, this athlete just raced in the Olympics last cycle, his running isn't going to be his weakness, right? Like as long as he saves some energy, this guy is going to be able to run. So that's a big if. But point being, I am quite impressed by this young athlete.
And Matt, as you look down, this leaderboard, we have that pack of Phillips, Burton, Riddle. Who are the runners that we should be looking to? Horsfall Turner, of course, sort of in no man's land at, 6 minutes back. Lewis, 6:40 back. But who are the runners that we should be looking to that could possibly break into the, top three? I feel like this top three is solid, but if there's a crack in, and one of them fails in this run, who could swoop in and take that?
As much as I'm impressed with Schoenberg, you have to kind of, I'll be the first to high five the guy if he holds on to podium. But I think him holding the podium is going to be a big ask. And to me, to answer your question, I think it's Mike Phillips and a Matt Burton, but more probably Mike Phillips. Again, I think he's just been kind of surfing groups, surfing wheels, and again doing that thing that he does and be patient and wait till it matters. You never really see him call his name out on the bike. You see him be patient, and I think in these bigger races he can hide maybe even a little bit longer. And I don't think he's hiding sitting in a group. I think he's just he's smart. He's I don't need to do anything. I'll just kind of play the game and put the effort in when it matters. And I think Phillips and Burton are two of those athletes that have that ability. Cody Beals, strong runner. I don't know that he has quite the running pedigree of Phillips. But to answer your question, I think to me right now it's Phillips is kind of the name that stands out. Burton as well, he's been setting his own pace all day, so I think that's helpful. But whether or not he's going to have that type of energy to have a personal best run off of that effort this time of year is a different question. What do you think?
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. I think, Burton is the athlete I'm sort of looking towards. He's kind of just been quietly going about his business throughout, but Mike Phillips on his wheel the whole way. So, legally on his wheel, but riding together. These two men, obviously from Australia and New Zealand, race each other plenty of times and know each other's strengths, and there's comfort in that. This is a good, strong wheel to ride with, a good, strong athlete to ride with, and I think, they have done many Ironman races. They know how to pace themselves well. They know how to fuel well. They're not going to fail when it comes to the run portion of this event. So if the men up the front, if Van Riel has pushed too hard and, there's a crack, Stromberg, comes off the bike and hasn't fueled well enough or hasn't taken care of himself as well as he maybe should have, there are, opportunities to snatch up a podium. Ditlev, I feel pretty confident that he's paced himself well.
Yes.
Unless, something goes awry, I feel pretty confident that Ditlev will be on the podium. But yeah, we've got a race on our hands. There's no doubt about that. And pretty cool to see Schronberg just hanging in there and just, making a name for himself.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And he's doing it well. And, I think you're right talking about Magnus. I don't see there being much of an opportunity of him cracking. And I think especially seeing how long and how smooth that he rode that first hour and a half and how long he took to catch those athletes in front, I think just the way he paced it, he is setting himself up for one of those incredibly fast runs. And I think it's probably going to be, in the 2:35 to 2:37 range, which he's going to need maybe 3 or 4 minutes to be like totally secure that Martin Van Riel can't run that down. We don't know what Martin Van Riel is capable of. One big thing I noticed a little bit further down on the list of chasers was there was a move. Somebody put in a move. It might have been Phillips, might have been Burton, but Mikey Weiss has lost over 2 minutes on that group, which is a lot. He was pushing the pace at the front of that group earlier. Ceccarelli also off of that group as well. So those three athletes being Jamie Riddle, Matt Burton, and Mike Phillips moving up now. So I think, that Andrew Horsfall-Turner, Josh Lewis, there's a train coming for them, and all those guys can run in the low. We don't know what Jamie Riddle's capable of, but the other two athletes can run in the low 240s, and they're going to be dangerous for sure.
Absolutely, and we are still seeing images of Magnus Ditlev in the lead here at the Ironman South Africa African Championship. He's just rocking and rolling. He is, this is just typical Magnus, textbook Magnus. He gets to the front and he just cruises away from the field in a lot of the races he does. He is so strong, so calculated, and just goes about his business. No fuss.
Yeah, no, he does. And what I love about it is, he's still, as much as he doesn't want to be known as the cyclist, he wants to be known as the all-rounder. And he says, I've had some pretty okay runs. He's almost more dangerous because now he's riding incredibly fast, as we know him to do. But he's also kind of doing it with a chip on his shoulder because he's like, I'm just making sure I save enough energy to run super stinking fast so these people just shut up.
Yeah.
Right? And it's scary and it's fun to watch, and it just to see a masterclass athlete refine his craft is always impressive. But at the front of the Zoot bike course, it is Magnus Ditlev, looking smooth, looking clean, and continuing to open up a gap on those athletes chasing behind.
You see Magnus now just checking his computer. You'll see some athletes, Magnus, I'm sure, has watts on, in front of him.
I would assume so.
I bet on the other screen, he has maybe distance or who knows, but he's checking all his fields right now, making sure he's got everything in check. He's gone back to find his race screen. Oh no, Chloe Lane.
It's Chloe Lane with a mechanical, looks like a flat tire. She's, we have to be self-supported out here, so she's doing her best to take that off. We definitely don't want to see this. She's put in a great effort today, but she got her tire lever out, unseated that bead of that, was able to get tape off, and now she just needs to roll that tire off, get tire lever on the other side, and this is not what you want to see. It's not an easy fix for her either.
No. This is minutes, Matt. A flat tire it just takes time. You've got to, and you can't mess it up. If you put it back on too quickly, especially when you have to take the tire off, sometimes the athletes are able to put a little bit more air in, and if they have sealant and it's a tubeless tire, you know, it can seal. But it looks like she has a tube in there that she's trying to take out, so she'll have to completely flatten that tire, get that tire off, which is no easy feat, especially when your hands are sweaty and you're stressed. So you see she's taking
She
out.
finally got it, yeah. So
She'll take
it's a little latex tube that she has in there, which is light and great for rolling resistance, but my experience, not great for puncture resistance, but not certainly going to critique, not meaning to critique her tube choice at all. But she gets it out, and you know, she's going to have to undo that, hopefully put a little bit of air in that latex tube to give it a little bit of form before she puts it in that tire, and then air it up. But it's so hard, Rennie, to not panic a little bit.
So you see her putting that tube back in. Typically what we do is puff a little bit of air just into that to make sure it doesn't get pinched, because the worry is that the tube's going to get pinched before you put some more air in it. So you want to obviously get that tube in, put the tire back on, then use the CO2 and fill that tire with air. If you haven't put the tire in properly, it could get pinched. If you use the levers to get the tire back on, the tube can get pinched. So she needs to be really careful that she doesn't do that. Obviously, time is of the essence right now, and you see it's not easy to pull those tires back over the rim.
Yeah, it's tough, and you know what, I don't want to critique anything, so I'm not going to say anything. But it's she's getting to the point where, again, she is using that tire lever, and you have to be careful when you've got a tube in there that's not inflated, because the flat section will possibly go out towards the bead. But yeah, pretty loose fit on that tube, or on that tire, so she actually has the tube in there already. So now she's looking for her CO2, like the air chuck that she needs to be able to get the air in. Now it's so hard not to panic. It's in there somewhere. I'm sure you got it in there. All that stuff falls out. Oh no, she can't find one of the
CO2.
pieces.
Now she's asking for
a CO2 cartridge or just the pump. Somebody has it. Anybody out there, any age grouper. We hate to see it, but it's great to see her, thinking ahead and making sure she uses the goodwill of any other competitor that's around. All she needs is a tube. She's even got a smile on her face. She is calm. Obviously inside she's not, but she's not panicking. She's not, being upset at anybody. So she's got that air chuck, which is the part that actually inflates the tire. And then what she has to do there is screw her CO2 all the way onto that to pierce the CO2 cartridge. And then she'll put that air chuck on the tube and then slowly unravel or unscrew that CO2 to let air in the tire. And that athlete is Paul Wittenberg, and he is the athlete that gave Chloe her little CO2 compressor, or CO2 air chuck. So good job, Paul. You're the dude. You're the man.
It doesn't look like it's inflating. Oh, there she goes.
Is.
So sometimes it doesn't feel like the CO2 has been punctured by the gasket. And
there's so many different air chucks that some you have to push on for it to release the air. Some you have to unscrew. And so that's what she did. She unscrewed, and you could see the compressed air come out. And now Paul Wittenberg is going to do his best to help Chloe out. Give herself another chance again. She just raced last week. She's got some great points on the board. She wants to continue to get more points if she can. So he's, helping this professional athlete do her best to get around the course so she can continue to try to earn a living. It's so hard to watch when it doesn't go right.
It doesn't look like, I don't know if she lost all the air when she unscrewed it, or it just is not cooperating with her. It's so frustrating. And, you know, Chloe would have changed so many tires in her years of riding bikes, and you get to the race and it takes way longer than it should. But Chloe seems to be cool, calm, and collected, and you know, hopefully it won't take her too much longer to get back on course and continue, because she's, you know, still in the game. Lots of big gaps to the rest of the field. She was basically 5 minutes ahead of fourth place, 4 minutes ahead of Maya and Laura. So she just needs to get that thing back on the bike and get back on and just
and it's a good lesson on a couple ways, that when that happens, as you just said, there's still so much time, right? You're still in great. She's got neutral support coming that has heard that she's had an issue, and they're choosing to, instead of giving her a wheel, it looks like they're looking for something else to try to help her with this flat. So yeah, he is the neutral support now is trying a different CO2 container. Hand off to Paul. Paul, congratulations, you're the man. You win the supporter of the race award. That's the Spirit of Ironman right there. Love you, Paul. And you know, she's got this support. So important
it looks
thing.
like
Yeah,
they're going to take it off again. So maybe that. No.
Yeah, he's just making sure the bead wasn't quite
Okay.
seated correctly, or maybe he saw a little bit of tube poking through. So hopefully what he does is let a little bit of air in to let that tube kind of form itself. And he's now having issues. At this point, if I was on the ground, I'd be like, here's a new wheel.
Yeah.
Let's
Just
get
take
going.
this one.
There's something going
It's
on
hard
there.
though to take a new wheel, especially
Sure.
the rear wheel, because, you know, different cassettes, then you're,
There's
you know,
disc or rim brakes. Or,
rim brakes, disc brake, but also just like you put that different wheel on and then your chain's jumping all over the place because it's not tuned to the new wheel. So it looks like there might have been a hole in that tube. That's my guess.
Your improper valve or something, yep.
Or the valve wasn't taking air properly, so they're going to get her another tube. They'll get that in there, and she'll be on her way.
And what's important to watch is that, so Anne right now, she's like, I got nothing I can, or sorry, Chloe, I got nothing I can do. You know what? What can I do? I can pick up my stuff. I can go drink some fluids. I can get some hydration in. These guys know what they're doing. I'm going to let them do this. And I think these are all good lessons, because they're, you know, if you lose even 10 minutes, at the end of the day, when you look at gaps versus your competitors, 10 minutes, yes, you're going to lose a few places, but it's not the end of the world. You've put the effort in. You know, there's going to be people that drop out or give up for far less than that. And I think the other lesson to learn, and I'm no way implying that Chloe doesn't have all the right things, because sometimes there's just a hole in your tube and stuff doesn't work. But making sure, you so often see people throw a spare kit together and like they don't have half the things. And again, I'm not saying that Chloe has done this by any means. It looked like she had everything in there. But you want to make sure, because you can't always depend on these guys being there soon. And it probably only took these guys 5 minutes, and it felt like an absolute eternity. Right?
For us, it felt like an eternity. I mean, for Chloe Lane, even longer. You know, so every second matters in Ironman Pro Series racing, and these are minutes that are just ticking away. And you know, she's doing everything that she can right now. She's ready to go. She's just got to get that wheel pumped up. They've got another CO2.
Yeah,
hopefully.
And the shop that sells the CO2s down the street's made a killing off of this one. It's I think that's the third one down. But again, I think it's important to see Chloe's doing all the things, right? Stretching that lower back, getting that SI moving again. Hopefully, you know, again, I saw her get some nutrition, some hydration. She's picking up her trash. Gonna probably give it to these guys to take away, because they're able to do that for her. And, she's not panicking, and I love it. Often you'll see just athletes be pouty or upset or throwing stuff, and she's like, no, she's doing the thing. This is what it is. This is the card I've been dealt.
Unfortunately, this is just part of racing. You hope it doesn't happen in a big race. You hope it doesn't happen at all. But, sometimes for no fault of your own, you get a flat tire, you get a pinch flat, you might hit, a pothole the wrong way, or maybe there's like a small piece of debris on the road that you happen to roll over and it's stuck in, and then eventually get a flat tire. So, unfortunately, this is the hard part of racing that you have no control over. And in the moment, it's super frustrating, but you have to just, decide to play with the hand that you've been dealt.
Yeah.
And she looks like she's doing that now. But we're back on screen with our race leader, Marta Sanchez. She's been leading all day from the gun.
Yeah, literally.
She started a swim this morning, swam a 57-minute 2.4 mile, hopped on the bike, and she's been just solidly ticking away these miles. And she knows this course. Again, she is the defending champ. She won last year here and also won Barcelona Ironman. Had a great year of racing last year, and looks to be continuing on with that momentum so far in this race today.
There you go. And these wonderful mechanics even getting it in the right gear for her, making sure everything's set, the rim's in the right spot, nothing's rubbing, and putting her in a gear where she can get off and ride. And Chloe, no doubt, gives a thank you, couple thank yous to those guys, and safely crosses the road and gets back on her bike. And, while we were sitting there, I didn't see the large group go by. I would imagine that that the chasing group, air quotes group, that had kind of the top 7 in it has gone by, but it's possible that hasn't happened. But yeah, as much as that was a nightmare and kind of chaos, she handled it perfectly. I was super impressed by her. You never saw anything close to pouty or being upset. As soon as she realized she didn't have what she needed, she used her resources and reached out. And again, Paul Wittenberg, you're the dude from South Africa, giving the local love to the Australian coming into town. And she made all the right decisions that she could in the moment. And that was great to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunate, but again, part of racing, and she can choose to pout or she can choose to get on with the race, and I think she's choosing to get on with the race and do the best she can from this point forward. We are with Martin Van Riel. He is riding along with Jonas Stromberg from Germany. They are 2nd and 3rd on the course right now, with Magnus Ditlev in the lead. Coming up, we have the final section of the bike, and the men are onto the run.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
And we've got Marta Sanchez at the front of the Zoot bike course here at the ISUZU Ironman South Africa African Championship. She's been in the lead all day, and she's hoping that's what we say in a little bit of biking and 26.2 miles. But she's got athletes behind chasing as fast as they can to try to, maybe give her a bit of a, no pun intended, run for her money. Anna Reichman is the one at the top of the list who continues to ride quite well, pulling time back in on the leader.
Yeah, Marta Sanchez using the water there through the aid station to cool herself down, also hydrate herself a little bit. But at this stage of the race, you're sort of starting to get hot, and your kit's getting a little bit stiff from all the sweat drying and the salt. So it kind of feels nice just to throw a little bit of water over your back, cool yourself off a little bit. And
it's not glamorous, is it?
It is not glamorous. This is Ironman racing. You're in it for not for the glamour. Let's just say that.
Well, it looks like we've got Anna Reichman is continuing to pull back time on our leader, Marta Sanchez, who, again, is riding very, very well. But Anna Reichman is just that smooth and that consistent over this distance. Looks about 1 minute and 15 seconds behind. We see our leader on the left side of the screen. There she is, popping in and out of the view of that age group athlete that she's passing as she's coming through the town of Kebeha. And she's going to see, again, any friends and family and supporters that are out on course and all the wonderful spectators that line every section of this course here in the Nelson Mandela Bay region.
And Marta making her way through this section, and spectators are starting to gather. Obviously, the men on the back half of this last lap, and the women just starting their last lap. So crowds will start to build in anticipation of our pro men coming off the bike. But right now, they're here to cheer on Marta Sanchez, who is leading this race, has been leading since 6:35 this morning when she started.
Yeah, she's been very consistent, and I think, as we stated earlier, this is going to be a big race for the win here. I mean, these two athletes that are now within 2 minutes of each other are, they've got similar strengths. I would say right now that on the run, depending if Reichman is able to get close enough, like the ball is kind of in Reichman's court. As far as run pedigree goes, and we'll be able to see pretty soon what this run battle is going to look like.
Yeah, absolutely. That time you're coming down, and as we mentioned earlier, we think Reichman will bridge up to Marta Sanchez. It's just a matter of time, but Reichman slowly but surely making her way toward the front of this pack. But this is the lead woman here, Marta Sanchez. She looks the same as she did at the start of the bike. Pushing hard, doing everything she needs to do, riding her watts. One thing that she is able to do, being on her own for the whole race, is to basically just ride steady. And there's no spike in her watts. When athletes are forced to ride with other athletes, sometimes they're forced to come out of their zone. But we're going to have a look at the AG1 supplemental stats for the bike. At 90.8 kilometers, Marta Sanchez was at 40, average speed was 42.52 kilometers per hour. So that was that last split. So we're estimating her next split at 4:21.
Yeah, looking at our estimated splits predictor, that has her bike ride, if she maintains, again, the pace throughout, right around a 4:50 bike split for the day, which is quite fast, and as we saw earlier, faster than what her average bike split has been over the Ironman distance, and continuing to not show that she's slowing anyway. And Anna Reichman has gone through that split behind her and is at 1:52 behind. So making up time, but maybe not as much time as she had before, making up actually about 50 seconds over the last 30 kilometers. So pretty solid inroads there, but again, just consistent. And I think they're both they're not much separates these two women. And, the last 60 kilometers of this bike ride is going to be, pretty telling. And as I said, just by the way that Anna Reichman seems to dose her energy and her strength on the bike, I would expect that last 25, 30 miles to be where the momentum shifts to that athlete. Certainly versus the athletes behind, and maybe possibly to the athlete on screen. And the woman that is currently leading the race is Marta Sanchez.
And as we look down through the field for the runners, Maya Stage Nielsen, one athlete I look to, Bergston as well, Els Visser now popping up into the top 10. We hadn't seen her in the top 10 until recently, so Els Visser, starting to make inroads toward that top 10.
Yeah.
Well, in the top 10 now, but she's a very good runner as well. So definitely a lot of racing to come. Obviously, we're very focused on Sanchez in the front and Reichman sitting in second, just because the gaps to the next women on course are quite large. But as we move through the end of this bike, we'll be able to get a good look at the ladies and how they hop off the bike, what they look like, who has just the energy and who's looking excited to tackle this run course. But, Marta Sanchez, around a 3-hour marathoner, Reichman as well, just sub 3 hours or just over sometimes. These two women are some of the best runners in the field as well.
Yeah.
So tough to look too far down when we have such great pedigree in the top two women.
Yeah, and I think, one of the reasons that we see Els Visser moving to the top 10, unfortunately, is Chloe Lane dropping out of the top 10. And now that she's kind of out of that podium fight, you're right, those front two women have a large gap, but third place through 10th place is only separated by 7 minutes. And we know that 7 minutes on a marathon run is not that much. So it's kind of anybody's game when it comes to that. You've got a Ruth Astle back there. Like if somebody doesn't have bike legs on the day, sometimes the run legs are there. And the race is very wide open for the podium position, certainly for the top 5, and it just comes down to who dosed their energy most appropriately on the day. But Marta Sanchez is the one that's done it all. Right now, seems like she's done it perfectly. We don't really know how perfect it is till we see her in the early stages of the run, what the energy level is like, but she looks calm, she looks focused, she looks composed, and she's been doing it on her own all day long since the gun went off.
Yeah, but again, she just looks comfortable in this position, and it's not unfamiliar territory for her to be at the front of the race. Being such a great swimmer, she's used to swimming and biking off the front. She'll hold on to this lead, of course, for as long as she possibly can. And she'll know that Annie Reichman is making inroads. She, being a 3-lap bike course, she will have been given some splits when she went through. And then there's this out and back section on the course. Now she's just hitting the start of this climb. So again, this course, absolutely not flat. There are some climbs. So again, riding a 4:50 bike split, very impressive. Last year on this course, Danielle Blymel rode a 5:02, but last year it was 2 laps, and there was a little bit of a a bigger climb at the far end of the course. So a different course, so kind of not measuring apples to apples. This is a faster course this year, a faster bike course, I should say, but still not flat, not easy, tough rolling resistance, and wind in your face all day long. So
certainly is. Someone who's not afraid of wind in the face, that is Magnus Ditlev, and he is still at the front of this race course. Has over 4 minutes now on the two athletes chasing in Jonas Schoenberg and Martin Van Riel, so that's a lot of time and not that much distance, and he is loving his experience down here. And I don't know if you're feeling inspired, but I am. And if you're keen on even more Ironman 70.3 racing right here in Oceania, we've got 3 incredible races for you to add to your race calendar. Ironman 70.3 Sunshine Coast on September 14th, Ironman 70.3 Western Sydney on September 21st, and Ironman 70.3 Melbourne just down the road on November 9th. They're all waiting for you. Entries are open for all races now. Head to Ironman.com to sign up. Here's our 2 chasers, Mirinda. We got Martin Van Riel on the wheel of Jonas Schoenberg.
yeah, absolutely. These two, Jonas Schoenberg, again, just been phenomenal all day long, leading until halfway through the second lap. So 90 kilometers into the bike is around when Magnus Ditlev was able to catch and overtake him. Martin Van Riel was caught by Magnus. Martin hung on until he could hang on no more. And now is riding with Jonas Stromberg. These two losing time to Ditlev. The last check, we were around...
it is
4:15,
yeah.
So over 4 minutes, and that was a little bit ago, but Magnus Ditlev, not somebody you want to give 4+ minutes to before the marathon. We see Magnus now getting around some of the age group athletes who are on their first or second lap.
Yeah,
Magnus, no doubt, will have a very fast bike here today. Again, his average Ironman bike split, just a lazy 4:02.
It's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. And he's cruising through tailwind, fast section of the course right now. See him up out of his aero bars, getting on his brakes a little bit as he goes around this left-hand corner, trying to do it as safely as possible, and he does. Stand out of the saddle, get up to speed, get over this hump pretty quick. But yeah, he's absolutely cruising. He's going to have a decent gap on these athletes behind and put the impetus on Martin Van Riel to try to chase and bring him back 5 minutes on an athlete that's run 2:34, 2:37, and a handful of 2:40s is that's a big ask, and that's just another thing in Magnus's court for trying to get the win and getting those 5,000 points that are up for grabs for the Ironman Pro Series. And Rennie, just looking back at the last split that we had through the timing mat, we had our athletes go through, and you saw Horsfall Turner, Josh Lewis, those guys were kind of in the middle there, but the gaps and the surprises to me are that Jamie Riddle, Mike Phillips have actually dropped Matt Burton at this point, so have a gap on Matt Burton of about a minute. So those two athletes, Jamie Riddle specifically, still with the energy, pushing that pace, and again, that those athletes that you kind of think aren't doing anything are just floating and waiting until the end. I mean, Jamie Riddle, this is his dream, but it's not a dream that he's taken lightly or in an ignorant way. You know that the last 40, 60K is the important part. People say that all the time. The race starts at 70 or 80 miles on the bike, and that's when he and Mike Phillips had the energy to be able to push the pace a little bit and get away from Matt Burton, who was the fastest mover on the course.
Yeah, and again, if you're just joining us, Jamie Riddle is the local favorite. It's his debut at the Ironman event. He's a Olympic distance athlete, but this is his dream, racing Ironman, winning Ironman. And so he is on his way to Ironman greatness racing super well here against some of the best athletes in the world, holding his own with some of the best cyclists in the world. Obviously, he's not quite in the Magnus Ditlev realm just yet, but at 24 years old, he's on his way and having a great day here today.
No, he certainly is, and he said in his Fighting Chance video that it's always been Ironman World Championship for him. He's obviously had a career over the Olympic distance and doing his best as he could over that, but he's like, no, man, it's always been about that, and you can tell with how excited he is to toe the line at this distance, how excited he was that the Ironman Pro Series was something he could go after. I mean, I commentated the race he did at the end of the year in Australia, and I got messages from his family, and I was sent actually a picture of him in 2012 in Kona with my brother, and they're like, oh yeah, he's been wanting to do this forever, and has this picture on his wall and all this stuff, right? Like, this is what he lives for. And to see a young athlete, a young kid with a dream out there and doing it really well and smart, you would generally not see an athlete that he lost a minute in transition. It's like, whatever, I'm doing a race in my hometown, do the thing, float through wheels, and be really smart about where he can spend his energy smartly, and knows that the Ironman is a long day, and even though he's young, he's not going to be the young, ignorant guy that does it all wrong on his first one. He's doing it well. I'm super impressed. And the fact now that he is actually riding with one of the more experienced, more patient, and smarter racers out there, Mike Phillips, is great. And if those two can link up early in the run, it's going to be good things for Jamie Riddle.
Yeah, we're still with the chase here. That's Martin Van Riel, Jonas as well in second and third. These two men are chasing the Dane, Magnus Ditlev. And speaking of Magnus, a Fighting Chance presented by Hoka is producing a pre-season 4-episode preview series focusing on professional athletes' preparation towards the 2025 Ironman Pro Series, providing ultimate access during their journey. This week, we are highlighting Magnus Ditlev.
Mate, where's your coach gone?
He is waiting up the hill because he is starting to get tired.
Good morning.
Magnus, who's this?
This is my new swim coach. So I'm trying to learn how to swim for the upcoming season. It's quite a project. It's hard work. I think you tell yourself that swimming is only technique, which is true in some way, but it's also a lot of hard work, and I think Stefan has made me realize that.
From your perspective, how's he getting on?
It's going good. So I think we're making some improvements both on technique and on the aerobic level especially. We're enjoying it. Gotta enjoy the process. Now I felt like I needed to, the level is rising all the time, and I've managed to hit front hacks sometimes and sometimes not. I think if I manage to hit the front hack in Nice this year, which is my biggest goal, I will have much more cards to play, and will just set me up for a much better day. So that's why I'm investing a lot of time and energy into the swim at the moment.
Really nice to come down, especially with the warmer weather and the sun here. The roads and the wind reminds me very much of South Africa, so I think it's a good place to prepare for the first race of the season. I think in the modern world of triathlon you have to be very specific to what you do, and that is, like, for instance, now I'm preparing for South Africa, which is a really like a flat bike course with a lot of wind and tarmac super rough. So it's a kind of course where if you are not used to staying in the aero bars for a long time, I think you will get punished a lot on the last part of the bike course if you have to break aero position to stretch your back and so on. So that's an example of how we of course tailor the training to be able to handle that demand.
There you go. Kind of some great stuff to be able to see from Magnus. And thanks for Magnus and a Fighting Chance presented by Hoka. Visit at Ironman Tri on Instagram and Ironman Triathlon YouTube channel to watch more episodes on Kat Matthews, Taylor Knibb, Christian Blumenfeld, and Gustav Eden. Great stuff. And obviously it's working out for Magnus as we see our two chasers have a little bit of word. Dan Reel say, hey man, how you doing? Is this hard yet? I'm kind of tired. How about you?
We're 5 minutes back from Magnus. What is going on?
That's amazing. But both of these guys, you know, obviously the athlete in second position here, Schoenberg, less experience over the Ironman distance or the long course racing distances in general, but still doing a great job. And I think that's actually important. Sometimes you got to point out the little things. Magnus switching bottles around, maybe getting water out of that bottle. We didn't see what he was doing. He could have actually moved an empty bottle from the front to the back, but making sure once he puts that bottle in, get that elastic. You know, we used to use rubber bands. Now I think they've got fancy things specific for it, but strap that thing down, because if that pops out, you're going to get a penalty. And like, he's seen that ruin people's races in the past. So it's you know, smart thing to notice that even the fastest pros in the sport make sure they don't litter when they're out there, because you don't want to litter. That's not cool. And you don't want to get a penalty either. That's not cool either.
And we see the pro men now passing some of our age groupers out on course. 1,100 age groupers racing here today. And as we look, we have 4:32, 40:43 on the GPS trackers. That's the time behind Magnus Ditlev. And
yeah, it's opening up a little bit. Those those gaps are definitely getting a lot bigger. But these two athletes are, I mean, to be losing 4.5 minutes on Magnus is not a lot. If you were to tell these guys that maybe they'd be 6 minutes behind, certainly Schoenberg 6 minutes behind Magnus Ditlev at the end of an Ironman, they'd be like, sure, sign me up. That guy's the best on the bike there is. So all that being said, I think they're doing a great job, as are the athletes behind.
Absolutely. And as we recap what's gone on today, we had an amazing swim this morning. Van Riel out in front, Tromberg leading for half of the bike, then Magnus Ditlev starting to roll through the field, taking the lead, and now breaking away. He has a 5-minute lead. We have more of the women's race and the finish of the bike for the men.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
You're watching ISUZU Ironman South Africa, African Championship, brought to you by Breitling. Aspire for the ultimate finish line reward. And by Nirvana, enhanced athlete event experiences powered by Nirvana.
And we are with second and third place on course right now, Martin Van Riel and Jonas Stromberg. The athletes rolling through an aid station there. You saw Jonas take out some trash, throw it at the aid station, which is exactly what you should do. You do not want to discard any trash out on course. That will incur a penalty. These athletes making their way back towards transition for the last time. 20 kilometers left to go for these pro men before we hit the run course. And then we get to see who looks the goods for the marathon.
Who do you think looks the goods?
Magnus Ditlev. But, you know, Martin Van Riel is an exciting athlete. I think I'm excited to see what he is going to attempt to do here today, because I know he wants to win the race. Yes, he said he wants to qualify for Nice, and that's his main goal, but the guy likes to win, and he is going to put together the best marathon he possibly can. But when the leader is 5 minutes up the road and the leader is this man who can run sub 240 marathon, low 240 marathon consistently, that's a hard feat to overcome. But Magnus Ditlev right now looks completely in control. I'm still excited to see what Van Riel is going to do.
Oh, no, it's still a race, right? Like, when you have an athlete with the running pedigree of Van Riel, like, nothing's out of reach, and pacing is always a thing, and we've seen it a million times in Ironman. Like, you don't know what is going on in the athlete ahead. As we see Magnus Ditlev, you can see his, you know, his breathing, his effort in his stomach, and that's, you know, you never know if an athlete did something wrong in nutrition, and they're going to have to walk for a little bit. Like, 4 minutes can go by in the blink of an eye. I don't expect that. But anything happens, and sometimes everything happens in an Ironman marathon, and you just don't know what's going down, you know?
And we're looking at real time from the GPS. The times will sometimes bounce around a little bit. This is new technology we are bringing to you guys so we can get accurate splits throughout the day for the Ironman races. Obviously, historically, we've just used timing mats, which only come every so often throughout the race. So updating technology for you guys, the viewer. But on screen right now, the Great Dane, Magnus Ditlev, in full control, moving up to 5 minutes ahead of the chasers and looking really good doing it.
Oh, absolutely. Looking fantastic. And it looks effortless to a certain extent. And it's, yeah, I mean, it's nothing nothing that's surprising coming from Magnus Ditlev, but it's still something that, you know, is impressive when you see it happen.
Moving back to the women's race, Marta Sanchez still in the lead, has been all day long, led the swam a 57 this morning in Algoa Bay, and now onto the bike, leading the way. We have Annie Reichman behind her, and fun fact from Annie, she has been training in South Africa this year, which is why she also decided to race. She stated that she was clearly aiming for the podium and will go on to race Ironman Hamburg later this year. She studied to become a teacher and splits time between residences in Germany and Switzerland. Annie Reisman on screen right now. Still looking
so smooth.
Super smooth, super strong.
I mean, you know, and I made that stereotypical comment that we always make, or that I always do. You could put a cup of coffee on her back. I like coffee. It's good. I don't like spilling it, and she couldn't spill it, but it's still the same. Like, that is insane that an athlete is that smooth and that composed from 20K in and then to 140K in. Like, she looks no different, and she's continuing to put time on everybody in the field.
Absolutely. Now inside a minute from Marta Sanchez, the closest to the lead she's been all day. Again, she's been chipping away at that lead ever so diligently all day. She still has 44 kilometers left to go. That's 27 miles left on this Zoot bike course. But this is a rare moment. See her sit up, take a moment to take on some nutrition, give herself a little bit of a break from being in those bars. She'll know that she's been making inroads all day. As we look down the field, we have Christensen at 5:35, Jensen 6:41, Nielsen at 6:59, Bergston at 10 minutes. And Bergston, I believe, debuting here at her first Ironman race. She's a very good runner as well. So Bergston, somebody we will be watching as we get towards the run today.
Yeah, no, absolutely. She's one to watch. I'm excited to see still on the leaderboard in 11th place is Chloe Lane. 22-28 behind. That's 20 minutes further behind than she was the last time she was on that leaderboard, kind of thereabouts. So that's, you know.
Just to recap, anyone who hasn't didn't see, Chloe Lane was sitting in third place, not too far behind Annie Reisman, around 2:30 back from Sanchez, and she got a flat tire on her disc and was unable to get her CO2 to work. She had to wait for neutral support, lost 20 minutes, so massive loss for Chloe Lane. But again, she picked herself up, got on with it, and she's still in this game.
No, she's 100% still in this game. You know, she's just, you know, she's 10 minutes out of 10th place, but we know that there's always, you know, some big explosions, and somebody's going to come back, somebody's going to start walking. So, you know, she's got to continue to get experience at this distance, and today's a race where she's going to do just that.
Yes, that's perfect.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
The ISUZU Ironman South African Championship. We are with the pro women's leader, Marta Sanchez. Again, she has been leading all day long. I'm Marina Carfrey, along with Matt Lieto, calling you all of the action here today. Nelson Mandela Bay. And we are with Annie Reichman chasing Marta Sanchez. We believe Annie will bridge that gap in the coming miles. Last check, she was inside a minute behind Marta Sanchez, but Annie Reichman now, she smells blood.
She definitely has. And I think it's hard because she's smelled blood for a while, right? And, you know, depending on the mindset of the athlete, whether or not that's, you know, she's that patient athlete like we've seen Magnus be early in the race on the men's side, or if she's trying to pull back quickly and she's, you know, maybe is discouraged that she's not pulling it back as quickly maybe as she would like. But, you know, Marta Sanchez has done a pretty good job in the last, you know, few, you know, probably the last 40 kilometers on not letting it come down that quickly. And our timing data shows that she's, you know, been in that 3 minutes, and now she's in that 150, and it's only been, you know, a minute over 30K that she's brought back. So she does smell blood in the water, and I do think she will catch Marta Sanchez, but it certainly is taking longer than I think both you and I thought midway through the bike ride.
Yeah, her rate of, I don't know if either Sanchez has picked up her pace and putting down more watts, building her ride, or Reichman is slowing and came out a little hot. So maybe a bit of both. Again, Reichman's still making inroads on Sanchez, but Sanchez holding steady or maybe increasing her pace toward the end part of this bike ride.
Yeah, no, and again, she looks smooth doing it. So like we're saying all this and the pacing, and you know, it's funny because it feels important, and it's not important, but we're talking about 2 minutes and whether she's going to catch or not. But the more important thing is how smooth she looks and how consistent her effort has been, and how that's going to transition into who can run the fastest. Because we're looking at run splits earlier. Her fastest run in a marathon and an Ironman race is 250. She's run a 258. Her slowest is a 302. Marta Sanchez, I'd have to look again, but I think her fastest was maybe a 3 hour or a 302. So, and she's been more consistently in like 305, 308 zone, right? So like, that's what's more important is who's spending the energy appropriately, not who's in the lead right now, really. When, you know, you always want to be in the lead, right? But like, you know better than anybody, yeah, the chasing athlete can be the athlete in the driver's seat.
Absolutely, yeah, and that might be the case right now. On paper, Annie Reichman, I would say, is the better runner. But who's the better runner today? Who's fueled well? Who's paced themselves well? Who has done the training? Who is peaking for this race? Again, it's early season, opening Ironman races. It's hard to know. You know, at the World Championships, we expect all athletes to be peaking, but these athletes are setting themselves up for a long season. They need to perform well throughout the season if they want to factor in the overall Ironman Pro Series. And it's an art to be able to do that. Marta Sanchez did that last year. She performed well in Nice. She performed well at the start of the year in Ironman South Africa. She won Barcelona. She put together a great year, so she has a formula to be able to race well early season, but then also back end the season. Annie Reichman, you know, just coming off a win in Ironman Cozumel, I think riding high with a little bit more confidence and knowing that she can win at this distance. And she wants to go out and taste that victory again. She knows what it tastes like. It's very sweet.
It certainly is, and she's got that taste is fresh in her mouth, that's for sure. And Marta Sanchez has that taste. You know, there's some other athletes behind that want to taste it for the first time, and I think that's you know, that's kind of the outlier, the dark horse, so to speak. Is there somebody back there that we're not talking about that possibly has the energy to pull themselves to the front of the leaderboard?
Yeah, we have a lot of women vying for position up in the top 5, top 3. This race is nowhere close to over. A marathon to go, and in Ironman, anything is possible. We've seen athletes looking phenomenally well at the end of the bike and then get halfway through the run and have to walk. You cannot call it until that athlete is within sight of the finish line. So lots of exciting racing yet to come. I'm excited to see Martin Van Riel come off the bike, see what he has up his sleeve.
Yeah, no, I mean, yes, as am I. Like, we don't know. And they're now just 10 kilometers, 6.5 miles from the finish of this Zoot bike course. And it's awesome that we've got this GPS data to be able to see how close these athletes are to the finish line and kind of where they all are and what effect, obviously, that's going to have on the race course, race results at the end of the day. And it's getting tight. And, you know, obviously the athlete right now on the men's side that's in the driver's seat is Magnus Ditlev. Over 5 minutes gap that he has for certain over these two athletes behind. And, you know, those two athletes have, you know, they're going to have 6 minutes on the athletes behind. So that podium right now is buffeted by a 6-minute gap to Horsfall Turner and Joshua Lewis, leaving a little bit more to Joshua Lewis. And then it's going to be, you know, 8 or 9 minutes to the group that has Jamie Riddle and Mike Phillips in it, who are kind of, you know, Mike Phillips is one of the more proven runners. So still a lot of racing left for even those athletes in that second and third position, whether or not they're trying to chase the win still or just hold on to that podium. But a lot of positions left up for grabs. But right now, Magnus Ditlev is the one that's trying to grab the one on that top spot, trying to get those 5,000 points for the Ironman Pro Series, the first Ironman distance race of the season under the Ironman Pro Series, and get those max points.
Absolutely, and of course, the Ironman Pro Series is the best of 5 scores. So the athletes are allowed to score 5 races. Ironman races score 5,000 points. 70.3 races will score 2,500, with the exception of the World Champs. The Ironman World Championships will be 6,000 maximum points, and a 70.3 World Championship will be a 3,000 maximal points. So athletes will most likely choose 3 Ironman distance races and 2 70.3 distance races. Ideally, both Ironman World Champs to get the opportunity at the maximum amount of points. And the winner takes home a sweet check of $200,000. There's a $1.7 million in prize money, and the payment goes down to 50th. So $200,000 for first. Still 50th place gets $3,000, which is pretty great, actually.
Yeah, no, I think it's great. It's one of the highlights, I think, of the series. And to me, what's cool is, you know, you'll have athletes that are, you know, here today being like, okay, I want to put my hat in the ring for the Ironman Pro Series, hoping to get, you know, top 5. Maybe they get 8th or 9th, and they might think that it's out of reach. But for me, the big lesson this year was when I was down in Cairns for the race down there. Gregory Barnaby, you know, don't have it quite in front of me, but I think he was 6th or 7th place, somewhere in there. And he thought his season was over as far as the Ironman Pro season, and then just a few months later, inaugural champion.
Yeah, it was interesting last year to follow along with the Ironman Pro Series. Matt Hansen, who was in this race here today, he led for the Pro Series, Ironman Pro Series, through till the latter half of the year, the championship half of the year, and he ended up slipping to 5th place. So, you know, athletes that maybe come out hot and have great performances early in the year might fade at the end of the year. So it's really an art to be able to put together a full season of top-notch racing, winning races or being very close to the lead, scoring the maximum amount of points you can for each Ironman event. And, you know, you can only race so many Ironman events in a year. So you want to make the Ironman events that you toe the line at count. And so Magnus Ditlev doing just that today, leading with over 5 minutes to Stromberg and Van Riel at the close of this bike. He's just 4 miles from T2, Ruvi T2.
He is right there for sure. And again, just what we were saying about Reichman in the women's race, maybe, you know, his back's a little bit too angled to put a cup of coffee on it, but it's that smooth and that even that you could do that. And it's, you know, you're not gonna drip anything. It's perfect.
Oh, he's already taking his feet out of his pedals, so he is moments away from getting on his bike. Magnus Ditlev making his way back to Ruvi transition.
He's
and
getting close.
Closing miles of the Zoot bike leg.
Yeah, you can see that once the athletes get close to transition, they get those feet out of the pedals, put on top of the shoes, so when he could get off that bike, it's just seconds. You know, he's saving time by not having to undo his feet and out of those shoes, and smooth and ready to go. Maybe even airing out those toes just a little bit. And yeah, we'll see what this transition looks like for Magnus Ditlev. Just a little bit more to go.
Yeah, the first few steps, always a little ginger. We'll see how Magnus looks as he hops off the bike, but you see him now hopping out of the saddle. He's getting his legs ready, stretching his back out. Maybe he took his feet out just a touch early. You usually see the athletes take their feet out, you know, within, you know, 400 meters of the dismount line. He might have miscalculated that.
Yeah, just a little bit. He can see the tents and all that, right? So I think that's where you know, he thought maybe he was a little bit closer to transition than he is, but as now you can see he's quite close. And here he takes that final turn into transition. There you go. Just one more corner to go. There you go. And he's off.
And he's off. He has to the dismount line, he must take his feet out of the pedals and off the bike, and before he crosses that finish line, he cannot cycle over the finish line over the dismount line. My apologies.
Yeah.
Racks his bike and runs off to the Ruvi transition. He will get rid of that helmet, exchange that for possibly a hat, some sunglasses.
Hopefully.
And put his running shoes on, and he will be out on the Hoka run course.
Yeah, no, it's yeah, he's out there. His bike split is a 4:07.22, pretty fast.
Pretty fast.
Slower than average for Magnus.
Yes, a little slower. And again, this course not very forgiving. Lots of wind, you know, chip seal roads, and very rolling course. So a tough bike course, but Magnus well and truly biked the heck out of that course. He now sits down. He'll put his socks on, his shoes on, and get out of attrition. And as we look at the Wahoo Element Bolt, that bike time 4:07.22 from Magnus Ditlev. He is first off the bike and exchanging for his run shoes, and he will get out onto the Hoka run course for a lazy 26-mile run.
Yeah, and it's you know, he looks like his energy's in a good spot. You know, he's taking his time, making sure he gets those laces nice and smooth. He doesn't look panicked. He doesn't look extra stressed. He looks pretty darn calm all in all. And you know, making sure he does all the little things, getting that helmet back in that bag, even hanging it back up for him. Volunteers there would probably help him do that if he wanted, but Max is a nice guy. He's got time and does that. Make sure he's got all the cooling properties that he needs. It's one other thing, you know, able to chat with him a little bit is that he's not only, you know, pushing the technological side of things when it comes to aerodynamics and like that sort of thing. He's doing cooling testing, and he's got, you know, special equipment to make sure he can cool his body as best as he can, because it's not just about the cool stuff that everybody wants to have, the lowest CDA and like, which is the aerodynamic measurement, or the things that look cool on the bike, or all. It's like, no, do the thing where I've, you know, have ice pockets in my thing. So like he's able to have all these marginal gains so that it's not just the bike where he's efficient. He's doing stuff in the swim that nobody's ever done before. And on the run, you could see he had some cooling devices so he can make sure he can run as efficiently as possible all the way through that marathon and not lose any energy. We still see Martin Van Riel and kind of that technique or that style you were talking about where he's rocking a bit side to side, still doing it just as he was early in the day. And still right behind him, Jonas Schoenberg, just crushing it. One of the coolest debut Ironmans I've seen, especially for someone who's like, try something new.
I might go and do an Ironman for fun. As we said, he's down in South Africa on training camp, and he thought he would just come and put himself in Ironman South Africa African Championship just for fun. And riding with Martin Van Riel, one of the exciting young talents moving up into the Ironman distance, and of course the established champ in Magnus Ditlev. Pretty good company.
Yeah, I'd say so. Certainly in the right spot, and he was aggressive throughout the day, right? He wasn't waiting for other people to make the moves. He was by himself for a lot of it. Magnus Ditlev running smooth, running well, looking light on his feet. You know, we can tell a lot by the first few hundred meters of an athlete once they're running, and that athlete looks smooth and light. And you know, he's a bigger athlete, so some people might look at him and think he's lumbering to a certain extent, but he's not. I mean, he is moving very quickly over the ground.
And again, even if he didn't feel great, to your point, last year in Kona, he felt terrible. And he resurrected himself and finished on the podium in second place. So I think he looks cool, calm, and collected. He's out onto the run. He made sure he picked up his personal nutrition, put it in his uniform. And yes, his run style, he's a taller athlete, so he does seem to be running a little slower, or lumbering, so to speak, but he's moving. Once we see some of his splits come up, I'm sure his pace is, right up to speed where he would want to be. We see Martin Van Riel now just passing a couple of age groupers as he bikes the final few moments of the Zoot bike course. Jonas Stromberg as well. These two riding together the last 80 kilometers or so.
Yeah, I'd say that's about
Pretty good
right.
Partnership.
Yeah, no, it's been good. I think a defensive partnership. So sometimes that bond is a little bit greater. They probably feel like they're definitely a bit of a team, trying to stay as close to the hard charging Great Dane, as you call him, Magnus Ditlev, and I think doing a real good job of it. The gap is going to be, we'll see. I'm thinking it's probably going to be close to 7 minutes. It seems like a little bit of the energy came out of this duo just in the last half hour. So we'll be able to see here soon once they get, they're going to go under this bridge and then see them take that slight right turn, then a left turn into transition, and to be able to see kind of what gap they have as they enter that Ruby transition.
And you see them now just undoing their bike shoes. They'll take a few more pedal strokes. 1 foot out, a few more pedal strokes, the other foot out. And then this is more typical. Magnus took his feet out a little earlier than this, but Martin Van Riel, he will put his feet on the ground before he hits that dismount line. And the ref is right there to make sure they comply with the rules correctly. And now they hit the pavement for the first time. Jonas Stromberg is running a marathon off a 180-kilometer bike.
Yeah, who knew? Who knows? I'd love to know how long ago he thought he wasn't going to be doing this today, right? But I love that he is. And the gap to those two athletes, Martin Van Riel, 6:30 behind our leader, Magnus Ditlev, Schoenberg, 6:34. Bike split for Martin Van Riel, 4:16:31. And that is an incredibly fast bike split for someone that a lot of people would think would be the runner of the field. And I think that's what's so great and so crazy about the level of Ironman racing right now is that the guy that people want to call the Uber cyclist who's out on the run right now is going to run under 240 most likely. And the guy that people think is the pure runner just ran a 4:16. It was just what we saw Yele do last year at the World Championship. He's like, oh, the pure runner guy rode a 159.
Yeah.
You know, it's insane the level. You just cannot
have a weakness.
You just have your strength needs to be stronger than the other people. It's nuts. It's nuts.
Absolutely, you see them. Van Riel opting not to have a sit down.
Yeah.
I think that's a younger man's option. Generally, the older I got, the more likely I was to take a seat in transition.
Yeah, sometimes you're just not used to it, right? If you don't do the Ironman racing, you don't really have that option frequently. But the difference is those races where you don't have that option, you're usually not putting socks on, and it's just easier to put a sock on if you're sitting down.
It is, yes. Jonas Stromberg out onto the Hoka run course, 26.2 kilometers. That's 42.2 miles, and there will be 4 laps. This run course is rolling as well. Again, Ironman South Africa, not an easy Ironman by any means.
No.
Tough course. Windy, choppy swim, windy bike, rolling bike, and now a rolling run.
Yeah, there we go. And we can see the very quick transitions from those two athletes behind and Schoenberg from above. Yeah, he looks great. You know, he's no big surprise. We know, again, he's got the pedigree of being a fast runner. But, you know, you might think he'd run out of a little bit of energy pushing the pace at the front of his debut Ironman for so long. But gets out of transition. Looked like it was like, 17 seconds or so in front of Martin Van Riel, just being aggressive and getting out there and finding his own space and able to just settle into whatever pace he feels like at this point.
Yeah, I mean, a 6.5 minute buffer if you're going to run 240 or below 240. Van Riel needs to run low 230s, so not impossible. I think we have some very exciting racing coming up. Jonas Stromberg as well, hanging in there, looking great actually at the opening miles of this run. Coming up, we have more action from the women's race on the Zoot bike course. We'll see the women come in off the bike.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
Great overhead shot of our second place runner in the men's field here at the ISUZU Ironman South African Championship. And that is Jonas Schoenberg, rookie at the Ironman distance, but not looking very rookie-ish right here.
Not at all. He's sometimes ignorance is bliss, though, don't you think, Lieto? You don't know what pain you're in for in that last 10K. So he is in uncharted territory right now for himself, but he looks great. And I mean, I feel really proud of him for just going for it, getting out there, leading the way on the bike. Again, racing against some of the best in the world at this distance, but holding his own.
Yeah, no, he absolutely isn't. And not only holding his own, he's an author in the dynamics of the race, right? Like he could have easily gotten out of the water with those front four and sat in and looked over shoulders and be like, okay, this is my first one. You guys have done this before. I'll let you guys set the pace. He's like, no, I'm going to dictate. I'm going to write a story here and be the one who's the protagonist and go off the front and see what I can do. And you know what? When the best athletes in the world in this sport that are seasoned and podium finishers at world championships, I'll stay on the wheel as long as I can. And then when one of the best middle distance athletes of all time is out there with you, you start a partnership with him. Like he's writing his story, and it's really, really, really cool to see.
And that's Andrew Horsfall Turner.
Yeah.
14 minutes back. He's coming in fourth place. Yeah, Magnus Ditlev, that 4:07:22 bike really blew up the field.
Yeah, no, it really did. And Andrew Horsfall Turner, great athlete, and that's a great bike split from him. Obviously, bike split and swim combo, but you just think about how much time has gone by. He's now 14 minutes down, and he was essentially first out of the water to someone who lost several minutes. Like that's how just brutal that bike ride was from Magnus Ditlev. We see Andrew Horsfall Turner looks great. You know, often the barefoot running in the concrete is where you can tell a lot, and he looks pretty smooth as you could run barefoot on concrete.
Horsfall Turner opting to take off the aero socks. A lot of the athletes tend to just run with them, but he maybe wants to free his calves from being in those super tight sleeves. Those sleeves are fairly tight on your calves, and he's opted to take those off and reset with a new pair of socks. But he'll make quick work of getting those shoes, the super shoes on, socks on, and he will be out of here.
Yeah, it looks pretty smooth and efficient, and yeah, I think that's a good point. Noticing that he took those calf sleeves off. Maybe it's especially if it's a little bit humid. Sometimes those can, any more air that you can have on your body feels nice, a little less obtrusive than having tight fabric on there in humid conditions. But he gets in and puts that all his cycling equipment in that run bag. It's not the run bag anymore. Now it's the bike discard bag. And he's calm, collected. Can't really always tell whether that's like, man, I don't really want to start running yet, or just a calm athlete. And I think he might just be calm.
Yeah, you see him getting his watch set up, resetting it. Usually they go to sleep in the transition bag, so you've got to turn it back on, find the GPS, and then get that started so he can get accurate splits as he runs through this Hoka run course. And
on screen here, that's Schoenberg again, going up one of the little rollers on the run course. And you can see, just like we had on the bike course, the Hoka run course profile at the bottom of the screen. So we can see Schoenberg going up one of the risers up to that 2.5 kilometer mark. Looks smooth, looks comfortable, looks like an athlete that's used to running fast. And right now he's probably thinking like, man, this is slow. This is slower than I ever run. But he's probably also hopefully not thinking that he's got a marathon ahead of him. But he should be thinking about the pressure that's behind him, and that is Martin Van Riel. And
he looks great.
He looks so good. He looks so good. And you know, it's going to be really hard for Schoenberg to hold off Martin Van Riel. And I think the bigger question is, does Martin Van Riel have a chance to pull back Magnus Ditlev? And I think the challenge here is, this is Lewis getting off of the bike with Jamie Riddle.
Jamie Riddle.
That's Jamie Riddle first there, and Lewis in the pink just behind him. We're curious where the burgundy figure of Mike Phillips is.
These men are around 17, 26, 17, 30 back from Magnus.
There you go. Jamie looks good. It looks comfortable. Let's see how Lewis looks. A little bit tighter.
A little tighter.
Little labored on one side, but you know, he'll open up just a little bit as we get going. But yeah, talking about Martin Van Riel, it's, you know, we talk about, you know, settling into the pace, and you know, there's Mikey Weiss coming off the bike. Martin Van Riel doesn't have the ability to settle in. If he wants to win this race, he needs to run as hard as he can right now. And that's a card that this gentleman on the screen played. Like, he is making that athlete run very close to the sun if he wants to have a chance to beat him.
Yeah, absolutely. Magnus certainly in the driver's seat here. He's able to dictate his pace. He's, you know, obviously aware of where Martin Van Riel is, and he'll be paying close attention. I'm sure he has some people on course who can keep him updated with the goings-on of Martin Van Riel and any other runner behind him. But right now he's in the box seat. All he needs to do is focus on putting one step in front of the other, finding his rhythm, finding his pace, make sure he continues to take on his nutrition, keep himself cool, and just, you know, sort of relax into this marathon. Yeah, as I said, right now he's in the box seat. If Van Riel starts to pick up the pace and make inroads, that's at the time where Magnus might have to increase his pace and try to hold off. But right now he doesn't need to do anything other than what he's doing.
Yeah, he's got a lot of time in the bag, that's for sure, and a lot of space to be able to, you know, kind of dose out that time and give up as much time as he wants. But I think, you know, Magnus is probably going to run, air quotes, conservatively this first half so that he can then dig deep, because I think he's got maybe a little bit to prove, but also he wants to win a world championship, and he needs to continue to put good time after good time in his belt to be able to have the confidence to win that world title. Martin Van Riel coming up to Jonas Schoenberg, second place on that shoulder, to see if they run together at all. No look from either of them, even though they've kind of been teammates for a little bit. But we'll see if Jonas Schoenberg can get on the heels of Martin Van Riel, and the answer is no.
Nope.
Martin Van
so
Riel
much.
just running too fast, and good move by the young and inexperienced at the distance Jonas Schoenberg. You probably don't want to lock horns with Martin Van Riel in the first couple miles of an Ironman marathon if you're trying to get through it for the first time. And as I say that, he kind of tries to
maybe he changed his mind.
Tries to hold the pace a little bit. But yeah, you kind of want to settle in and run your own pace if possible. And yeah, great early start to the marathon by both of these gentlemen. Another great Ironman on the circuit is the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns. It's your chance to race in paradise. From the stunning swim at Palm Cove to the breathtaking ride along the Captain Cook Highway and a finish on the vibrant Cairns Esplanade, this is a race like no other. Whether you're chasing a personal best or your first Ironman, there's no better place to do it. If you're ready to take the challenge, check out the event details now and make Cairns your Ironman escape. And I'll tell you what, I was lucky enough to be on course last year for that race, and it was an amazing venue, great experience. Loved every minute I was there.
I got to race the Cairns in 2019. My daughter was 10 months old, and we have fond memories. We went out in the Great Barrier Reef with her. Yeah, beautiful part of the world. Obviously, I'm Australian, so a little biased, but nonetheless.
It's okay.
And the race itself, a really good race, challenging course, great crowds, 3-lap run course there as well. Just all around a great race.
You see another one of our athletes come through. I believe that's Hoffman coming through off the bike. And big surprise to me is something must have happened to Mike Phillips out there, because he kind of disappeared from, he was riding with Jamie Riddle, seemed like he was one of the athletes that was pushing the pace, and he's now out of that top 10. Matt Burton also out of that top 10 at this point. So curious as what's happened to those two athletes at this point.
Yeah, that seemed like a really solid partnership. Phillips and Burton, along with Vice, rolling through the field, and then Vice got dropped, and then seems like Vice came back with a resurgence there, and Phillips and Burton sort of dropped off at the back of this bike. So again, a tough bike course when athletes like that are sort of to and froing and kind of going backwards in the final miles.
Yeah, no, I mean, you don't often see gaps. I mean, man on screen right now, Mike Weiss had lost 2 minutes to that group after pushing the pace, and then now he's well over 2 minutes in front of Mike Phillips, who looked like one of the instigators early, as the man on screen is trying to get the foot in the shoe. Sometimes that feels like an attorney, feels like the hardest thing on the planet to get all that stuff laced up and ready to go. He puts his helmet in his run bag, and looks like he's got a hat behind him. He's going to go pick up any other things that he needs for nutrition and that sort of thing, and get out there, get on course.
And Matt, triathletes generally have elastic laces, so the laces are typically already tied up. You got to make sure you don't tie them too tight, though.
Right.
And a lot of these athletes in the days leading into the race, they will have had regular laces and like, oh, I haven't raced in these shoes yet. I got to put my elastic laces in. 20K into a marathon, those laces can get real tight. So you've got to be careful that you lace them appropriately with the elastic laces. And those super shoes are just really hard to get on in transition when you're exhausted, and all you want to do is really just lay on the ground and take a nap. Not today, though. There's a marathon to be run and a finish line awaiting.
No, there certainly is, and a lot of work left to do. Man on screen is Ceccarelli running smooth and put himself in position to get
Chevalier in transition there. Chevalier, one of our early favorites, didn't bike the way we're used to seeing him bike. Also, Cody Beals coming through transition now, just a little bit of a limp, little stiff after that bike. But Chevalier, one of our favorites at the beginning of this race, very strong cyclist, finished really well in Kona last year, has had some phenomenal performances here as well, but just didn't seem himself on the bike like Cody Beals on screen a moment ago.
Yeah, Chevalier won this race 2 years ago. His bike split in Kona was a 4:01:38, and he lost almost a half an hour to Magnus Ditlev here today, 25 minutes. A bit of exaggeration on my part, but losing 15 minutes to Martin Van Riel, you wouldn't expect that. So curious what happened to Leon Chevalier out there, but he has the ability to run quite quickly as well, so certainly a chance still for a top 10, possibly a top 5. And the important thing, again, with Ironman Pro Series is that every second matters. So if these athletes have their goals set on the Pro Series, the placing is less important, right? Like okay, maybe this race wasn't what I thought it would be, but if I still stay within a few minutes, then we have a great opportunity. And I think this is our new third place athlete. And is that bib number 7? Yes, that is
Katrine Grisborg Christensen from Denmark. She's been moving up through the field slowly but steadily all day, and yeah, now up into third place. Of course, Chloe Lane was holding on to third for the majority of the bike and had a flat tire, had to stop and change it. She dropped out of the top 10, lost around 20 minutes, but we have Christensen riding really well.
No, and this might be the athlete, and we're talking about, we ask, who's maybe the runner that we're not thinking about, and it could be her, as we see her get a little bit of nutrition. She's had some sub 3 hour runs. She was second at Ironman Sweden this year with a 2:59. Ironman Hamburg, she ran a 2:50 flat. She's run 2:57 at Portugal. She's had some great results, and actually got a message from her new coach, and that's Christian Hogenhag, one of our favorites in the Ironman Pro Series, obviously on the podium last year. And he said that she rode 5:14 this year, and looks like she's going to ride a sub 5. And she's had the fastest run split of the day here in South Africa last year, outrunning Marta by 4 minutes. So she has the capabilities of being that athlete. She did have a running injury about a month ago, didn't run for a few weeks, but seems like things are good. But this could be our dark horse right here. Obviously riding much better than she ever has before under the tutelage of Hogenhag, someone that knows how to ride.
Thing or two.
Yeah, thing or two. We don't want to give him too big of a head. He has it already. Just kidding, Christian. You don't. One of the nicest, humblest guys out there. But the experience of athletes that have been there, sometimes that helps. You can be, this is what it's going to feel like, but I promise you, you ride this hard, you're still going to be able to run what you're capable of running. And we'll see what she has out there. But new name on the podium hunt, and someone that, could throw a wrench, so to speak, in that race, with Reichman just under a minute now from Marta Sanchez, and that athlete on screen not too far behind at all, within 4.5 minutes of the lead of the race. So right there. I mean, that is, talking about all those different run splits, it's anyone's game. Anyone's game right now. I would say Sanchez probably in the
Reichman, Sanchez, hard to say, right? Like both Sanchez and Reichman can run around 3 hours, right? Reichman has that faster run time to her credit, so maybe advantage Reichman. Looks like Sanchez and Reichman are going to be getting off the bike very close to one another.
Yeah.
That time's still coming down. Looks like a little under 30 seconds now. Christian under 4 minutes. And she ran a 2:50 in Hamburg last year. So,
and the fastest on this course last year, right? So, like, to me, it's very quickly, it's gone from a led all day, and we think Sanchez is it, to a two-person race, to, man, Sanchez is going to have to work hard to hold a podium position.
Yes.
Like, it's an honest race for her to hold a podium position, which is great. We love to see it. And still, you still have Maya Stage Nielsen. Honestly, I thought 2 hours ago she was going to drop out of the top 8 because she was dropping back so quick, but that was just her pacing maybe appropriately for her on the day, and she's still right in it.
You see Els Visser as well moving up. Els Visser slowly but surely moving through the field. We saw her pop into the top 10 on that second lap on the bike. Now she's up to 6th. Still a ways out of the top 5, but Els is a fantastic runner, and this race is by no means even close to being over with Sanchez, Reichman, Christian. I mean, you almost throw a blanket over those three, right? Like, with different run times you've seen historically from them, and on paper, that looks like a really great competition in itself. Christian also moving toward the front as well, so making more inroads as we get closer to T2. This is a very exciting race. Visser as well, I'm looking at her. She's constantly just performing race after race after race. She seems to just get stronger as the race goes on as well.
Yeah, and the only thing that, I would put against Els Visser, which I don't want to because she's great and such a great athlete to watch race, is that she races a ton.
Yeah.
So what is a great benefit to her. This is the longest gap she's had of racing in probably 14, 16 months, right? So like she's going into this race as fresh as she can possibly be. Hopefully, I don't know insider info, like, but injuries were something that plagued her last year. Theoretically, she's probably feeling pretty good from those as she starts the season. So you might see a freshness in the back half of the marathon maybe that we're not used to seeing. And she's a very strong marathon runner as it is. So, yeah, I think the race is totally up for grabs. And, yeah, we still got a lot to fight for. Still have Bergsten down there.
Yeah.
Clavel we haven't seen too much from as far as results go. So, like, you know, she has the ability to surprise us as well. But that, you know, top 5th to 10th place is going to be an absolute battle for sure.
Yeah, going back to Els Visser, does she race better when she's done a lot of races? You know, like some athletes seem to race themselves into fitness. She seems to be moving through the field really well. So, yeah, I'm excited to see a fresher Els Visser. I mean, last year she was on the podium in 6 consecutive 70.3s early in the year. So that's, some athletes will do 6 70.3s in a whole year. Early in the year, she was, you know, won 3 of those as well. Yeah, it's her first time here in South Africa, so I think it's exciting to see, or it's exciting for athletes to race new races, different races. It's kind of fresh, not the same old race that you've been doing for the last 10 years. Yeah, Els Visser moving up, and we've got our eye on her, so we'll see how she looks coming off the bike. And we have the women nearing Ruvi T2. They've got about 11 miles to go, but we are with race leader Marta Sanchez. Again, she has been leading all day long from the minute she stepped into Algoa Bay through the whole bike ride. She has Annie Reichman, I think, just in the background.
Yeah.
We are moments away from a potential first-time lead change.
It's getting close
in the women's race.
What do you want? You know, what's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good? It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
This is where I wanna be.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
You're watching ISUZU Ironman South Africa African Championship, brought to you by High Price. Keep moving, better than ever. And by ISUZU, with you for the long run.
And we're out here on the bike course. Getting near the end here. but a lot more action happening on the marathon. I'm Matt Lieto here with Marinda Carfrey, and we're here with our second place female athlete, Anna Reichman, but I don't think we're going to call her second place for very much longer.
Annie Reichman now approaching Marta Sanchez. Marta Sanchez has been leading this race since the start of the swim. 57-minute swim. Annie Reichman, a little bit slower than that, but has been ticking away on the bike course, pushing all day long, and now she's coming up on Marta Sanchez. Will she roll right by her? Only around 10 miles to go, about 16 kilometers to go on this Zoot bike course for the women. Annie Reichman kind of doing a Magnus Ditlev a little bit here. She's sort of sitting. No, here she comes.
No, she's
moving out to the side.
It's kind of a faster section of the course, so like ideally it's hard. It's like, I don't know that you'd want to make the pass here if you had to choose it, because it's just diminishing returns. You just have to go harder to make that gap. But at the same time, if you can kind of get a slingshot and just move past quickly, it's, again, if you don't necessarily, like Marta probably heard a motorcycle, probably knew it was coming, but you see that frame go by you, and the first time you see anybody else, it's that, and it looks smooth and fast. It doesn't look like she's trying, and she gets a gap on you. That's, again, that just takes the wind out of the sails a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. When you've been leading all day long, I don't know if it gives you a little bit of adrenaline, gives you something new to focus on. And you saw as she passed by, she dropped right out of that draft zone, and you can see the light on the back of Annie Reichman's bike. It went from red to blue to orange, then back to blue. And so Marta just trying to hang in there. The orange light is 14 to 17 meters, the blue light 12 to 14 meters. So you kind of want to sit, maybe, flashing blue every so often, but in that orange zone. But looks like Marta is gritting her teeth a little bit.
Yeah,
she's
she
like,
responded.
I'm gonna hang here. I'm gonna come into transition with Annie Reichman. I've been leading all day long. You can't take that lead away from me now. I'm gonna come in with you, and let's start the marathon together and see who's got the goods.
Yeah, and do we think that Anna Reichman really cares too much? Do you think she's gonna look over her shoulder at all, or she's like, nah, this is where it's gonna be? And she's, do you think she backs herself in her race plan? She's like, if I get off the bike with Marta, it's my race.
I think at this stage it would be detrimental for her to try and burn a match.
Okay.
At this stage in the race, I think she's been pacing herself well all day. She's stronger than Marta, so her comfort zone is better than Marta's. If she just rides the same pace, Marta has to work harder than she wants to work.
Mm-hmm.
So it's on Marta to make that decision. Right now, it looks like Reichman's sort of, riding away from Marta Sanchez. I think maybe she is putting a little bit more effort in. It is always nice to have a little buffer in transition, so you don't have the stress of coming in with somebody and racing each other out of transition. You can just kind of focus on yourself, sort of put that other athlete out of sight and out of mind, and just focus on you, which is, the best way to go about racing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Marta's doing her best to hang in there. She wants to come into transition, if not in the lead, then right with the lead, and then they'll settle it on the run.
Right. And we can see that it's similar. We saw that elastic, she did look over her shoulder. The elastic is snapped back, and Marta Sanchez is as close as she's been since Reichman initially made the pass. So we'll see if after that look back and maybe a tougher section of the course, if she's able to open it up. It's a little bit harder on a tailwindy downhill section to open up a gap on a competitor, especially if they're trying to keep it and you're not necessarily burning a match. That kind of steady effort is only going to drop a Marta Sanchez if it's most likely a headwind or more challenging section of the course. So yeah, I think you're right. I think putting in that effort specifically to drop the athlete behind in this situation would be either a card to play or an ego response, right? Because you like, there's just something about dropping that athlete. You'd be like, but it's like, no, is me going harder now and getting 15 seconds going to put me in a better position to win the race at the end of a marathon? Probably not. So like, just do everything I've been doing to this point and be efficient, be smooth. And I think that's what we're seeing from Anna Reichman.
Yeah, with the shoulder check though, that makes me think that she did put in a slight effort. But again, I don't think, you know, it was a big calculated move. It was like, I'm going to put in a little effort, see if I can just discard her right away. If not, I'm just going to settle back into my pace. And yeah, I mean, it would be nice to ride right by her and say goodbye and never see her again. But that's not usually how racing works. You pass an athlete, they're going to do everything they can to sort of stay with you. And, you know, even riding, you know, at 14 meters behind, there is still a tiny draft benefit. So Marta getting that benefit, but also just being able to now focus on the athlete in front of her and not just solely on her watts. Now she's racing. She's not just pacing and individually time trialing this race. Now she's in battle with Annie Reichman.
Yeah, and I think even if you're in the lead, you can fall asleep a little bit, right? And you can kind of get lulled. I mean, swimming an hour by yourself and then riding a bike kind of not as hard as you can, but as hard as you can for the distance for 5 hours is, I mean, it can be a little bit boring. And, you know, if you don't have any external impulses, then it can be a challenge. And I do sometimes think that's like a bit of a wake up when a competitor goes by.
Is it boring when you're winning though?
I mean, I
don't know.
I wouldn't know.
I wouldn't know either. I feel like, I don't know. But yes, I think now that, you know, there is something for her to clearly focus on, a little bit of an adrenaline bump. Okay, now I'm in a race. Like, you know, I'm not having it my own way, all my own way. I can find another gear. Let's just, you know, tack onto this wheel and get this bike over with so that we can start the marathon. And usually, you know, it's pretty telling early whether you're feeling great or you're not. Sometimes you can hang, but you kind of know pretty early in the marathon who has the upper hand. And at this point, you just sort of hope that your legs show up.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think maybe it's not boring, but I think there's something about it's a nervous system response and like the fight or flight, right? When you're like comfortable and you're in the lead and you're doing your own thing, that's one thing. But when you feel a risk of somebody taking something away from you, something happens in your nervous system where you can actually like, respond. And like we're built to be able to respond to situations like that. And you might get that little bit of adrenaline rush that you haven't, maybe some free caffeine, so to speak, to be able to do something maybe that you weren't capable of just a little bit before. But yeah, I think it's going to be a tall order for Reichman to drop Marta Sanchez at this point, especially because I think we both agree and she probably won't try.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's just now going to settle back into the pace that she was riding. And again, her velocity, her watts or her effort was a little more than Marta's because she's been able to, you know, catch up from that swim. And Marta is now having to push a little bit harder than maybe she wants to hang with Annie. So, you know, that's taking a little bit of the sting out of Marta's legs. And then again, I think they get to the run and let the cards fall where they may.
Yeah, and nothing much has changed. Looking very smooth, looking comfortable, and you know, still focusing on that aero position. And don't underestimate how hard that is. Like the fact that obviously the flexibility and the strength that you need and the training, the physical therapy and the things that you need to be able to hold that position, but to mentally be riding your bike for 5 hours in that perfect position where you're not moving around, and then remember, okay, I need to tuck my chin to this bottle and like continue to do all those little things over and over and over again. To me, that's what's so impressive about these athletes that are so aerodynamic is they've done the testing, they know what all these little things do to help their efficiency, and they have the wherewithal even when they're tired and fatigued to think about that. You see on screen, I believe that's Horsfall Turner, just with this quick shot running through early sections of this marathon course.
This is
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
And out here on course, on the Hoka Run course, on the ISUZU Ironman South Africa African Championships, it's Magnus Ditlev, and he's running pretty good. He looks smooth. His splits are coming through as showing that he's running pretty darn quick.
He squirts that gel right up his nose.
Everybody
just get
does it a different way.
Martin Van Riel, though, I was looking at the splits, has taken around 30 seconds out of Magnus in the first 7 or 8 kilometers. Now, 6.5 minutes was the difference between the two men in T2. 6 minutes now. We'll see as we get rolling here. It looks like it's down a little more from that last split. But, yeah, Magnus certainly losing time to Van Riel. But, again, Magnus still in at the box seat. 5+ minutes. Still a good buffer. Van Riel looks phenomenal running. Looks so easy. Ditlev doesn't always look super fast, but he is going super fast. You know, a taller in stature athlete. He just looks like he's laboring a little more, but again, this man can resurrect himself from almost the death as he did in Kona last year. So I'm sure he has more up his sleeve if he needs to find another gear, but right now he's in kind of cruise control, doing the best he can within reason.
Yes. The stat that I will bring up from these splits is, and we can see those athletes, they just cross paths. So Magnus Ditlev got sight of Martin Van Riel running the other direction. Yes, you're right. He's losing some time, and a reasonable amount of time. That's not nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But his projected run split, if he continues to run the pace he's running, is 2:31. So that would put Martin Van Riel needing to run a 2:26 to beat him, right? So, like, that's where we're kind of at, right? Like, there's this diminishing return that, like, if Magnus runs a 2:33 or 2:34, Van Riel's going to have to do something absolutely extraordinary to beat him. And at that point, Magnus would...
Something never been
yeah, would
never
say,
been done before.
Congratulations, right? So it's they're in rarefied air, I guess is my point.
Absolutely. Now we're back at the women's race. And we are on our 3rd place. Christensen, for a moment there, that's back at Annie Reichman. I was looking at the gap at T1, Ruby T1 between Reichman and Sanchez, and it was around 7:40. So
okay.
Reichman made up 7.5 minutes on Sanchez. Yep, Sanchez dropped off the back, but again, they are very close to T2. So they'll, you know, give or take a few seconds, will be in transition at the same time. But Reichman crushing that bike.
Yeah, she is, and it looks like there's actually some. Oh no, there isn't. She was just behind the motorcycle. I thought there was some space there. It's a couple seconds, but as you said, that's essentially same time. No difference when it comes to the fact that they both have to run a marathon afterwards. So yeah, Reichman, incredible bike ride from her. Excited to see what the final split is on that bike ride, and most importantly, where the energy looks like it's at for both of these athletes.
Yeah, Reichman most certainly well under 5 hours. Historically, this bike course has not been a fast one. Blymall rode a 5:02, but again, a different bike course. So again, not apples to apples, but Reichman probably in the 4:40s. We will get that split momentarily, but she's taking her feet out. She opted to put socks on in T1, so she will not have to bother with that in Ruby T2. She early with the feet out, back in the aero bars.
Yeah, I think as we said with Magnus, sometimes you see all those big tents and you think it's that tent.
I gotta go. you get a fright.
Yeah,
I gotta take my shoes out.
And yeah, I'm curious to see that Katrine Christensen as well is going to be not very far behind these two athletes and very close to the fastest bike split of the day behind Anna Reichman as she steps over the top two of that bike and starts running right before that dismount line. Is going to hand her bike off to one of our wonderful volunteers. No, she's going to rack that herself. What am I thinking? Look at that. She can do it all on her own.
Yep.
And Marta Sanchez just behind, coming around that corner, getting applause from those out on course. But there's some focus there. Moves her bib number to the front.
She looks great.
She looks phenomenal.
She's bouncy. There's no sign of that bike
no.
in her legs right now. Long way to go again, a marathon to run. Marta Sanchez looks a little bit more choppy in her stride, sorry. Reichman looks phenomenal running through transition. She'll grab her T2 bag. And as we look at the Wahoo Element Bolt time, 4:43.31. That is ridiculously fast here in South Africa. Annie Reisman with the fastest bike time today.
Yeah,
and a course record.
Yeah, and a fast time on a course that was windy and rolly. You see Marta Sanchez, maybe not quite on purpose. She wanted to get kind of past
in front of
Reichman, but then doesn't have a chair for her to sit in. And look at that. One of our volunteers, as I speak, gets a chair out right for Marta. Well deserved and great effort by the volunteers. Appreciate that. And yeah, getting those socks on as Anne Reichman looks, not disturbed at all. Just out there doing it. And she's out on the course looking smooth. As you said, her stride looks great. And she doesn't, I think you put it well, you can't really see the bike on her.
No, absolutely, and usually you can. There's some tell, whether it's like a little bit of a limp in transition or just a, what did I just do to myself? But she looked phenomenally well on the bike, and now on the run she looks really smooth through transition quickly, no fuss, and out onto the run course. You see Marta Sanchez now putting some of that nutrition down into her suit, and she is making her way out onto the Hoka run course as well.
Yeah, and she's out and not lost too much time. 37 seconds out of transition, out of the Ruby transition behind Anna Reichman. But yeah, we'll see early sections of the run course. Who's got a little bit more energy and who looks smoother? But right now, I'd say they both have very different run strides.
Yes.
Right. So it's hard to compare. But Anna Reichman just looks that comfortable and that smooth, and we have those historical run splits from her. She certainly seems like she's in a great position today.
Yeah, we go back and catch the rest of the women coming in off the bike.
Katrine Grisball Christensen looks smooth as well in that aerodynamic position. Hasn't quite gotten her feet out of those shoes yet, but she will do shortly because we know she was not that far behind those two women that we just saw get through transition. So side shot here. She gets through kind of that Esplanade section down here in Kebaha, coming into transition here in just about a minute or so.
Yeah, these T2's a sight for sore eyes. After 3 laps, 180 kilometers on this bike, 112 miles. Christensen is making her way to T2. Christensen, 28 years old, from Denmark. She was 17th at the Ironman World Champs in Nice last year. Second in Sweden, Ironman Sweden. And second at 70.3 Gdynia in August, the end of her year. Some pretty solid results. And very solid run. She ran a 2:59 in Sweden, 2:50 in Hamburg, 3:03 in South Africa last year, and 2:57 in Portugal in 2023. So some run pedigree there for sure. Here she is dismounting her bike. She'll take that bike into transition, replace it where she left off earlier this morning.
And that's a 4:45. And from what looks like, yeah, of course that, you know, is similar but maybe a little bit tougher. She rode 1/2 of an hour faster than she did last year on this course. It's pretty good.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
It's not bad. We'll see what's in the legs. That
we'll
tells the story, right?
Yeah. Again, the course last year, a little different. 2 laps last year, 3 laps this year, but still 30 minutes quicker is legit.
30 minutes quicker,
It's
yeah.
30 minutes quicker. So far, she looks very good running off the bike.
And we'll see where that running, that injury, no details on what the injury was, and maybe, you know, referred to as a niggle. So just something that being cautious about, but we'll see where, you know, if we can see any inadequacies maybe in her stride. But right now she looks good, putting those socks on, getting those super shoes on as well, and we'll get that helmet in the bag and off to the races, so to speak.
Yeah, and the gap around 4:40 to to Annie Reichman, who was first off the bike here today. So sitting in 3rd place and nicely into 3rd place. The next women another 5-ish minutes back. So we'll wait for the next women, which should be Lara Jensen or Maya Saya Nelson. And there she goes. She's off onto the run course.
Yeah, she looks
and
great.
And now she's got a job to do.
Yeah, she certainly does. She's got some chasing. She's, you know, coming out of T2. She is 5 minutes down from our leader, 4.5 minutes down from Marta Sanchez. But in a marathon, that's nothing. And that's all of this is within, you know, decimal points of where these athletes are capable of. If all of them have a good day,
probably stays where it is.
it stays where it is, or it could be all within a couple minutes, right? If they all have their good day and one has their best day, that this athlete could get up to first place. If they all have, you know, the same, you know, good day, you could see this athlete, you know, get up and over Marta Sanchez. But you know, this is why we race. It turns out we got to wait till the athletes are done talking with their feet. But beautiful overhead shot here of Kebaha and the ISUZU Ironman South African Championship. We're here with the women's race. We got our top 3 athletes off of the bike. That's Anna Reichman, Marta Sanchez, and
Katrin Grisboll Christensen.
Thank you.
And as we look at the Ruvi transition 2 times, Annie Reichman, This is the three fastest males. Sorry, Stromberg was 1:42, Hagen 1:52, and Cody Beals 1:53. They were the fastest transition times for the pro men.
And then on the women's side for the Ruby Transition 2, top 3 transition splits, Anna Reichman 1:30, Ball Christensen 1:55, and Marta Sanchez 1:57.
We have Christensen on screen right now. A couple of little short, sharp up and downhill sections. And again, this run course will be 4 laps of rolling run course. So again, challenging run to match the challenging bike.
Yeah, no, it's not easy. It's not easy. And, you know, the athletes say the thing that helps out more than anything is, you know, the crowds and the support that is out there. You know, can be hot. And we heard Marta Sanchez talk about the possibility of the heat being a factor out here. But, you know, getting off of that bike ride, that's pretty challenging. Getting onto this run course with all those fans around, it certainly is a help as we see this athlete looking over her shoulder, see what's going on. And now we're back up with the lead. And Anna Reichman and Marinda, you know good running better than anybody else in the sport. Tell us what you see.
I see a really great run style here. She has that nice aggressive forward lean. She's allowing that forward momentum to take her through. So she's just bouncing along, relaxed shoulders. She does not look stressed. She looks in control but focused. And she's just now finding that groove, trying to run as quickly as she can within reason. And when I say that, I mean she's trying to find that perfect pace that she can sustain for the majority or the full length of the marathon. Taking her time, making sure she takes those bags of water. You got to get that sharp tooth to rip it open and keep the body cool, take on the hydration, and make sure you do everything right.
There we go. And our 4th place athlete off the bike, that's Laura Jansen, 4:55.20 bike split for her. So nice movement throughout the day, pretty consistent. She's kind of in that realm, you know, 4th to 6th place for a fair bit today. Great ride from her. And, you know, what I noticed out of Reichman was she looked like an athlete that could be running much faster than she was running, right? Which to me means that she's collected and running composed and running a pace that she can run. She thinks she can run this pace for 26.2 miles. She's not someone that is going out at a faster pace. It doesn't look like she's stressing her effort right now, which is a good sign.
Yeah, absolutely. In the opening, I mean, so there's 2 things to consider here. Knowing she was in transition with Marta Sanchez, she wants to go out with authority. So she wants to go out in a pace that's maybe a little bit ambitious, but nothing too crazy. And she, you know, created a gap fairly quickly but she wants to make sure that she sends a message to Marta Sanchez that says, you cannot run with me. And
especially to this turnaround.
Yes, because this moment here is where they'll cross paths, they'll get a good look at each other, and they'll be able to see exactly what the distance is. And Reichman running at a 4:07 per K pace, so a decent clip for sure. Marta Sanchez coming up the hill, they'll take a quick look at their watches. And
yeah, that's a big gap.
Yeah, it's a decent gap already. And so Reichman certainly, if I was her, I would run out pretty quickly.
Would you? Yeah.
Absolutely. And then I'd settle in. So maybe 5K, 3K to 5K. I mean, I feel like once I had a minute, I would be more comfortable to settle into my pace. But in the opening, 20 minutes, I would go out fairly quickly at the upper end of what I want to run.
Okay.
To make sure that I send a message that you can't stick with me. So that would be my tactic.
Yeah.
A lot of racing is mental, right? Like not showing your cards and or showing authority in different places, making it look easy, so that the other athletes, you know, if you send a message to an athlete that you are not in my league on the run, they start to think that as well, and then they won't even, you know, they start to protect their position. Okay, I can't run with her, but I'm going to protect second. They start thinking about the athletes behind them. So that would be my goal, you know, if I was in Annie's position.
Yeah, and I think that's well said. And you know, she's made up 15 seconds in 2.5K, which isn't that much, but considering they kind of came off the bike together, it feels like a lot that it's almost a minute. And to me, I guess maybe it's more of a noticing how smooth she is, very similar to the bike, that it doesn't look like she's on the gas right now. And even that's even more intimidating because Marta Sanchez, you could tell she's running hard.
Yes.
And she's, you know, her style is that style, but she's on the upper end of her effort, and you can see that. You can't really see that with Reichman.
No.
She's just poker face all over, right? It's amazing. And this athlete on screen, Grispal Christensen, running smooth as well. We'll get a split here, not too much longer, but a little bit. Tell me what you see here of her running style. Obviously, we know she's a fast, efficient runner.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing from Christensen here too. She's again got that nice forward lean, nice high arm carriage. You want those arms to be up above your waist. You don't want that bend in the elbow to be more than 90 degrees. So she has that nice arm carriage there. She's using her arms to set her leg pace, but she's got a nice high cadence. She's looking just up the road ahead of her. If anything, I wanted to look more on the ground to, you know, set her shoulders or head a little bit further down so she's not looking as far up the road. But overall, I think she looks really, really good. She's obviously looking up the road to the aid station and obviously now cooling herself, so the technique sort of goes out the window a little bit for a moment. But I love the turnover, and I love the energy in her stride as well.
Yeah. You know, she looks powerful, and it does look like she's moving through space quickly.
Yes.
Right? It's hard to say when we don't have a split, but I would say she's running faster than Marta Sanchez. I'll probably be proven wrong at that first split, but she does look like she's moving quite well. Back to our pro men, Magnus Ditlev through 17.8 kilometers, and you know, we're seeing him still running well, 1:03.32 through that, and that's still holding a 2:32 average pace if he was able to hold this pace throughout the entirety of the marathon. But running well, looking smooth. Again, he looks, because he has such a large stature, it does look like, it looks very different than Martin Van Riel.
Absolutely, yeah. And again,
they're running,
you know,
very similar paces.
Very similar paces. Martin Van Riel only, you know, earlier it was around 5 seconds per kilometer quicker. You know, not too dissimilar in pace, but it's deceiving watching Magnus run. He does cover a lot of ground with every step, and yeah, he looks solid. He doesn't look like he's stressed. You know, yes, you know, he's working for sure. You see that mouth hung open a little bit, but he doesn't look stressed whatsoever. Yeah, this is setting up to be a phenomenal finish. More action to come.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
And we're watching Magnus Ditlev leading the ISUZU Ironman South Africa African Championship here today. I'm Marinda Carfrey alongside Matt Lieto, and we've been bringing you the action all day long. This man put down a phenomenal bike here today with a lead of 6:30 to Martin Van Riel off the bike. And now they are well into the marathon, around almost 20K, coming up to halfway, actually maybe past halfway by now. Martin Van Riel sitting behind around 5+ minutes, so Martin slowing ever so slightly in the last 5 kilometers or so. Right now they're both running around the same pace. Magnus Ditlev ran out a little slower than Van Riel. Van Riel came out a little hot, but now they both seem to be running around the same pace.
Yeah, I mean, 1 minute over 18 kilometers is not a lot. And that last split, it was just 4 seconds per kilometer. And yeah, I mean, that's something. It's not nothing. He's that much closer to being able to capitalize if Magnus fades. But again, I think it's the fact that we're kind of in rarefied air. Is this athlete on screen rode that fast. And right now, if he held the same pace, is running 2:32 marathon pace. So like you
4:07 bike, 2:32.
Yeah, you just can't do much more than that. Martin Van Riel, to beat Magnus Ditlev, the smart move would not be, okay, Magnus is running 2:32 pace. He's 5.5 minutes ahead. I need to try to run 2:26 pace. That's not going to work. All Martin Van Riel can do is run the best he can run a marathon and hope that Magnus messed up. And then at some point he basically is in a position to clean up if Magnus doesn't race what he's capable of racing, right? So hoping that Magnus is going out at a 2:32 and he's only capable of running a 2:35. You go out at 2:32, you're only capable of 2:35, you run a 2:40, Martin Van Riel wins the race, right? So like, he can't try to take it away from Magnus at this point. He has to just run his best marathon, which they're both. It's crazy that we're talking about this in as common manner as we are, how fast these athletes are running after a bike like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And if this is Magnus's start to the year, I mean, he wants to build through to Nice. Nice is his big goal. He wants to win an Ironman world title. It's something he's yet to do. Racing this well this early, and he missed the mark a little bit for what he would have wanted for the swim. But again, we had the cream of the crop swimming in this race of swimmers. Some of the best Ironman swimmers ended up being in the second pack, which he was a part of, a massive second pack. Magnus, just went about his business on the bike. Took him a little while to come up to Jonas Schomburg on the bike, around halfway through, 80 kilometers to go. Took the lead and then put 6 minutes into him and Martin Van Riel. So paced that bike beautifully, and now has that nice buffer to this beautiful runner in Martin Van Riel.
Gosh.
Yeah, I mean, all Martin can do is put together, as you said, his best marathon here today. don't do anything crazy. Run as fast as you can. That's all you can do. And, you know, if Magnus Ditlev falters, then you can pick up the pieces. But if not, you're still first real Ironman. This, you know, this man did Cozumel, had the fastest swim, had the fastest run, crashed his bike, stood on the side of the road for 20 minutes, got checked out by the medics. They gave him the okay to continue. He did finish the race, but this is his first Ironman where everything has gone fine and he's raced from start to finish. So he's really in uncharted territory, and coming second to Magnus Ditlev is no shame in that.
No, you're talking about someone who's been second and third at the last 2 Ironman World Championships that's in front of you. And, you know, he's raced a lot more on that distance and has more experience. And, again, there's a lot of racing left. This race is, you know, obviously Magnus is in a better position, but Martin Van Riel has a lot of opportunity to still win this race. I mean, we're talking about, you know, Magnus is great in heat and has great success over the marathon distance, but Martin Van Riel is just a slighter frame. And if it does start getting hot and humid out there, he's going to be able to naturally be able to cool his system a little bit better, right? So, like, there is an advantage to that, especially when you're running these rates of speed that are at that, like, your max capability. You're messing with kind of how your inner core is and what your temperature is. And again, Magnus Ditlev very well prepared for that, knows what he's capable of. But if we have something in the line of Martin being an advantage, that's it. And right now you can see him going through special needs, getting something from those volunteers, getting his special needs bag or his pro fluids bag, and gets what he needs and keeps going, doesn't miss a stride.
Yeah, and the special needs bags the athletes will have handed in before the race. You have usually an option to hand in special needs on the bike and on the run, and that's nutrition that you might not be able to get on course, specific to, you know, your needs. So usually nutrition that you've been training with or that you know works well for you, you put in those bags. And sometimes as a backup or sometimes as a I need this nutrition at, you know, halfway on the run course. They're a little beyond halfway right now, but hit that special needs, get on those that fuel and those calories. That second half of that run is where the fueling really, really does matter. And really, you know, it's more what you've done on the bike, making sure that you have that rolling buffet throughout the bike, continually putting those carbohydrates in, hydrating well, getting the mixture accurate. If you mess that up, this is where it starts to show. I mean, I'm sure Martin Van Riel's hoping that Magnus Ditlev made some mistakes, but again, Magnus, just a true professional, does not leave any stone unturned. He has his nutrition well and truly dialed in. So probably a far shot from Magnus messing up, but you never know. As we say in Ironman, anything is possible. So now Martin Van Riel just putting together his best marathon possible, and he'll stamp his ticket to Nice, which is really what he wanted most.
Yeah, absolutely, and a little bit more experience over the distance. And the crazy thing, we're talking about all these what ifs, and we don't have that much time to like wonder what's going to happen because these guys are running
so fast.
Almost a half hour faster than they were not that many years ago. Martin Van Riel looking good in early, well, mid sections of the run. There we go, and they're 2 laps done at this point, which is, man, they really are making quick
motoring.
Quick
I know. I feel like they just started the first lap, and these men are moving today. I see Mikey Weiss moving up as well. I believe he's now in fourth place, and Horsfall Turner in 5th. But the leader's still Magnus Ditlev.
And third place, still Jonas Schoenberg.
Yes.
Dude, crushing it. And he's not, like, fading hard at all, right? I mean, he's still just 7 minutes off the leader. And last time, the person that is at risk of taking his podium away from him was 13 minutes behind. So he just needs to, like, if you're out there, then you're cheering on Jonas Schoenberg and you see that he's struggling at all, like, literally all you have to tell him is just keep running.
Yes.
All he has to do is keep running.
Do not walk.
Yeah, he doesn't have to run fast.
No.
He could take probably a half a minute off of his mile
is
pace
running
right
fast,
now.
though.
I know, right? That's what I would actually suggest. Tell him to slow down.
He's running quicker than 6-minute mile pace.
Crazy.
3:42 pace, just 5 seconds slower than what Didlif is running. About almost 10 seconds slower than Martin Van Riel per kilometer, but he's running great. I mean, for a guy that said, I'm just going to...
Look at him.
There you look at him. He looks great. He's cruising along out
so
there.
Awesome. And if you're an athlete that, again, is draft legal racing, Olympics not too long ago, the first race he did this year at a 5K run, sprint distance, how hard is it to not run too fast in an Ironman marathon when, like, that's all you're used to?
When you have that pace and that access to that pace, yeah, the temptation is to just, like, go for it, come out flying. But you have to have some patience and you have to be calculated. And he is showing, just class beyond his years, having that patience, keeping his head, holding together a very solid pace. And an Ironman debut, I think maybe this distance might be the distance for you, Jonas Stromberg. Not really training for this, but was here in South Africa. May as well jump in and do an Ironman. I don't know. This is pretty impressive.
Oh, incredibly impressive racing from him, especially that he kind of is doing it for fun, something different, try something new and expand his horizons a little bit. And if he's not careful, he might qualify for a world championship here today, which could change things for him. On screen, Anna Reichman still in the lead, still looking like she's not trying that hard, but still is trying quite hard. I'm certain of it. And
Griesbach Christensen running about the same pace as Reichman, so not making any inroads on the lead, but taking about a minute out of Sanchez. So Reichman put a minute into Sanchez. Christensen running the same speed as Reichman has taken a minute out of Sanchez, still sitting around 4 minutes behind Marta Sanchez. So Griesbach Christensen running very well. Still a lot of racing here to go, but so far, if I was, put on the spot to call it right now, I would say Annie Reichman looks solid, looks very strong. I don't see her fading, but again, so many factors in the back half of the marathon have to come, to fruition. The nutrition has to be there, the hydration has to be there, the pacing has to be there, and just generally, you just need to be solid all day long. And Reichman right now looks great, but we're still in early stages of the run.
Yeah, and tell us how different it is when, not to be comparative with the men's race, but someone like Magnus gets 6 minutes and he's still trying to run fast versus like she's looking over her shoulder to see how far back. What's the difference in stress level when it's a minute and you're like, she can't run her pace and run comfortably yet she's still racing? Like, how different are those two scenarios?
Yeah, I think that there's definitely a higher stress level when when you get off the bike with someone and you're basically going toe to toe. So there's that, in transition, keeping yourself composed and calm and knowing that they're there, being aware of that other person. The way to your best race is to focus on yourself and yourself only. Magnus kind of had that luxury coming into transition. He had the whole transition zone to himself. He was able to get out on the run, settle in, find his pace, and not really worry about playing any mind games with anyone. He just could go out and do his thing. Whereas Annie Reichman wanted to assert her authority early in the marathon, put the pressure on Marta to win that mental game right away. And yes, a minute over the first, 3 kilometers or so is a lot of time, but it's still a race. And, when you're pushing super hard yourself, you're like, I hope I can continue this pace. I think I can continue this pace. And yeah, you're in it, right? Like, that's what we love about racing. But in the moment, you're like, I just want to be able to do my own thing and focus myself and not worry about anyone else. But, you know, that's not what makes, you know, epic battles. And Sanchez actually the one who, again, she's sandwiched between two women who are running faster than her right now. She does have a nice cushion to Grisborg Christensen, but she's getting chased.
Yeah.
So the stress of there's first place just up the road. I'm in second place, but I'm in danger of slipping to third place if I don't hold this pace or maybe even increase my pace a little bit. You know, 3K a minute out, you know, she does have to increase her pace if she wants to hold on to second place.
Yeah, no, I think that's well said. Martin Van Riel on screen now, chatting with the cameraman, looking up the road. But yeah, I think, you know, we saw Anna Reichman on that one section. It was that turn looking behind her, right? And to me, it's kind of what you're saying with the, you know, trying to get space. And it's not so much her looking to see, like, if Marta's gaining. She's hoping that she's not there at all anymore.
Yes.
And then she can do her own race. Like right now, she still can't get off of that accelerator and the foot on the gas, where, you know, if she was able to drop Marta Sanchez and put another minute and a half on Marta Sanchez, then she can just be like, okay, I can do my own thing and settle in. And that's, I think, what those athletes look for. Okay, I'm playing this poker card. Did the other person fold yet? And the answer is not yet, but we haven't folded yet either. It's been a long day, but a pretty exciting day of racing right now. We see Magnus Ditlev on the screen, but what have you seen so far today that's surprised you from any of the competitors that we've been watching?
I mean, I think, you know, Magnus Ditlev is having a day, but we kind of expect that from him at this point.
Yeah.
Martin Van Riel, we hope to see him and Magnus do battle. I'm surprised Magnus. Surprise is probably not the right word. Magnus is doing what Magnus does, and that is put together a very strong swim, a phenomenal bike, and now finishing it off with the dagger in that run. Surprising, probably Annie Reichman. Coming off of Cozumel, she kind of certainly wanted to have a great race here, and she has been training in South Africa, but she was sort of hinting at the fact that she didn't really know what she was going to get.
She didn't seem
overconfident. It was a short off season.
Yeah.
You know, Cozumel is very late in the year, November. This is an early Ironman, the first Ironman in the Ironman Pro Series. So she's really just left off from that Cozumel victory, and now seems to be running away with it again. Phenomenal bike leg from her. She's around 7:40 behind Marta out of the water. Was able to catch and pass Marta going into T2 very late in the bike, but nonetheless got to the lead. And now she's putting together a phenomenal marathon. And yeah, I mean, I think Annie for me so far has been the athlete, you know, I had on my list of favorites, but not necessarily to just run away with it this early in the race.
Yeah, and I think I think you're probably referencing what we had seen from her, saying that Ironman's tricky. You go from I'm thinking I'm going to win or I'm trying to win to I hope I finish, right? And then that's not necessarily the verbiage you hear from someone who you think is going to come out and win the race, right? A nice little move from our age group athlete there, going around the corner with Martin Van Riel. Man, look at Martin on these downhills, just absolutely rolling.
Martin actually in that last split, just running 5 seconds slower than Magnus now. So I don't know if he's realized, yes, you know, he is flying down that hill. A great runner uses the downhills to their advantage. They don't put any extra effort. They just have the technique where they can speed up. They can let the momentum take them. They just roll down that hill and run quicker. They're not using any extra effort, but they just know how to run hills. And that's what we saw just then with that increase in pace. But in general, Magnus is running even if not a little bit quicker than Martin Van Riel now. So I don't know if Martin has run out of steam a little bit. He's looking around a lot more. He's kind of talking to people. I think he's kind of realizing that, okay, maybe maybe winning this race is not on the cards for me today. I'm not going to kill myself. I just want that Nice ticket. So I'm just going to get through this marathon as best as I can and try and make sure I hold on to that second place.
Yeah, and the only thing I'll say to that is I think you're right. But as much as Martin Van Riel, a pure runner running downhill, is going to be free speed, a strong runner like Magnus, if anything, he might run those uphills in a marathon a little bit quicker.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
You're watching ISUZU Ironman South Africa African Championship, brought to you by Athletic Brewing, brew without compromise, and by Wahoo. There are the fast feet of our men's leader, Magnus Ditlev, and man, pretty soon we're gonna have to stop calling him the Uber cyclist guy, and we're gonna have to start saying what's real. And
The Uber triathlon guy.
He's just one of the best all-around triathletes on the planet.
Of all time.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, he has some of the fastest splits.
Yeah, when you look at some of the races, Roth, fastest times there, some of the performances he has put in over the Ironman distance. He's yet to win a world title. That's one I think he needs before he can be called one of the greatest of all time. But I think Magnus is definitely creating a resume that will be put up there with some of our sport's best.
And would you say, though, and I think he will win a world title, most likely, but do you think, and I think you're right in saying that he could be one of the best of all time, or maybe is already when you look at the results sheet, is he living in an era, though, that in some ways it's more difficult because you have the way these athletes are racing? It's like you have to race as if you're either going to win or maybe not finish, right? Like it just seems like it could be a new
PR or ER.
Oh, there you go. Nice.
You go.
Copyright.
I've seen that written somewhere. You just made me think of it. Yeah, athletes are racing at cut-neck speeds. It's all or nothing. And then, you throw athletes like Christian.
Yeah, the Norwegians.
The Norwegians in there. Yeah, sometimes they don't make it.
Yeah.
You know, like we saw in Kona this year with Christian as well, like burning too many matches on the bike, trying to go with Magnus, also take on 120 grams of carbohydrates per hour, which is what he needs. And it just didn't, it backfired for him. So, yeah, I mean, it's an amazing time to be a professional athlete, but it's also a really tough time. There's a lot of money available, but the performances are just increasing. The level is just insane. You know, in 10 more years, we'll be like, it was hard then, but it's more insane now. But, you know, the athletes keep rising to the occasion, and I'm here for it. I mean, Annie Reichman, coming off a win in Cozumel, she was just on camera a moment ago, leading the race here today. Marta Sanchez now 2 minutes back, sitting in second place, and Grisborg Christensen sitting in third. She looks like she's lost a little bit of time, so Christensen came out of T2, the Ruby T2 a little hot, but now slowing, and Marta Sanchez with her experience on this course. Of course, Sanchez is the defending champion, knows how to race here in South Africa.
Yeah.
Sitting in second and holding pace.
Yeah, holding her pace, and you know, Christensen made up a little bit of time on Sanchez early, and now running the exact same pace as Sanchez. So tight there, and then Laura Jansen running just 2 seconds per kilometer faster than those two women, and she is 7 minutes behind Christensen. So right now, it's certainly the battle for the podium amongst those top three athletes in Reisman, Sanchez, and Griswold Christensen.
But there is a battle going on for top 5 as well. We have Els Visser sitting in 6, and Maya Saya Nielsen sitting in 5th, and around, you know, a little over a minute separating those two. So still some races going on within the race. Of course, Annie Reichman seems to be running away with it right now. Marta Sanchez hanging tough though, and again, anything is possible. How many times have we seen, you know, athletes come into transition together? One starts to run away from it, looks fantastic, looks like they're running away from the field, 30K in, 35K in, they start to falter. The other athlete, you know, starts to slowly bring back time, and it ends up being a super close finish. So, you know, we are really early in this women's race, and a lot of racing yet to come. So far, Annie looks to be the stronger athlete, or the athlete that has paced more appropriately throughout the day, but Marta Sanchez is hanging tough in there.
No, she certainly is, and it's going to take a lot more effort from the women on screen to kind of solidify this win, and that's, you know, kind of what you were saying earlier about it's a bit of a mind game and a match, is that Sanchez is playing that, and maybe she's more towards her limit of capabilities right now than women on the screen, but she's also playing that game, right? As long as she hangs in there, she's making this woman on screen push to a pace that makes her susceptible to doing something wrong. And it's pretty easy to do something wrong, and it can go wrong pretty quickly if you forget for 1 kilometer to do the nutrition you're supposed to and all that, right? So it's a two-way street here in how this kind of quote-unquote game is being played, and both of these women are playing it pretty well as far as I can see.
Yeah, absolutely. You saw Annie Reichman there, you know, take a gel out of her sports bra, throw it in the bin. That tells me that she is well and truly within herself. When you see athletes thinking ahead, okay, I've got some trash, okay, here's the bin, I want to discard it before, so I don't have to carry it to another aid station. I think that shows that she is well within her capabilities. As the Ironman or the marathon goes on, generally the mind is not as sharp, and so then you see athletes making, you know, small mistakes, not thinking ahead for things like that. And you see Annie Reichman with the yellow armband on her forearm. Athletes will go around this course 4 times, and each time they'll grab a headband and put it on their arm to show that they have completed each lap.
Yeah, there we go, and that's Jonas Schoenberg going through the kind of that Esplanade zone, bunch of crowd cheering him on, and his pace still on, just 7 minutes behind our leader, and running very, very well. And again, it's deceiving. These guys make it look, and these women as well, make it look like it's not that hard to run that fast. And this guy on screen running a 2:36 pace right now. It's crazy. And he's over halfway through his first marathon in an Ironman triathlon, and I'd say he's doing it pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I guess, you asked me a little bit earlier what's the biggest surprise for you, Jonas Strongberg, right? Like, this performance, I didn't see coming. He, was in the lead out of the swim, basically biked off the front for the majority of the bike, and we thought, he would fade at the back half of the bike. He didn't. He hung tough. He came in off the bike with Martin Van Riel, one of our pre-race favorites, and now hanging tough in third place. So this performance here is the surprise for me today.
No, I mean, I think that's fair, and I'd say accurate. And I think especially the fact that he, I wouldn't have bet on him just knowing his experience over the distances. And then getting reporting that he was kind of doing it for fun, try something different, made me think even less about his possibilities. But that says something, right? I think being driven, especially for a professional athlete, to do something because it's fun and exciting and new, why would you bet against that person? That person's going in with no pressure.
Yep.
They're excited about what's to come. They're not afraid about anything. Nobody's expecting anything from him. And he's like, oh, cool. Magnus Ditlev, that guy slays on the bike. I'm going to try to stay in front of him as long as I can, and then when he catches me, I'm going to try to keep with him. Like, why? Like, that's great, right? And that positive energy, there's a reason that works, as we see Magnus Ditlev just leaning in to this uphill. And I don't, to me, that doesn't seem like a leaning in because he's just cracked and he needs to use that body energy to help. That's an athlete that's still attacking these climbs. And as we said in that first lap, it looked like the second lap, Van Riel lost a little bit of time on that uphill and gained some on that downhill. It might be because Magnus Ditlev is really pushing that pace on those climbs.
Yeah, Magnus definitely leaning into that hill there and trying to make quick work. I think at this point he's just trying to get this race over with. The last, within 10 miles, 14-ish kilometers to go for Magnus, and less than an hour of racing to go, and he's been out there at it for the better half of, almost 7 hours.
Yeah.
It's a long day of just pushing.
Yeah, he'd like to be done.
He'd like to be done. But he's not done yet. He's close, though.
No, and our weather update from the course is winds calmed down a little bit to, about 17 miles an hour out on the bike course. That's still a fair bit of gusty winds. The temperature, though, out on course, 73 degrees. So warm, but nothing crazy. The Roca race weather there shows us specifically 74.7 degrees Fahrenheit. Feels like 74, 6-kilometer wind out on the run course with 53% humidity. So those are, at the end of an Ironman that feels warm, but those are conditions for some fast racing on the run.
Yeah, and as the wind comes down, the athletes had the wind up for the bike, which made for a hard bike. The athletes were hoping for wind on the run. The winds come down, so that means it just feels hotter as well, so they don't have that cooling effect for them on the run. We are with the men's race leader, Magnus Ditlev. The men are in the final stages of the run. The women, 2.5 laps to go.
It's just where I wanna be,
do you want? What's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good? It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
And we're here on the run course of the ISUZU Ironman South African Championship with Martin Van Riel. I'm Matt Lieto with Marinda Carfrey. And yeah, we're still running.
We're still running. Magnus Ditlev through 28 kilometers, so 14 kilometers left for him in this Ironman event. Back with the pro women. And we have Katrin Greaseball Christensen on screen. She's sitting in third place. Sitting pretty solid in third. Lara Jensen in fourth. And Maya Steya Nielsen sitting in fifth. We have a race on our hands. So Els Visser in sixth as well. So Annie Rochman right now holding strong in first, but only 240 to Marta Sanchez.
Yeah, it's starting to open up a little bit through that about 12 kilometers. It's opened up to 240. That's about, I mean, you tell me if that's the pace where on the next out and back, Anna Reichman can be like, okay, I can start coming off the gas a little bit. She does probably need to see if Christensen is gaining at all as well, but she'll see that she's not. But do you think that 3-minute zone is where an athlete can then kind of settle a little bit, or not quite yet?
I think Annie's found her rhythm. I think she feels pretty good here now. She knows she has a little bit of a buffer to Marta Sanchez, and of course Annie and Marta came out of transition, or into transition together. Annie ran out just ahead of Marta. But, you know, 12K into the run, and she already has 2.5 minutes. I think she feels pretty confident that she's put Marta Sanchez in her rearview mirror. So, yeah, I mean, I think at this point she wants to see if she can, how quick she can run. I mean, I feel like more than winning, you find things to motivate yourself. Okay, what else can I do, or what else can I strive for to keep it interesting or to keep me motivated? Obviously winning and holding on to that win, but let's see how fast I can run. Let's see if I can, you know, have a course, you know, best run time here. Let's see if I can beat my fastest marathon off the bike. Things like that come into play when you're on a good race and you're feeling good. You use ways to keep motivating yourself.
Yeah, and I mean the further, you know, if she's able to win, she can get 5,000 points for the Ironman Pro Series. You can't get any more than that, but the more distance she puts on the athletes behind, every second does matter. So at the end of the year, who knows if she's fighting for major places or minor places with those women behind, but this is her chance to maybe give her an opportunity to not race as hard that last race of the year if it's down to seconds, or just get that competitive edge.
Yeah, that's a great point, Matt. racing for the win, but also racing for those points. And Marta Sanchez, an athlete who could, race the Pro Series, and you'd kick yourself if you took your foot off the gas now and lost to her by a few seconds. So I think putting all of the women as far behind you as possible, putting as much distance or time between you and the athletes behind you is only going to help. When it comes to the end of the year, when you tally up those points and see where everything shakes out.
Yeah, especially if you got athletes like Maya Station Nielsen and Els Visser, they're going to be up there in the series at the end. So if you have the energy and if you feel comfortable, clearly don't put yourself in a place where you're risking the win, because you want to win that race. But max points is 5,000, but you can take points away from those athletes behind you by racing faster.
Absolutely. And that's another interesting point for the men's race. I mean, Magnus, he said that his main goal is to win a world title. So Ironman East is going to get maximum points here today. Martin Van Riel, I'm not sure if he is going for the Ironman Pro Series, but everyone else behind are trying to race as fast as they can and get as many points as they possibly can by the time they cross the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about athletes like Matt Hansen. We don't know where Matt Hansen is. He's nowhere.
Matt Hansen, I did get word he's been sick all week, and he decided to pull out. So unfortunately, Matt Hansen, Matt had a great year last year, finished 5th in the Ironman Pro Series, but halfway through the year he was in pole position. So was looking to have a solid performance here in South Africa, but I mean, if you're sick, you're sick. Your body cannot perform to its highest level. So
and you look at when this race started, especially Magnus Ditlev, you're looking at athletes like Bradley Weiss, Leon Chevalier, Matt Hansen. Those are all athletes that you can be competing against for the Ironman Pro Series. So you're on the front. You gotta keep the gas on. But right now, looking at Martin Van Riel running in second place, 5:43 behind our men's leader at this point, Magnus Ditlev, who is on screen, and both running very similar paces. Martin Van Riel, right now, if he held the same pace, 2:33.33, and Magnus Ditlev, if he runs the same pace, 2:34.58. So both incredibly fast potential runs, and obviously still in a battle to keep position or to gain position. But
just looking back on prior run times, Katrine Griesball Christensen actually has the fastest recent time from 2024 in 3:03.33, and Matthias Langza Peterson 2024 ran a 2:43.53. Peterson had a mechanical early on the bike, so that basically took him out of contention for today. So these men running at this point in time a lot faster than we have seen here in South Africa. And I think that's a result of the Ironman Pro Series.
Oh, for sure.
Bringing the best athletes racing head-to-head and having to, rise to the occasion.
Yeah, and if athletes aren't feeling top-notch, they know it's not a place to mess around, right? We have our first and second place finishers from last year not starting or finishing the race. We've got Bradley Weiss is seemingly out of the race. Matt Hansen seemingly out of the race. Leon Chevalier seemingly out of the race. The level is so high that's when you actually start seeing these big names not being able to perform, because it's just, again, rarefied air to a certain extent. And who wasn't stressed about any of those athletes?
Jonas Strongberg.
No, he doesn't care. I don't care. I'm having fun, man. I'm doing this. He's like, can you imagine, because he's here on training camp. He's training in the area. Can you imagine what his squad is like? We haven't had pictures of him going by his squad yet, but they got to be going crazy for this guy because he's killing it. And this was one of, and I don't like saying this because I think in years past it's been overused, but this is one of the most stacked fields for an early season Ironman race that I've seen. And they knew that coming in, and now their buddy is one lap away from finishing on the podium with this stuff. It's got to be crazy. They're going to go nuts tonight.
Yeah, this is Yeah, a phenomenal debut, just for fun, just for funsies. Yeah, I think he's going to be pretty happy when he crosses that finish line, and also just to know that there is an Ironman career in your future. You have the capacity, the ability to race at this level for the Ironman distance. That's got to be pretty exciting as well.
And right now, he's only getting beaten by Martin Van Riel and Magnus Ditlev, which are two of the biggest names in the sport. And to be fair, he's still well in the race for second place. Just as we say Magnus Ditlev could have a bad spot or an error, Martin Van Riel hasn't raced many Ironmans. And yes, his race in Cozumel had very bad luck, but he also had nothing to lose when he had that fastest run split. Now he has a little bit more to lose. Maybe he pushed himself a little bit early. There's still opportunity for things to change here, so we shouldn't diminish the fact that this gentleman is still in the race for second place, just 2 minutes off of Martin Van Riel. I wouldn't personally bet on it, but he's still right there, and anything can happen. We know the last 10K of an Ironman marathon, I mean, 2 minutes is 5 minutes of walking. That's nothing.
Exactly, yeah. The wheels do tend to start coming off at 30 plus K, which is where the athletes are right now. So definitely in the business end of this marathon. Jonas Stromberg looking as good as ever. He's just looked solid, strong all day long. Van Riel still looks very good too, and Magnus Ditlev also looks very good. But we'll see. We'll see. We still have some running to go. This podium is not set by any means.
And further down the leaderboard, we have Jonas Hoffman is running very, very well and has run himself into fourth place, running the same pace, actually a little bit faster than Magnus Ditlev and just a tiny bit slower than Martin Van Riel. So some movement there for that athlete in fourth place. So great running from him, and Mikey Weiss and Jamie Riddle running about the same pace now. Jamie Riddle, I think, coming back a little bit, so could be some changes in the further placings in the top 10.
Yeah, how do you think Jamie Riddle would feel if he could get a top 5 on debut here in his hometown?
You know what top 5 gets you?
Kona spot or a Nice spot.
Nice spot.
Yeah.
First Ironman, hometown boy.
Yeah.
I think he's gonna be floating at the end. If he's left himself any energy, that hometown crowd is gonna give him something on that last lap, and it does look like Mikey Weiss is fading a little bit, and we don't know. Like Schoenberg, who knows if he takes a spot?
Yes,
he
true.
should, but if depending if things change or not, like it's possible that spot will roll, because again, he said he was just doing this for fun to see what it was like. Maybe he doesn't take that Nice spot. I sure hope he does. We'd love to see him out there. Obviously a great talent. So a lot to fight for, not just I believe it was $175,000 total prize purse today, and a bunch of points up for grabs in the Pro Series.
Yeah, 28K for first place here today as well. So
that's not bad.
A nice little paycheck.
Pretty good payday. And you never know. Like we had athletes last year, me specifically thinking of Jackson Laundry. He was like, oh yeah, the Pro Series, that seems cool, but I'm a 70.3 guy. I'm not going to do that. And then he raced like 4 Ironmans at the end of the year. It was like all in, right?
Actually.
So who knows? Schoenberg might change his tune, if he can get a lot of points. And that's the thing about these faster courses, and especially the rate of speed that these athletes are covering this course, that a top 5 is going to give you a ton of points because you're not losing much time. And man on screen does not seem like he's losing any time. He just looks so good.
Yeah, he looks fast, even if he's not running as fast as we used to seeing him run. He just has that nice high cadence. He has a nice rhythm, and he just ticks away those kilometers. So
He's
great
slow.
head position. You see him just looking just a few feet ahead of him up the road. He's not looking too far ahead. That sets his posture and that nice forward aggressive lean.
Yeah, and he's, again, this is just estimated times that they hold pace. He's, big air quotes, slowed down to 2:34 marathon pace. But I think this is kind of that section of the course where we saw him running not quite as fast. But, yeah, he looks beautiful as a runner. And, again, he's a force. You know, he's talking about the World Championship. We know he can handle a bike. In Nice, that's going to be a fantastic spot for him down the road. His frame, to me, looking at him and his running capabilities in Kona, that's a huge talent and something that's going to scare some people and you know, make people do those races that we've seen them do the last few years, where they're really just kind of hanging it out there. As we see this great overhead shot of our men's leader on the Hoka Run course, Magnus Ditlev, coming up on an athlete that's walking a little bit, running now that he sees the camera and the race leader, Magnus Ditlev, coming his way.
We saw you from the aerial.
But he's going to get motivated by Magnus.
Absolutely.
It's great to see it go both ways.
I think that's the wonderful thing about multi-lap courses. The athletes, you know, basically get to run shoulder to shoulder with the greats of our sport. And, you know, that right there, Magnus running by. The athletes get to be within arm's length. Magnus rolling through an aid station now, picking up some water. The water here is in those plastic bags, so the athletes, you know, pick up that water, they'll tear it open and tip it over their heads, cool the body off, get as much as they can down into the mouth and roll through. There is not really any slowing down in aid stations. The athletes will hit an aid station usually about every mile. So probably, you know, on a 4-lap course, what's that? 26 divided by 4. A lot of aid stations.
Yeah, that's a lot. You don't have to ask me math questions.
Not this late into a marathon.
No.
Math becomes really hard when you're actually racing too.
Yeah, sometimes it's what keeps your head in the game, though.
Absolutely.
But, yeah, so Magnus, to me, what's just so impressive about Magnus and where he's at in the sport is he's just 27 years old. And someone like you, is one of the legends in the sport, is already saying he's one of the best of all time. And this guy, I'm going to get this wrong, but I want to say he was like trying to be a badminton player. He's like professional badminton. Like when he was when he was a teenager, he was all in at badminton. So these days, when you see these young stars, like I'm thinking of a Sam Laidlow or the Norwegians.
Yeah.
These are people that have been doing triathlon since they were like 7.
Yes.
And this guy's been doing triathlon for like 10 years. One of his first triathlons was here, I believe, 2017 World Championship as an age grouper.
Age grouper.
And
70.3 World Championships.
Yeah, and look at him now, right? That is a crazy ascension for someone that wasn't a swimmer, wasn't a pure runner. Like that was not what he did. He was just an athlete, and he decided to change sports. And it's like, man, it's crazy.
Thank God he found
Right?
this sport, right?
Totally.
Like I think, you know, how many athletes just have no idea they have this talent, and they're just rolling around in some other sport or just not even being active. So yeah, it's a pleasure to watch him go about his business, and yeah, a crazy ascent from that 70.3 world champs in 2017. Not even 10 years in the sport.
Yeah, and
well, yeah, as an age grouper as well, but as a professional.
Yeah, I mean he has no professional results before I think it was 2019, and then obviously 2020 was a bit light, and then he just 2021 he was kind of like he was always there. He was just in it, right? And there's no reason to think that he can't continue to rise. And I actually got a little bit of flack on my podcast recently with the Ironman Insider presented by Martin, saying he was a rising star. Mm-hmm. And he, people are like, oh, he's a rising star. I'm like, yeah, Dude, he's nowhere near the top. Yes, he's established as one of the best, but he's still got ways to go.
Yeah, his he got a ways to go, and he is building up. He's building up that resume, and I think when all is said and done, you know, add a couple of world titles to that resume, the times he's, I mean, this performance in itself, 4:07 bike here, just unbelievable.
It is crazy.
And then to back it up with what will be a sub 240 marathon, all going well. Obviously, the wheels cannot come off.
Right.
If he holds pace, and he does seem to be, steadily going about that same pace right now. Yeah, there's no reason why he shouldn't be one of the best of all time.
Yeah, and
he already is starting to build that resume.
Totally. And what I love about him is like what we said he's been doing recently, which is, he got a new swim coach. Like he's grabbing time where he can, right? He's not, I'm going to fall into whatever he wants me to be, and I'm just going to ride my bike harder and do the thing. It's like, no, he sees that he doesn't think he's limited to be able to be a front pack swimmer and that just be a thing, right? So he has all this time to still cleave off of his results because he is still theoretically new, and what he's done already is so impressive. But back on the screen with our women's leader, Anna Reichman, still cruising along, running well on these downhills. You can see she's got good energy as she goes through. She's almost 20K in at this point, and still has not a commanding lead yet, but starting to get dangerously to that comfortable zone as far as the lead that she has on Marta Sanchez.
Yeah, she's rolling through like 18 kilometers now, so coming up in a few kilometers to that halfway point, so she'll have 2 more laps to go after that. But she looks fantastic. She's got still a lot of bounce in her step. She's moving really well down this downhill section. You see the biker just freewheeling, so she is on a slight downhill right now, and she's using the gravity to help her momentum just rolling through there. So now back onto more flat surface, but she looks fantastic. I feel like she's, still pushing and wanting to put together a great run, but I feel like she's in control now, and she can just sort of chill a little bit. And you see Martin Riol now, his head dropping a little bit on this uphill section. Doesn't look as springy, but again, these are the last miles of this race. The last 6 miles, he's inside 10K to go, and yeah, I mean, it's hard. The legs are hurting, the body is tired, the mind is tired. It's hard to keep pushing. I mean, this is a young man who loves to win, and he knows it probably is not going to be the case today, so he still, wants to push on and try and hold on to second, as you said, Jonas. Looming behind him, 2+ minutes back, but yeah, Van Riel just needs to hold it together for a little bit longer and get across that finish line and then put his feet up.
Yeah, but he's actually, in that last split, in the last 5K, he's made up almost a minute on Magnus Ditlev. And 10K to go, 4:45 probably out of reach, but he could half that gap pretty quick. And if anything happens to Magnus, there's a race on our hands there, as we see Marta Sanchez cruising through the middle stages of the run, chasing Anna Reichman and trying to hold off third place athlete Christensen as best as she can. But right now she is 3 minutes and 10 seconds back from our women's leader, and that is Marta Sanchez, second place. Leader on the screen, Anna Reichman running super smooth as they hit the mid-section of this ISUZU Ironman South African Championship Hoka run course. About a half marathon to go.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
And it's Anna Reichman in the lead on the Hoka Run course and the ISUZU Ironman South Africa African Championship. I'm Matt Lieto with Mirinda Carfrey, and the women's race just about halfway through. Men's race, about 8 kilometers to go. Tight racing on both podiums. Right now on screen, you can see Grisbal Christensen chasing. She's about 6.5 minutes down in 3rd place, chasing Marta Sanchez, who was in 2nd.
Yeah, we definitely have a great race on our hands. But Annie Reichman just looking so strong. She had a solid swim this morning. Marta Sanchez out of the water first. Annie Reichman 7:40 behind Marta Sanchez, made up that time. Slowly but surely throughout that bike leg, was able to get to the front of the race with Marta Sanchez off the bike. Katrin Grisbal Christensen off the bike in 3rd, running around the same pace as the 2 women in front. Right now, the fastest on course, Annie Reichman, or the fastest out of the top 3, I should say. Annie Reichman putting together a very good marathon. But we have Marta Sanchez on screen right now. Marta led the entirety of the swim and about 105 miles on the bike.
Yeah.
She's giving some high fives to the crowd again. She is the defending champion. She won here last year, so I'm sure she has a lot of friends on course and knows some of the locals, so handing out some high fives with some great spectators here on course.
Yeah, it's great to see, and I think often, we'll see that maybe late in the race when someone's leading or knows they're close enough, but I think that's important to see that, you know what, even when you need a little bit of energy, giving a little bit of energy might be all that you need, right? Like getting that excitement from your friends or even from strangers that are rooting for you, that'll snap your head back into the game maybe for a little bit or give you that little boost of
or just get
energy.
out of your head for a minute,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Like I think sometimes, you have, a great focus, but then sometimes you're like questioning yourself, or there's, you have the angel on one shoulder and the devil on the other, and the devil saying you can't possibly run any faster. The devil voice might be taking over a little bit, and, just a reset there. Hey, look, we've got some great crowds here. I'm going to give a couple of high fives, take my mind off the pain for a minute, and also just soak up those good vibes.
Yeah, I have a feeling that your devil voice wasn't quite as polite sounding. But
absolutely not. The devil is the devil.
Yeah, it's fun to see how different people get through things. But yeah, there's definitely that devil or the angel. For me, it was just like people just saw me yelling at myself in either positive or negative ways, different ways. But right now, see the woman on screen, Marta Sanchez, getting energy from the crowd, from the course. She's been out here training, prepping for this race, trying to defend that title, and she's putting up a good fight and still definitely in this race. Just a little over 3 minutes behind our leader, Anna Reichman. With a half of a marathon to go, there's certainly a lot of racing left, and Marta Sanchez seems to be doing all the things that she needs to do to give her a chance to win, which is stay steady on that pace, as you said, maybe get out of her head, and she's hitting all the aid stations, doing all the little things, right? So and that's so much a part of success over Ironman distance racing is you have to keep doing the little things, and if you miss one aid station or one session of those little things, that can be you winning or losing a race. That's how fine a line these athletes have to walk or run when they're racing at this high of a level. You're just on that razor's edge the whole time. You can't let anything go.
Absolutely, yeah. I think doing a lot of little things right can turn into having a big thing go right, and that's having the race go right. Doing a lot of little things or missing some little things can turn into a big not so good thing or a big blow up on the run. So yeah, obviously we want the athletes to just keep, you know, ticking away, doing the systems check right now. Annie Reichman halfway through the race. She has 2 more laps to go, a 4-lap Hoka run course. And at this stage of the race, you're just constantly doing that systems check. Okay, how am I doing? Am I overheating? Am I pacing well? You know, what does, can I go any faster? Am I in danger of bonking? Have I been taking on all of my nutrition? How does my stomach feel? So, you know, it's a constant systems check that these athletes will go through throughout this race to try and continue to, you know, sit on that perfect pace or on that ledge of, you know, going too far or pushing too much. You know, back with Martin Van Riel, his second Ironman race. He is looking for a Ironman Nice slot here, but he is sitting comfortably right now in second place. He has Jonas Stromberg behind him, a little over 2 minutes back. 2:30, I should say, 2:45 back is Jonas Stromberg. Magnus Ditlev around 4:50 ahead. So he is fastest on course right now. He's definitely running fastest on course, but he needs to kick it up a gear. I mean, at this point, I don't know that it's more Magnus would have to walk for Van Riel to be able to capture that first place. But honestly, I just love watching him run. He looks so good. He doesn't, like, his face doesn't look that happy, but I think he's just focused and, you know, it's late in the marathon. He's worked hard all day. Again, Van Riel was sick earlier in the week. He had a stomach bug and spent some time sleeping on the toilet. He put that on social media, but thankfully it was early in the week and he was able to replenish in time for this race.
Yeah, maybe that's why I looked like earlier he had a little bit of a crook neck. You know, sleeping on the toilet, we'll do that. We'll do that to you.
Creaking the neck.
Yeah, but no, I mean, he even said, I think yesterday, that he wasn't quite 100%. You know, he's hoping to get there, and you know, if this is him not at 100%, that's saying something. And
it's pretty scary.
I think it's a stretch for him to be able to win. And you're right. I think Magnus would have to walk, but it's possible mano a mano right now, he could pull it to 2 minutes, to 2.5 minutes. That's certainly feasible. And then that pressure on those out and backs that Magnus feels like, then the dynamic can change, because then that athlete like Magnus, yes, he does have to walk, but he only has to walk for a couple minutes for Martin to be able to pounce. And an athlete with that kind of foot speed, if he smells blood in the water, you know, his closing speed the last mile could be something crazy. So it's not likely, because Magnus seems very in control, but this is why he needs to keep running this 2:35-ish pace to give himself an opportunity. Often, you know, the way to beat a superior athlete is to not try to beat them when they're on that pace they're on now. You're trying to put yourself in a position to sweep up the mess if they mess up at all, because you've pushed them to that pace. So Martin Van Riel in a great position to do so, and learning for the future. This is his first clean Ironman race that he's had. No big issues out on course today. So I think, yeah, phenomenal performance.
Absolutely, and right now if he continues on at the average pace that he has been sitting at, around 3:40 minutes per kilometre, he will run just under 2:36. Magnus on pace to run around a 2:38 marathon, so on par with, you know, what you would expect from Magnus, or what he has times he's put up historically. Magnus average K pace 3:43 minutes per kilometre for Magnus. So the men coming up to probably just inside 5 kilometres to go. We will see them go to the top. As you look at the bottom of the Hoka run course, you see the topography of the course. It's one more time. They're on that uphill section. They'll reach that peak, and then they'll have a nice downhill, a little bit of a flat, and then into the finish line. So they're on their last hill now. This is probably a nice relief. You see Magnus now leaning into that hill. You see him looking at the ground just in front of him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, looking at Magnus, you know, it looks like he might be just a little low on energy, right? and that's to be expected, right? But we're talking about an athlete, like we said, he kind of looks for marginal gains in every space, and the amount of carbohydrates that this guy generally ingests is very, very high, which is a lot of the reason why he has the performances that he has.
How what is the caloric intake for someone like Magnus? Over 120 grams of carbs per hour?
Yeah, I'd assume so. Let me look at my notes here real quick, and I'll see if I could come up with that number. It's a little different for each athlete, but yeah, I mean, just the way he's even going around that corner, it seems that he's run a little low. I'd say like probably 120. Actually, no, it'd be more than that. It'd be, I think for him, it's like 170 to 180 grams of carbs an hour, which is a ton, right? And it's possible when you're trying to get that many carbs in that your body will tell you if it's too much in a race. And if you're pacing off of thinking you're going to get that many carbs in and your body tells you no in the race, then you run a little bit low on energy, right?
Yes.
And it's possible that's what we're seeing now. But again, he looks composed on this downhill where he's able to use a little bit more finesse. He looks way better. When it's muscular and energy output is high, it looked like it was a little bit tougher for him. That makes sense.
Yeah, he's able to use his momentum on the downhill, and yeah, 170 to 180 grams of carbohydrate per hour is just unthinkable. But these athletes, you know, they train their guts. They'll practice taking on nutrition, not only in you know the easier sessions, but they'll do that during threshold, because it's an art to be able to absorb the carbohydrates when you're at threshold, or when you're working at that zone 3 or high zone 3, being able to absorb and process while you're working hard. It takes time and it takes practice, and it's a skill not unlike swimming, biking, and running that these athletes have to practice and they have to hone. But, you know, Magnus Ditlev, a bigger athlete, would need more fuel to get through, and, you know, at the energy expenditure that he is putting out to ride at, you know, the level he rides at and to run at the level he runs at, yeah, it makes sense. But being able to process it all isn't a whole nother story.
Yeah, and it's cool now to see that it's much more scientific, and these athletes know how much they can, where in the past, and you've probably known athletes, and maybe you were one to a certain extent, like the gut for me often was the thing that faltered when the numbers didn't add up in the end of an Ironman. And then I have friends that are like, the whole time they're just eating as much as they can. And you're like, man, that, like, I would die to be able to just do that. And now they've obviously, the technology has changed. You look at Morton hydrogels, like that's why the numbers are higher. If Magnus was eating gummy bears, he wouldn't be able to do 180 grams of carbohydrate an hour, but the technology has changed so much, these athletes can absorb that sort of carbohydrate.
Yeah, the combination, glucose, fructose, and other ways to get those calories in and have your stomach absorb all of those calories. And yeah, as you said, you know, it's not as simple as gummy bears. These scientific formulated gels are what are enabling the athletes to race at this level. You know, super shoes are one part, but nutrition has come such a long way in the past, you know, even just 5 years. And now that the athletes can take on and absorb that many calories, they can keep outputting at this level. And it's wonderful for us because we get to continue to see the bar being risen and these phenomenal performances.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's, you know, it does look like Magnus has slowed the pace a little bit. Probably if he is running a little bit low on energy, it's probably the smart thing to do than to just keep it butting your head against the wall. His pace, you know, he's only 4K to go left in this run. And, you know, his estimated finish time for the marathon is now down to 2:39, which is hilarious to say down to. Being slower than. But, you know, be curious to find the next split. I'm betting Martin Van Riel is more like 3.5 minutes down, maybe 3:45, getting a little bit closer. Oh, not at all. Looks like Martin has possibly slowed at the same rate as Magnus has, 4:41. So it's even. Schoenberg, we'll see in that next split if he has any ability to make time back on the two athletes that are slowing, as you would assume they would slow the late stages of a marathon, especially with the paces that they went out on. Still a battle out there. Magnus Ditlev, Martin Van Riel, Jonas Schoenberg fighting for that podium.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kick or Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
The ISUZU Ironman South Africa African Championship. We are watching Magnus Ditlev, and we are moments away from the finish. I'm Marina Carfrey alongside Matt Lieto. We just saw Magnus for the first time have a little chink in his armor. He walked to the last aid station. I think he figured he had a good enough buffer to take a minute and get in some extra calories before he ran through that finish line, but he's just under 3 kilometers to go. First time all day we've seen any chink in his armor.
No, you're right. And of course we saw, oh my gosh, he's walking. But he's, was doing the thing. Clearly the nutrition and the energy was part of that. So he's walking the aid station to make sure he gets it all in there. Let's not forget he just went by some out and back sections as well. So he knows exactly how far back Martin Van Riel is. He can see, and he's getting splits on course that he's lost literally no time in the last 5 kilometers. And for him to know that with how low energy he's feeling, he's like, man, I can spend 4 seconds walking an aid station to make sure I get all the fuel I need, because I just need to get across the finish line. Just like I said about Jonas Schoenberg earlier, with that kind of gap, you just need to keep running. It literally does not matter what pace you're running. Just keep running and you're good.
Yes.
And that's what Magnus is doing right now.
Yeah, for 40 plus buffer. Yeah, he definitely, you've worked hard enough. You've built up that buffer, and you deserve a 5-second reprieve to take on some extra calories at that last aid station. But yeah, we always see things like that in the last 5 to 10 kilometers. Athletes just like, oh, I just need some more calories, or I just need to cool myself, or I just need a second to regroup here. It's just such a long, hard day of racing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it does. Sometimes we get excited, not that we want to see it, but it looks the same when it's someone doing it for management in the first second or two as it does for someone who's like, oh man, the walls are coming in on me. But I don't think the walls are coming in on Magnus. He's still on pace to run probably a 240 flat and do so in style, and probably a course record finish time as well. I think we talked a little bit, and I believe he said 7:42 is what he thought maybe he was capable of on this course here today, which he's going to be probably right around there.
Yeah, pretty accurate there. He's I think going to be a little bit quicker than that, but we will soon see. He's probably a little over a mile out from the finish now.
Yeah, he's about that, and looking good. And he's definitely his world is pretty small right now, right? Like he definitely is just looking at the few meters in front of him, maybe with a glance up the road to see if he can see a big finish line arch anywhere soon, and maybe dose that energy out there. And yeah, I mean, yeah, he did say 7:42 was what he thought maybe he was capable of, and that was me putting him on the spot. But, man, yeah, he's doing it, and he's doing all the things that he needs to be able to get there. And really cool. I know I was very excited to see an athlete that, again, has been in the podium the last 2 world championships get excited about, and I think even maybe have a little bit of FOMO last year about not being a part of the Ironman Pro Series, and see how excited he was to be a part of it this year. And you could tell how excited he was by making sure he was a part of the first Ironman race of the year, as that was part of the series. And you know, we're gonna see him in a lot more races throughout the year as well. But great stuff by Magnus Ditlev. But on screen right now, woman who is doing very, very impressive things, and that's Anna Reichman.
Yeah, Anna Reichman holding it together very nicely. She's through the halfway point onto her 3rd lap of the Hoka Run course. That's Katrin Griesborg Christensen now rounding that turn. She's sitting in 3rd place. Marta Sanchez as well, sitting in second. Annie Reichman holding steady in first. She looks very strong, very controlled, doing everything right now. Yeah, and as we look down through the field, we have Lauren Jensen sitting in fourth, Maya Stasia Nilsson, and then Els Visser. But Visser and Nilsson pretty close together at that last section. So we'll have a battle for fifth place, that's for sure. Lauren Jensen not too far up the road, so Els Visser coming through the field now. Els was a little far down out of the water and then started to make her way through the field on the bike, and now on the run starting to make her way up into the top 5. But on screen right now we have Marta Sanchez from Spain. She is our defending champion. She won here last year, has led this race for all of the swim, all but about 5 miles of the bike, and now has been sitting in second place, around 3:15 behind the lead. She's looking steady in that second place position right now, but the podium is certainly not made up. Still a little under a half marathon to go for these women.
Yeah, no, a ton of racing left to go. And again, just 3 minutes from first place to second place from Anna Reichman to the woman that was just on our screen, Marta Sanchez, and then Christensen just a further 4 minutes down from those two athletes. And yeah, back on screen, Magnus Ditlev. He's doing the thing. He's so close to that finish line, and he is, yeah, he's got the finish line in sight.
Yeah, he called about a 7:42. He's just coming up to 7:41 race time. He's going to make his turn in to the finish line. And he's looking around the corner. That finish line can't come soon enough.
I know, he's like, you can see him bending his,
yes.
his neck around the corner. And yeah, cruising through the late sections of the Hoka run course is your men's leader, soon-to-be champion, Magnus Ditlev. And rumor on course, or from the courses, this is actually his first race racing in the Hoka Rocket X2, and seems like it's been a pretty good day. He's able to hold strong the last sections of the run, even with that very fast pace that he pushed throughout the bike ride and then earlier on the run. And that's kind of what you were talking about, of, you know, some that gamesmanship. He had to push that pace early. If you give Martin 2 or 3 minutes in the first 10K,
yeah,
he's going to be coming for you, right? And then the whole thing changes. So I think we saw Magnus, the Great Dane, as you call him, pushing that pace early, and found himself in a pretty good lead. Right now, he's in the 7:42 minute. So if he wants to hold true to his prediction, he's got about 45 seconds to get across that finish line.
Here he
There
comes
he
up.
He wants to
One
be
last
done.
little hill.
Oh, brutal. Absolutely brutal.
It is brutal. Even running downhill hurts at the end of a marathon. The quads start to scream at you, but Magnus Ditlev moments away from crossing the finish line and raising the tape. Here he is. He's got to zip up that kit, make sure to show his sponsors and supporters that finish line shot.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And he's, you know, I think he was hoping more for 230s, somewhere in the 230s. He's going to be in the low 240s, I believe, when it's all said and done. But it doesn't really matter what the time is, especially when you see the athletes, not only that are behind him, but the athletes that started this race. We often look at the quality of the field by the finish result, and we can't diminish the fact of the athletes that were kind of spit out the back. You had Leon Chevalier, who he was fighting for a podium with against in Kona earlier this year. You had Matt Hansen, who was leading the Pro Series for so long, won so many Ironman races. You had Bradley Weiss that was in there as well. You had Svenningsson, who's defending champion, Peterson, who was second place last year, and Martin Van Riel and all the athletes that are still out on course that he's beaten. I mean, this is a hugely competitive field that Magnus has come to after a big training block, working on his swim, working on all aspects that he can, and has come out and shown that he's the man that's going to finish on top.
Yeah, absolutely, and he makes his way one last time past the Ruby transition. No need to go back in there anytime soon. I'm sure someone else will come and pick his bike up for him. And he's going to make a left-hand turn here and cruise down the magic carpet.
Yeah, he's gonna love seeing this straightaway when he gets there. Again, looking around that corner as best as he can. Just the final few meters to go, and there he is, Magnus Ditlev, your 2025 ISUZU Ironman South Africa African Championship winner. Did it in style. That is an athlete that is both happy and quite tired.
Yeah, he took the opportunity to take a few steps as we look at the Wahoo Element rival run time. 2:40.38, he just missed going under 2:40. We called a 2:39. Early in the run, he was looking to do 2:35. He went out hot, but yeah, he gets it done.
Man,
Magnus Ditlev from Denmark.
Any question as to whether or not he emptied the tank today and had to go as deep as he's not ever gone? Maybe that Kona performance was quite there, but does not look far off. That's a man that's well worth it. And that Wahoo Element rival split 2:40.38 proves it. Man, Magnus Ditlev, again, your ISUZU Ironman South Africa African champion.
He swam a 52.52, biked a 4:07.22, topped it off with a 2:40.38 run.
Yeah, again, exactly what he said, well-rounded athlete. He might get outrun by one or two athletes, maybe Hoffman if he holds his pace, and Martin Van Riel. But Martin Van Riel was fading a little bit there at the end and not too much to fight for. So, again, very well-rounded across the three disciplines, especially that really was a swim that was not set up for someone who isn't like a pure swimmer to be able to stay close to that front group. So the fact that he was able to keep as close as he did was quite impressive. And Martin Van Riel looks a little wobbly as well, right? It's they're all hanging on by a thread.
Yeah, you saw him. He had the wobbly boot, we like to say, as he came around the corner there. This is Ironman racing. It is full gas for these men, pretty much from the gun, and they're just pushing all day long. And, you know, almost 8 hours of racing. Magnus finished in a 7:44.55. Van Riel will be 3 or 4 minutes behind him. That is a long time to be, you know, pushing at this level. So no surprise to see that wobbly boot of Martin Van Riel for, you know, going around those, and twisting and turning is just, it's kind of cruel at the end of and, you know, doing the short uphills and the downhills. The legs are just screaming at you to stop. So honestly, this was still a phenomenal performance from Martin Van Riel. He's going to get that ticket to Nice. He has put the world on notice. This young man has a big future in Ironman racing and a very solid performance here today in South Africa.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, put in a performance to show he has the legs to run a great marathon, but the swim to be up there, we knew that. But, in a different type of race, if this was a group where he had 6 or 7 guys riding together early, the dynamics really could change the type of outcome that he has in a world championship type field. So Martin Van Riel definitely putting a shot across the bow to any of the athletes that are out here trying to win a world championship of the Ironman distance. I think this is the type of athlete that could be, someone to upset the field in a championship race. He's a big one-day racer, and he had to get that punch that ticket, as you said, and mission accomplished.
Mission more than accomplished here for Martin Van Riel. We'll see where he stops the clock with that run. Again, he kind of knew he wasn't going to close it to Magnus, so ran, I think, within himself. But overall, phenomenal performance. He was sick earlier in the week. Martin Van Riel bringing it in. Second place, 7:49.27.
Yeah, and he's going to be 2:38.40 for his run split. So for someone that looked like he got off the throttle a little bit at the end, pretty good. And a little wobbly, as you would maybe expect, and awesome to see the congratulations and some time shared. Both these guys getting the sugary drinks and just sitting down. That's all they want to do.
Everything hurts.
Man, it's I'm not surprised by, but it's very clear. Like, we don't always see athletes kind of at this point and this cracked at the end of an Ironman, right? And it's very clear that those were two kind of heads of state in triathlon that locked horns.
Yes.
And that's what happens. That's the result.
But how about this? Two heads of state locking horns, and how close is Jonas Stromberg from
really
two greats? Again, this is the performance of the day for me, from a newcomer who just came here to ITU guy, training down here, came in to, just have a bit of fun.
Yeah.
And just tore this race apart. To race amongst some of our sport's best. This is, he's got to be excited with this performance.
Oh, 100%. I want to see a bow when he comes across the finish line. I also want to see the face of his coach that trains him for, Olympic distance racing, and he's probably going to be a little bit bummed that he's had such great success, because I wouldn't be surprised if focus maybe changes with such a great race. And he never looked like he struggled. Like, he looked consistent all day, and to me that's what's impressive, and I think you alluded to that as well, that he was doing it for fun, but you wouldn't think so. You would think he was a seasoned Ironman professional that was locking horns with two of the best athletes in the sport and paced himself perfectly. I 100%, both of us would have bet the house that he would have gone out hard and faded on the marathon.
100%.
He didn't. He might have actually run a more consistent marathon than the two athletes in front of him. I'm not sure of that, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case.
Yeah, not having the experience, and there's so many things that you have to get right to get a performance like this out. It takes some athletes years to get this right. To get it right on your first try when you weren't even really trying,
Right.
that says something. And again, racing against the two men ahead of him, just an incredible performance by Jonas Stromberg from Germany. He will stop the clock in 7:52.18 in a 2:41.23, I think, marathon time. So pretty excited. I'm not sure if that's his coach or family, but very excited with that finish.
Oh yeah, he'd have to be so excited. And that's 2:41.45 for first marathon. Look at that. There's your podium. You've got Magnus Ditlev, Martin Van Riel, and Jonas Stromberg. Amazing performances. And again, yeah, I think I'd agree. Stromberg raced the day. Again, did not wait for anyone out of that swim. He's like, yeah, I'll just go ahead and lead this thing on my own.
Look at him. He doesn't. He looks
tired.
tired.
he's having some fun with Van Riel. That's amazing. I love it. I love it. So good. Such amazing racing from the men's race, and a ton of action left on the women's side with just about a quarter of a marathon to go.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
And we're here with Marta Sanchez running in second place at the ISUZU Ironman South Africa African Championship. I'm Matt Lieto here with Marinda Carfrey, and we are getting into the business end of the women's marathon here on the Hoka Run Course. And Marta Sanchez, defending champion, is fighting to hold on to that second place and put herself in a position to possibly capitalize if the unshakable at this point, Anna Reichman, seems to have any trouble.
And just looking at the splits going through, around 28 kilometers, both women are running exactly the same pace right now.
Okay.
So Annie Reichman, Marta Sanchez, I think, is maintaining her pace. Annie Reichman may be slowing ever so slightly. So again, almost 3 minutes separate these two women, but this race is far from over. Marta Sanchez knows this course. Obviously, the defending champ won here last year. There's a lot of excitement coming up in this women's race. Podium not set yet, and certainly minor places are up for grabs in Elsvisser and Nielsen in 5th and 6th running together.
No doubt, no doubt. And I think, would you agree that podium is set, but the positions within not?
I'd agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. We are going to go down to the interviews with the pro men.
What a day it has been here on the tip of the beautiful African continent at the end of the ISUZU Ironman South Africa, the African Championship, incorporating our Pro Series and celebrating 20 years of Ironman South Africa in Nelson Mandela Bay. And what better way to celebrate it with an incredible time of 7:44 and some seconds. Unbelievable racing. Magnus Dietlef from Denmark. Tillykke, what a day. Talk me through it.
Yeah, thank you. It was a really tough day. The wind made it super brutal and honest, so you saw some huge gaps already on the swim, which I felt I had a pretty good swim and swam with some good swimmers, but the the gap to the front four was a little bit larger than I had hoped, but then again it's also like the best of the best short course swimmers, so yeah, I would maybe have liked the gap to be a little bit smaller, but that's how it is. And then yeah, I tried to pace the bike a bit more than I normally do, so a little bit more conservative in the beginning and ride my own pace, and managed to catch the front guys one by one. And then after I think 70 or 80k, I got a gap on the other guys, and then it was just full pedal from there on. It was super funny with the tailwinds and the like headwinds. You were going either 30 k's an hour or 60, so it was like really tough in the headwind and very quick in the tailwind. And then on the run, I said jokingly to my coach and friend yesterday that I would do the first half in 1:15 and then hopefully have a big enough gap to be able to like cruise a 1:20 home. And I did that, but I thought that the 1:20 last part wasn't as easy as I had hoped. I bunked completely on the last part of the run, so that's the only part I'm a little bit, that's just how it is. Maybe I ran a little bit too quick on the first half, but it was a fun experience. And then amazing crowd here in South Africa, so I'm super pleased to come away with the win.
At what time could you believe that you were about to win the first full Pro Series and become the Ironman African champion?
Yeah, it's amazing. It's the Pro Series is a big goal of mine now, and also qualifying for Nice was another objective, and it's a super good way to start the season for sure.
Tuck, Magnus Ditlev, what a race, what a victory. We're going to get you out the hot seat. We're going to bring our second place in here. These three men have been in the front of the race pretty much all day, with huge gaps between them and 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, all the way through to 10th. So that's Magnus Ditlev, our Ironman African champion. We welcome the Belgian now to the hot seat. He's typically a short course and a middle distance specialist, but what a day today. Martin, talk me through your day.
Yeah, it was very, very hard with the windy conditions. I think that made it for a very, very solo, individual and honest day, which I like, but it also made it very, very hard.
On that run, well, even on the bike for a long time, as you, Jonas, yo-yoing, taking turns on the run, you were shoulder to shoulder for quite a while, and then you managed to snap the elastic. Did you think you could catch Magnus?
No, actually, I didn't really think that I could catch him. Like the first lap, I tried, and I saw that we didn't catch very much, and then I kind of just tried to settle into a more comfortable pace.
Second in a continental championship, and also second in the Ironman Pro Series. A great way to start 2025.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I came here wanting a slot for Nice especially. I think that was my most important goal for today, and I did that. And I think that I can take also a lot of lessons and things to Nice with me. So I've got the ticket now if I make it tomorrow to the ceremony. But yeah, that was the most important, and I think that I learned a lot of things again. Racing someone like Magnus, it's a pleasure.
Thank you so much, Martin van Riel. We'll get you out the hot seat. We've got Jonas Schoenberg is going to jump in here. And don't forget the after party, because after the awards on Monday night, we always have a massive after party here at Ironman South Africa. It is also our 20th anniversary. You'll forgive these lads for being a little bit slow to get to the hot seat. Jonas, you're actually no stranger to South Africa, if I'm not mistaken. You spent a lot of time up the coast here in East London. Welcome to a brilliant third at the Ironman African Championship and the first full Pro Series for 2025.
Sure, thanks a lot. Yeah, I'm used to this kind of weather, windy PE. I've lived many years in East London, trained a lot there, and so I kind of know Eastern Cape, and I know it's tough. And one of the toughest courses out there, my first Ironman, so I was pretty stoked with the result now.
If anything, I can hear you actually getting very emotional. Today's a big day, and for your first Ironman Continental Championship Pro Series, Magnus and Martin in front of you, third place, you've got to be very happy.
I am. You know, I took the risk to push the pace, tried to push the pace in the swim and the first lap on the bike, and then I tried to hold on to Martin. Ditlev passed me like crazy, but I managed to hold on the run even, and we had a nice gap after, and then just bring it home. Yeah.
And you punched your ticket for Nice?
That's it. Yeah, so I have some more time to prepare. Actually, I just didn't much prepare. I was 4 weeks in Namibia now, and now just took it as a training, preparing for the next races.
Well, that's got to scare all the other pros out there when he says this was a training race and he comes third in the Continental Championship, a Pro Series knockout, punches the ticket to Nice. There's a lot of great racing still to come. Anne Reichman, Marta, Katrina and more. We'll hand you back to the studio.
Thanks, Paul. That was the High Price Recovery Zone top 3 finishes. Some interesting words said. Just a training race.
Dude, and there's 0% of him was like hype or gamesmanship. He's like, yeah, no, it's just, yeah, that's just training.
I know, but what I noticed, I didn't know if Nice was on his radar. It sounds like that is something that he will be focusing on. So another name to throw in the hat.
Yeah, and you know, it didn't seem like he went through any, you know, we said ignorance is bliss to a certain extent for a first-timer from short course. Didn't seem like he had any struggles, right? And he dosed it well, so like, yeah, he's a force, and he's going to be up front for the swim in that race as well. But right now, Anne Reichman still well in control at the front of the women's race here at the ISUZU Ironman South Africa African Championship.
And as I look at the run splits and these 3 women are actually all running the exact same pace. In fact, Katrin Christensen is running just a second per kilometer quicker at this point in the race. So basically everybody has sort of slowed their pace from, you know, the first, you know, half marathon. Now this is the business end of the race. Annie Reichman definitely looks like she's hurting a lot more now. She's slowed her cadence. Things are starting to get a little more painful.
Yeah, you can even see just her facial expression. It's like, I don't know, there's less relaxation. It's almost taut to a certain extent, but you can tell there's some pain and effort that's going in there. It seems like maybe she's even laboring to one side a little bit. Can only say that because she was so stoic before. You can notice any small difference, but yeah, as you said, they're running the exact same pace, but last 13, 14K to go, that's when things can get weird if something's off, right? So all these women just being essentially 3 minutes away from each other in both directions, that's a lot can still happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this, as you said, the podium is set, but the positions are not. And I think, you know, we're seeing Annie Reichman now going through a rough patch, and, you know, does this rough patch continue for the rest of the race, or is this just a small, you know, rough patch, and maybe she needs to get some more calories on? You heard Magda say completely bonked in that last, you know, bit of the run there. And again, this course is super tough. Really tough, choppy swim. Look at Marta Sanchez.
She's looking a lot better.
Marta Sanchez now picking up her pace. And looking at the GPS, it looks like she is now around 2:37 back. So she is clawing back some time from Annie Reichman. Is she getting that information? I think if she is, that's only going to lift her even further. So definitely some interesting moments coming up. Annie Reichman needs to pull herself together, get on some more calories, get back in her groove. She still has a good lead, but Marta Sanchez right now, she looks very good, very in control, and, you know, like she hasn't slowed one bit.
No, and it looks like maybe she looks better now than she did 10K ago. And I think one thing that's cool about a 4-lap run course like this with some out and backs is she probably wasn't looking at splits anymore. But when you get an out and back section and you see the other athlete and you see their facial expression a little different, you're like, wait, the last time we ran by, she was at that post and I was over here. Now, wait, she hasn't even gotten to that post yet. So there's like this energy build. You're like, wait, I feel okay she's slowing and you just kind of roll into it, right? So right now we can see she's running 4:17 minutes per kilometer. We know her average pace is right around 3:06 for the marathon, and I think she's going to be pretty close to that pace right now, but she looks significantly better to me than she did that first 10K of this marathon. She's settled in somehow, and sometimes I think people think the energy you come off of the bike with, there's no getting better from there. But if you manage, like we said, she was doing such a good job of always getting the nutrition, always getting the hydration, and you run a pace that your body's able to adapt with, you can feel better the second half if you're this caliber of an athlete and doing all those things correctly.
Yeah, I think sometimes the athletes come off the bike and that bike is still in their legs, and then they feel it, their legs feel heavy, and then, you know, some time goes by in the run, and then it's almost like their run legs are, you know, coming around, and they've sort of shaken off that heavy bike leg feeling. It also comes down to a lot to how well, first of all, they've paced the bike, but also how well they've taken on that nutrition. And, you know, that really does become so much more important the longer the race goes on. I can't stress enough how important it is. And the athlete that can continue to race at the end of the race is you know, obviously what you want. And those are the athletes that have nailed their nutrition. You don't want to be surviving the end of the marathon. That's usually the athlete who either has come in undertrained, or their nutrition is not on point and they're running low on calories, or sometimes they've overcooked it. They've put in too many calories. The stomach is not processing those calories or carbohydrates very well. It just basically gets stuck in your belly. You feel nauseous, but it's the same sort of thing as bonking. You're just not getting calories to your muscles. But you see Annie Reichman here still doing, you know, everything she can to keep moving forward, but her stride now is shortened somewhat. She's not up on her toes or as bouncy as she was earlier in the run, and now she does look like she's just feeling every step, you know, like it's much more of an effort now, of course, late in the marathon, but you can see it, it's evident.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think, to me, the biggest difference, just as much as we could see the facial expression on Reichman seems to have changed, same exact thing looking at Marta Sanchez. Like that first 10K, she was pressing, and you could tell there was almost a grimace, and she was tight, where she looks like now she's able to relax that face a little bit and kind of settle in to the pace and have some comfort. But, you know, I don't think it's, you know, I always say there's kind of these like micro energy bursts in a marathon when you're really on the edge. And I'm seeing that from Reichman. It's not all downhill as far as energy goes with her. She's like, she looks better now to me than she did when we started this conversation about her not looking as good 5 minutes ago, right?
Yes.
There's these little waves. Maybe it's because it's a downhill, or maybe that gel that she took 3 minutes ago is hitting, but she's not totally fading. She's just kind of riding the wave, and she needs to find a way to get ahead of it. And on the opposite side of it, Sanchez has gotten to the other side, and there's some depth of energy that she can push into, where Reichman can't push right now. She has to kind of manage, and I think that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right there. Just trying to manage your effort. Use the downhill sections or the sections that you feel best on, and use them to your advantage. Keep taking in those calories as much as you can, and you know, obviously you're troubleshooting in the moment. Is it calories that I'm deficient in? Is it just that I'm tired? Is it just that I pushed super hard on the bike? And again, Reichman biked around 7:40 faster than Sanchez. She had to bridge that gap from the swim. She had a deficit coming out of the water, and bridge that gap up to Reichman to get off the bike ahead, but at what cost? Again, she is still around 3 minutes ahead of Sanchez. You know, but you know, if she falters to a point where she has to walk, and you know that lead diminishes very quickly. So she does need to stay on point. She is by no means have this race on lock. She still has some work to do, and I think she's, you know, managing, you know, the hard sections as best she can, and riding the highs when she can as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And this woman on screen is continuing to push as best as she can, still running about the same pace, just a tiny bit faster than the two athletes ahead of her, and that is Katrine Griswold Christensen. And then back on the screen right now is our women's second place athlete at the moment. Marta Sanchez spent most of the day on her own off the front, setting all the pace that she needed to all day. And now she is trying to keep up and pull back time on an athlete that is just in front of her, little under 3 minutes, just about 3 minutes, and that is Anna Reichman. And not too much time left to go, about a little over 10 kilometers, just about 10 kilometers for our leader, but quite a battle still up for grabs. The title here, the ISUZU Ironman South Africa African Championship.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
This is where I wanna be, baby.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
And we are back with all the action. This is Marta Sanchez. She is sitting in second place at the ISUZU Ironman South Africa African Championships. I'm Marinda Carfrey alongside Matt Lieto, and we have been bringing you the action all day here today from Nelson Mandela Bay. The men finished moments ago. We had Magnus Ditlev taking the title, Martin van Riel taking second place, and Jonas Schoenberg taking a third. But on screen right now, this is Marta Sanchez. She is the defending champ from last year, and she is starting to make inroads on the lead. Annie Reichman, Sanchez now 2:19 back from Reichman, who's in the lead. And she seems to be just gaining momentum, gaining energy. She has a lot of supporters out here on course, and I'm sure she is getting those splits as we speak, but starting to make inroads and building her momentum.
Oh yeah, no, she's building for sure, and you can see with that energy. And here's one of these out and back sections that we've seen these athletes run, obviously out and back on, and it's a big climb, right? So she's going to be able to see maybe the motorcycle that is with Anna Reichman even ahead of her on the way out, but certainly once Anna Reichman turns and comes back, and this is kind of what I was saying earlier, she's been seeing it go the other direction this whole run. They've come to this 3 times prior, and that gap has been bigger every time that Marta Sanchez has gotten there. This time, it's going to be significantly smaller. One of the first times she's seen that gap slow, and shorten, and by a pretty significant margin, and she's going to be able to look into the eyes of Anna Reichman and see where that energy is. And importantly, as we see her run up this hill, what is she doing, Rennie? She's taking a gel. She's doing the things that are, she knows she's in a place now with energy, and she needs to stay there. And right now, it's funny. It obviously is a running race, but it's an energy competition. Whoever at this point now has more energy is going to probably win this race. Obviously, Reichman has a little bit of space to work with, but still, it is an energy game, and it's consumption, and it's management, and it's 2:30 now is the gap. So it's, Anna's fighting back. She's certainly fighting back.
Yeah, and this is another downhill section. We saw Anna Reichman run really well in the downhill sections, and she seems to sort of slow up a little bit compared to Marta Sanchez on the uphill sections. But Annie Reichman still holding a solid gap. Marta Sanchez running just a little quicker. Will she have enough space? We only have around 8 kilometers to go in this women's race, so she may run out of real estate, but Annie Reichman absolutely needs to keep her foot on the pedal here, keep pushing. You know, it's only another 30-some minutes that she needs to work for, so, you know, start to count down those last 30 minutes and think about what you can, what prizes you can give yourself at the finish line.
Yeah, there you go.
What do you deserve?
Yeah, for sure. There's some gambling that goes on in your head. What's it worth to push this last little bit? And yeah, there's a lot up for grabs. As you said, I believe you said $28,000 for the winner. That is a lot. 5,000 points up for grabs, bragging rights, regional championship, and obviously just having that title of the 2025 ISUZU Ironman South Africa African champion. That's a lot to fight for, and you know it's been many hours, 8 hours and 15 minutes at this point. Now it's just talking yourself into, okay, can I do another 30 minutes of this? Can I sit in this pain for another 30 minutes? Can I manage this effort for another 30 minutes? And I'm thinking it's an answer of yes to all of those questions for these women that are still in that fight for these podium positions.
Yeah, absolutely. I think right now it just comes down to, as you mentioned earlier, managing that energy, metering your efforts, and Reichman has the lead. She has the upper hand. She can react to Marta Sanchez. She still knows she's looming behind there, so she wants to, keep her pedal to the metal right now and just hold on for dear life. Now you start to play the mind tricks. Okay, if I win this race, I'm gonna buy myself, or
right.
I can't wait to cross that finish line and put my feet up, and I'm gonna take a week off training and just rest, or I'm gonna go to the beach, or I'm gonna treat myself to a holiday or something like that. So the mind games have started for these women in the final stages of this race, and we are moments away from the finish, but we're gonna go and take a look at the men's podium presentation.
There you go. Look at that podium. Well-deserved, Marinda. You've got Jonas Schoenberg in 3rd place, 7:52.19, one of the hardest Ironman courses around. First time, 7:52, not bad. Martin Van Riel, 7:49.28. Pushed the pace all day, but it was Magnus Ditlev who dominated, even though he got in some pretty dark spaces at the end of that marathon, but quite a podium, Rennie.
Yeah, absolutely. Phenomenal performances all around. Yeah, beers, Athletic Brewing beers, well deserved for these young men. I'm excited for Nice.
Oh, so am I, and I can't not talk about how the rest of the top 5 went for the men's race. You had Hoffman run a 2:39.48, second fastest run of the day to get into 4th place, and then it was the local boy, Jamie Riddle. In the last 4K, he put 2 minutes on Mikey Weiss, who was running in front of him, and ended up getting that 5th place position by 30 seconds and getting himself a spot to the Ironman World Championships in Nice. And that is, like, it does actually give me a little bit of goosebumps. That kid grew up on this race course, watching these athletes, being inspired by these athletes.
Watching his dad too race. His dad's raced over 40, 70.3 events all around the world.
Totally, and an athlete that brought 2 minutes back on one of the best runners in the sport in the last 4 kilometers. No question that he was pulling back on all those memories and all that, you know, all that energy he's gotten from this race and Ironman. Congrats, Jamie Riddle. Marta Sanchez is out here still doing her thing, trying to bring as much time back as she can on Anna Reichman, but not much time is coming back on that clock so far, Rennie.
No, we were getting excited a few minutes ago, not, you know, because Annie Reichman was slowing, just because the race was coming closer with Marta Sanchez starting to pick up her pace a little bit. It looked to be like the time was going to come down. It was going to be a close finish, but it looks like Annie Reichman is able to find that energy, maybe take an extra gel, recompose herself, reset, and I think both women are running similar times now. Marta, last check, was running just a little bit faster on course than Annie Reichman, but Marta Sanchez on screen right now. She is the defending champion, won here last year in 2024. And Marta also won Ironman Barcelona and was 6th in Nice in 2024. So big year for Marta last year. And today she led all of the swim. And she led all but about 5 miles of the run, where Annie Reichman caught up to her and went past her in the closing stages of that bike. Came into transition with Annie Reichman and then just started to lose time in the first half marathon. The second half of this marathon, the women have been running about even. Sanchez ever so slightly taking some time back from Annie Reichman.
Yeah, no, and it's so similar. These women have been basically running the same pace all the way throughout. Katrine Griesbach Christensen still 6 minutes and 40 seconds behind our leader, just about 4 minutes behind Marta Sanchez. So, you know, maybe disappointment for no movement from that second and third athlete trying to move up, but also quite impressive that they're really not giving up any time to any of those chasers behind. Sometimes when you see 3 women come off a podium position that close off of the bike together, somebody fades, somebody drops, and somebody from that group behind catches up. But not today, not with these 3 women running very consistently within themselves. And I mean, tell me I'm wrong, Rennie, but Reichman looks like she's maybe got a 3rd or 4th win right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you rewind 15, 20 minutes and it started to look like maybe the wheels were coming off for Annie Reichman, but now she does look a whole lot better. I think moving ever so slightly closer to that finish line and knowing this will all be over in moments. Yeah, moments, 7K. After working so hard all day, she's just resigned to the fact that I'm just going to get this race done. Most likely she was probably low on calories, so it got a little bit of fuel in as well, and now she's finishing off strong.
Yeah, no, it seems like that's the case, and trying to find even grab on a shoulder of an athlete that is maybe a lap behind for a little bit, get a little bit of motivation, maybe get a break from a little bit of wind coming towards her, but yeah, still running super well, just about 4 miles left to go to grab that championship title. But Anne Reichman's still looking smooth, and again, yes, she definitely has a game face. She doesn't give anything away, not on the bike, not on the run, and you know, not much changes in her posture or how she carries herself. There was that, as you said 20 minutes ago, where we saw a little bit of change, maybe even a little bit of falter in the running form, but she's back.
Yeah, I think so. I think she's back in control again, and you know, she is aware of Sanchez's chase behind, but I don't think she's going to allow herself to falter this late in the race. Sometimes athletes falter. Of course, they don't mean to. If they run out of fuel, the wheels come off. But Annie Reichman, I think, looks pretty solid now. Sitting in first, she seems to be back in control. Her pace has come back up. She's a little bit more bouncy. But you're right, she hasn't given anything away. Nothing on the bike, no smiles, no waves, no talking to the cameraman.
Yep.
She is here for one job, and that job is to win her second Ironman World Champs. She hasn't done it yet, still some racing to go, but right now she is looking very strong in first place. And as we go back to the Danish athlete, Katrin Rasbo Christensen, she is sitting in third, and she's another 3 minutes behind, 3:30 behind Christensen, behind Sanchez, sorry. Making sure she picks up that aid there, even stopping to make sure she picks it. But she actually looks really good right now too.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, consistent. It seems like, you know, I want to say that she's moving quicker, but it just seems like she's still in that consistent pace that she was earlier in the day, and continuing to tick them over. And again, let's not forget that this woman did ride 30 minutes faster than she did out here on the course last year. So certainly making some big improvements, and yeah, impressive racing. But yeah, the form looks good. I mean, we did hear that, again, she had a bit of a niggle last month coming into this race. So maybe there was a little bit of question on what her durability might be, but no doubt she's proven that she's in a great position. And yeah, last year again she had the fastest run out here with a 3:03:33. Her overall time was a 9:27, and again a 5:15 bike split last year, and this year 4:45. So last year she was able to get 6th place with that result, and right now she's again holding on to what seems like a 3rd place position. And right now it looks like her estimated run time is, if she holds that pace, right at 3 hours flat. So even improving on that run time as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Just looking at the run times for all the ladies. Marta Sanchez as well looks like she's going to run right around 3 hours if she holds pace from what she's been holding the past 35 kilometers. Look at Annie Reichman. She is on pace for just under a 3-hour marathon at 2:58 and change, but we will see if she can hold on to this pace. She's been averaging about 4:12 per kilometer pace. She has about just under 6 kilometers to go, or 3.6 miles left in this Hoka marathon.
Yeah, and
so close yet so far. Three
right?
miles is, you know, nothing in training and at the start of that marathon, but when you put it at the end of an 8.5-hour day, it just feels like a long way.
Well, I mean, so much can happen in that amount of time. And let's not forget, it hurts, right? Like the quads hurt so much, especially in those last few miles. And you know, we hope that they can all hold it together and not have too much pain as they come down to the last few miles of this race.
Yeah, back on screen, we have Katrin Griesborg Christensen sitting in 3rd place. This is phenomenal performance for her if she can hold on to this pace in the run. She's had some great performances last year.
Yeah, no, she certainly has. She had some great races at, you know, the World Championship. She was 17th. Ironman Sweden, she was 2nd place. Ironman 70.3 Gdynia, 2nd place as well. 8th at Ironman Hamburg. So some fantastic results from her, and obviously more to come from this young athlete.
More importantly, we talk about the Ironman Pro Series points. Annie Reichman looking to score maximum points here. But Marta Sanchez will score very good points as well. you know, being within 3 minutes right now of Annie Reichman. So it's 1 point per second will be taken off that 5,000 points and awarded to Sanchez and athletes behind Reichman. So Sanchez definitely has something to continue racing for, getting as many points as she possibly can. A really good score early in the season will definitely go a long way when we get to the other end of the season, but all of these athletes racing not only for podiums and placings today and a prize purse, but for Ironman Pro Series points and a great score on the board.
Yeah, and again, you can tell that Annie Reichman certainly hasn't given up her pace, and obviously she still wants to make sure she keeps that distance over Marta Sanchez, who's definitely in a dangerous position, not too far behind, but I think still is pushing that pace to get as much time as she can for that Ironman Pro Series. Like, she will be in the lead of the Ironman Pro Series when the day finishes, and that it's just going to be a question of how much of a lead does she have, and how much of a cushion does she have, and that allows you to not have as great a race the next race around. You don't have to worry about as much. So like every second does matter. Every second does equal a point that in the end could add up to enough points to get you $200,000 just extra at the end of the year, which is pretty important. So she's going to continue to stay on that throttle whenever there's energy in that tank. She's gonna pull on that throttle and see what she can get out of it.
Yes, $1.7 million up for grabs in the Ironman Pro Series. 1.3 bonus pool for the top 10. $200,000 for the first place athlete at the end of the year. And of course, Kat Matthews and Gregory Barnaby took home those checks at the end of the year after Taupo, New Zealand. Nice little way to end the year, and I bet Christmas was very nice in those households.
It certainly was, yeah, definitely. We know that these athletes enjoy themselves after such a good season. We did see the Matthews had some fun afterwards, and we got Barnaby getting married early this year. So he said,
yeah, he had a check. That's where his check went.
Yep, that's there's going to be a couple extra accoutrements at the wedding probably because of that, but well deserved. And again, it's just rad because these athletes, you can cover some costs, some expenses, but it's an extra amount of money. And if you're getting that bonus and you have good enough results to win the Ironman Pro Series, you're also winning good prize money at all those races, right? So it ends up being a pretty good year, and one that goes in the books.
We have Annie Reichman on screen here. We are inside 5 kilometers to go for the ISUZU Ironman South African Championship for the women. Annie Reichman sitting in first, Marta Sanchez in second, Christensen in third, Janssen in fourth, and Neeson in fifth.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Continuing to battle at the front of the Hoka Run course on the ISUZU Ironman South African Championship. That is Anna Reisman. Not too long to go, just about 2.5 miles, 4 kilometers left. I'm Matt Lieto here with Marinda Carfrey, and we are in the tail end of this amazing battle out here in Nelson Mandela Bay. Anna Reisman looks like she's got a lot of energy left. It's been up and down as it is in the late stages of Ironman marathons, but she's doing everything that she needs to, and she is looking good.
And she's running past an age group athlete who's using her hair to hold her hands up.
Perfect.
That's
not seen that before.
Not seen that before either, but one way to keep that arm carriage nice and high. We have Anna Reisman here on screen. She is inside 4 kilometers from that magical finish line. 2.4 miles to go, and we are 8:34 on the race clock. So moments away from raising the tape. Marta Sanchez sitting in second still, and Christensen from Denmark sitting in third.
Yeah, and Reisman right now, it looks like that her pace is creeped up a little bit. Estimated run finish time now low 2:59 if she continues this pace. And yeah, I mean, again, the energy has been going up and down, and right now it certainly looks like it's on an upstage, and she's flowing quite well. Marta Sanchez still fighting as we see her go up one of these long drag climbs into one of the turnarounds. Should be able to see her competitor, Anna Reisman, off to her right shoulder, coming down the other direction, but still fighting is Marta Sanchez.
Yeah, Marta Sanchez on that uphill section now. You see her laboring a little bit on this little bit here. She'll hit the top of that hill, and then she has a nice downhill and mostly flat into the finish line with a couple of little kickers. We saw the men go over a couple of little bridges and scaffolding to get to the finish chute. So last major climb done for Marta Sanchez, inside 4 kilometers left to go for her. And as we look back at fastest recent times in Ironman South Africa, Katrin Griesborg Christensen has that time of 3:03:33 in 2024, so last year. She's on pace to beat that time this year. Only problem is, so is Marta Sanchez and Annie Reisman. Annie Reisman might just squeak under 3 hours, but these 3 women just been doing battle all day here on the run.
Yeah, it's so impressive. And if you're Griesborg Christensen, you're like, man, I've been holding the same pace. Generally, when this happens, somebody in front of you fades. But those 2 women, Marta Sanchez and Anna Reisman, have not faded at all. So, like, some of the most consistent run pacing that I've seen over the Ironman distance. It's super impressive. And again, there's been ups and downs and lulls, but no huge variances in kind of that output and that pace that's moving them around the course. Amazing effort by these 3 women.
Yeah, and just as I look at Sanchez, she slowed just a little bit, so she's now around 4:20 pace for that last little section. Annie Reisman now running a little quicker, so 2:40 separates those 2 athletes. We have Reisman on screen in all black. Reisman from Germany. She has been leading the whole Hoka run, came off the bike with Marta Sanchez, put in a solid first half marathon, created a nice gap of around 3 minutes, and it's been hovering around there for the majority of this last section.
Yeah, and as you said early, she had to push that pace, right? Like she had to make that lead for herself. She only had 35 seconds out of transition, coming into transition essentially together, and she had to press, she had to push, she had to earn that pace and that extra time to get up to a gap of about 3 minutes, and you don't get that for free. You got to spend that energy, and you know she gambled to be able to do that, was confident in her ability, and you know she's paying for it now, but you know she's had to fight back from some low energy and what looked like kind of a little tough spell, maybe with 10 or 12 K to go in the run, but she's holding strong now.
Yeah, I think in most marathons, I don't think there's many marathons where your energy is even throughout, so it's not uncommon to see athletes go through rough patches. Certainly the latter stages of the run, it's very hard to get that nutrition and energy expenditure completely perfect. Annie, you know, we saw her going through a rough patch. Now she looks actually pretty good again. She's sitting on the athlete in front of her, just letting that athlete pull her along a little bit, you know, knowing that she's a lap up from that athlete. So since I have 3K to go for Annie Reichman, that's not a lot of minutes. At this point, the athletes start to count down. Okay, how many minutes is that? It's probably about 13 minutes of racing left to go after 8 hours and 40 minutes of pushing all day long on this tough course. Choppy swim here this morning, and windy bike on chip seal roads, undulating bike course, and now an undulating run course. And of course the wind died down just to add insult to injury, to make the run a little warmer than it would have been. So overall tough conditions, but the athletes are flying.
Yeah, no, they absolutely are. And Ray, tell me if I'm wrong, but that athlete in front of Annie Reichman is kind of a godsend, right? That lapped athlete, like you want that so bad. And it's a motivator, as we say. We've been saying it, it's hard to always keep motivated to be pushing the pace yourself, even if you're being chased down. It's like, just let something or someone else do something for me. And if there's someone in front of you that's running a reasonable pace, just getting on that shoulder, getting their energy. Often a lapped athlete will be an age grouper, and they'll be excited to be able to run with you and kind of encourage each other as it goes. But I'm sure she's stoked to have that. But right now on screen, it's Kristen Griesball Christensen, who is really trying to see any hope in front of her that the pace is slowing. And right now it seems like it's not going to happen today. These two athletes in front are just too strong and have paced just too perfectly.
Yeah, so at this stage, Matt, if you're Griesball Christensen, you have third place locked up. You know, there's 3K to go. How do you keep your head and keep pushing forward when you know that, you know, fourth place is so far behind? You've got a podium locked up, not likely to move up to second. 2.5 kilometers ago, what is in your head?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, what's in my head is, you know, I see her results from last year, and I see where she'd finished in the Pro Series, but she's very consistent, right? With, you know, she raced races that weren't scores for the Ironman Pro Series, and second place in Ironman Sweden, second place Ironman 70.3 Gdynia, and Ironman Hamburg, obviously a score, South Africa, Ironman World Championship, but pretty consistent over that. So for me, I think the motivator there is keep pushing. Like, this is a big score, and that sets you up for the Pro Series being an option that's realistic and that you can maybe score well in. And she hasn't won an Ironman yet. She was second place again at Ironman Sweden, but you can see the work that she's putting in. We're talking about a race that she did last year. She was riding 30 minutes faster than she did, right? And right now the time on the board is 8:42. It's not going to be, you know, a PR for her, but she's going to take a half hour off the time she did at this race course last year. So young in the sport, I think there's just so many other things you can tick off that are positive, that there's still she's still green to a certain extent, right?
Yeah, I think to your point, it's not all about money. It's not all about points. It's about seeing how good you can be.
Right.
Right. And she's proving to herself that whatever she's done in the off-season is working. She's a better athlete now than she was a year ago, so progressing in the sport and making the steps, right? Like, who's to say that in 3 years, Christensen is winning this race? Today, you know, 3rd place, a great performance. But more importantly, she's improving as an athlete. So having the motivation to push at this stage when you have 3rd place locked up is just that. Just to see how good can I be? Can I beat my run time from last year? How fast can I run on this course? Is my training on point? Am I, you know, making the necessary changes to make those small gains every year? And you know, after 10 years of doing that, 5 years, 10 years, eventually you are vying for that 1st place. And so, yeah, making the steps as a young athlete is a big part of just any athlete's development, and equally as exciting as, you know, cashing that paycheck at the end of the day.
Yeah, no, I think that's super well said, because it's all those pieces of the puzzle that need to be put together. And, you know, they don't always go in a certain order, but those need to be put together for you to then down the road show up at a major championship thinking you can win, show up at a world championship thinking that you can get top 5 or top 10 or you can win that race. And you have to have all these experiences. And the closer you kind of fly to the sun in these experiences, the more you're going to learn, right? Like if she gets off the gas and says, you know what, I've got 13 minutes that I can let go to Jansen, I'm going to walk around the last 5K, she's not going to learn anything, right? She's going to learn that she like gave up a little bit, or that when it gets hard, she wants to go easier, instead of you start training your body and your mind. When it gets hard, you ask your body and your mind, but can I go harder? Then you're learning something, right? To push back when your body's giving you those negative impulses, when your brain's telling you to slow down. Push back against that pain. Push back against that fear. That's when you learn the big lessons that allow you to maybe win a championship down the road.
And just show you know, yourself how tough you are. You know, you remember I pushed through more pain than this, you know, in prior races, and remind yourself that you can push through when the going gets tough, that you can keep going, that's, you know, you again, even just taking a few minutes off her time split from last year. Again, she was the fastest in recent years here at 3:03:33. She's on pace for around a 3-hour marathon right now. If she 3:01:20 right now, so if she keeps pace, she's still on pace to beat her time from last year. So I think that in itself is motivating. And yeah, we actually are looking at Annie Reichman, who is a little over a kilometer out from the finish. Inside 1 mile to go for Annie. Still checking the watch, making sure she's staying on pace. That finish line cannot come soon enough, but she's almost in that celebration zone, but not quite there yet.
No, she's got a little bit of work to do, but she'll start to feel it. She'll start to feel the pull, and she'll, I was going to say maybe start to like show that she's excited that she's going to win, but with the game face that she's had all day, I don't think we'll see it till the finish line is crossed, maybe at the end, but well deserved. And I can't tell you how stoked I know that she is that she has this woman to run with, because she can just kind of like, you really can, like, you can dial into the metronome of how they're running, and just a certain part of your brain that's tired can shut off. But man, Marta's got great energy still.
Yeah, and you see, I've seen her like wave to the crowd, and you know, I think she does know a few people on course, so but it seemed like wave to some fans. Anyone who calls her name out, she smiles or gives a little wave. So she definitely, you see a, I don't know if that's a grimace or a smile, but she definitely has been taking in that energy from the crowds. And I mean, she does look like she has great energy still at this late stage of the marathon. Inside a kilometer to go, half a mile left for Annie Reichman. And she has moved away from the athlete that she picked up. And I gotta tell you, Matt, I actually didn't love it that much when lapped athletes would run with me.
Really?
I was like, just go away. I like to be on my own, and I like to just focus on myself. And yeah, sometimes it was a little bit annoying for me, but I could see how it at least was a distraction from the pain or, you know, what you're in the moment. Even if it's just like a little bit of extra adrenaline or anger to get them out of the way.
The amount of like six packs that I promised guys that are like, if you run with me the last 5K,
Oh, really?
for sure. Yeah, I was a lot mentally and physically weaker than you were at the end of races. It's a little bit different story, but yeah, we've all got our own thing that allows us to get across that finish line as quickly as possible. And certainly these three women are doing all of those things. And I really am, not just saying it, super, super impressed with the steady and steadfast pacing of these top three women in the front. Like, they've been so consistent. And it's, again, probably frustrating to the other competitors in those podium positions with them. But they're just, I mean, the gaps have barely changed over a marathon, which is super unique. Obviously, Reichman gaining that time early is an outlier to that situation, but yeah, super impressed by those three women.
Absolutely, and just looking at Marta Sanchez here, she's sitting in second place, surging towards the end of the marathon. She did have a couple of small rough patches, but for the most part, Marta's been looking fairly energetic for this whole marathon. Super impressive racing from Marta. But back on screen, we have our race leader, Annie Reichman. She's back down along the foreshore. She'll have to make a couple of small turns, and then she'll get to make that lovely left-hand turn onto the finish carpet. You see the pier off in the distance. That's where the athletes, just on the other side of that is Hobby Beach, where the athletes started their day this morning. Feels like so long ago. I'm sure a lot longer for these athletes.
Oh yeah, and what a beautiful way to finish an Ironman marathon. Just the awesome views from the Esplanade, you know, the view of that pier and the beautiful breaking waves on the coast, and knowing that once you're on this section on the last lap, there's not much left. A little bit of that kicker hill that we saw Magnus go up there at the end. That probably is a little bit of a challenge that last time around, but you know, once you're up that, it's just smooth sailing, a couple soft turns, and that carpet that you speak of.
Yeah, I think I see a little bit of a smile coming onto her face now. And she zips up the race kit back into stealth mode. Annie Reichman, the all black figure on the bike, black kit, black aero socks. And she is moments away from the finish line here. Nelson Mandela Bay.
Yeah, and this is, there we go, getting a little bit of excitement. You can see this is a woman that wasn't sure. She said sometimes you don't know if you're going to try to go for the win. Sometimes you're just trying to finish, and look at that excitement, Marinda. She is so pumped, and she is on that finish line carpet. And there she is, your 2025 ISUZU Ironman South Africa African champion, Anna Reichman, 8:51:39.
It's really great to see her celebrating and enjoying the moment. A phenomenal performance from Annie Reichman today. And as we look at the Wahoo Element rival, yes, she's just snuck under the 3 hours, 2:59:15 for Annie Reichman on the Hoka Marathon. Two-time Ironman champion now, won Ironman Cozumel late last year, and now the ISUZU Ironman South Africa African champion. And here we go back to Marta Sanchez Now it's her turn to run along the foreshore. The waves breaking to her left. Last year, she was our champion. This year, she will be our runner-up. A very strong performance from Marta Sanchez here in South Africa today.
That's super strong performance, consistent across the 3 disciplines. And yeah, I mean, it's not easy leading races and to put yourself out there from the very beginning as the gun goes off, and just to be out there by yourself for 70% of the day, and pushing that pace all on your own is challenging, right? And she's not afraid of it. She's won races that way before, and she had a very, very competitive field that she had to race against today, and she wasn't afraid to put her competition in the rearview mirror. And she was only bested by one athlete on a very, very good day, and she's had a great performance, and she's got nothing to to sulk about. She should be stoked about the amazing performance that she had today.
Yeah, absolutely. A solid performance, very strong swim, a little slower than last year with the choppy conditions in the water, a faster bike than she had last year. She's given a couple of high fives now, and I think she'll be happy when she crosses that finish line and clocks some really good Ironman Pro Series points as well. So you see that ticker coming down at 4,825 right now. It will continue to come down as the seconds tick away. Marta Sanchez, big smile on her face. I feel like anytime you cross an Ironman finish line, you're pretty happy.
Yeah.
It's a big day. It's a lot of work. A lot of preparation has gone into this. Marta Sanchez from Spain will be our runner-up here today in Nelson Mandela Bay. A little over 3:01 for her marathon split. 3 minutes and change behind Annie Reichman.
Yeah, and you look at her finish time 20 minutes faster than she did last year. Her run time over 5 minutes faster than she did last year. And in the end, you cannot ask for anything else. And let's not forget the swim was that much slower, and she still went that much faster. You put your performance out there and an athlete bests you, you just got to kind of tip your hat to that athlete.
Absolutely, yeah. I think she'll take that. Improvements in the bike, solid improvement in the run as well. And overall, a great day from Marta Sanchez.
Yeah, and there's a great overhead shot of Katrine Gressball Christensen. And, she's going up this last little rise that we've seen these other athletes get up, and then she'll have that nice, smooth, gentle descent along the Esplanade as they head towards the pier and be able to enjoy those last moments. And another athlete that's going to have a really big personal improvement on this course, huge improvements on the bike that she's worked on with her coach. And I think especially if, she did have quote-unquote niggle that kept her from running about a month ago, when you go into a race after having something like that, you hope it all works. She's going to be ecstatic that she was able to get a podium in this race, 3 positions higher than last year. Ironman Pro Series race to start the season. No doubt she's going to be stoked.
Absolutely, yeah. Phenomenal performance. And I think she's going to sneak under her run time from last year as well. Be around 3:01 and change. She has a few hundred meters to go before she gets to cross that finish line and join Annie Reichman and Marta Sanchez. Katrine Gressball Christensen from Denmark, making her last 150 meters to the finish line now.
Yeah, I have a feeling this is a name we're going to see hanging around the leaderboard in the Ironman Pro Series for a little bit, or a name that stands out, maybe that we didn't expect when the season started. But she seems to have that consistency, improving on her weaknesses throughout the year, and yeah, young athlete with a lot of room to grow. And she looks great. You know, there's not a big degradation in her form. She looks fantastic.
No, yeah, that little niggle, I think, was just that, a little niggle that she dealt with, and was smart to take a week or two off running, but left off where she did at the end of 2024, running very well. She looks like she is doing just fine on the Hoka run course now, and she's enjoying the crowds. And on to the magic carpet. Katrine Griesborg Christensen to Ironman, South Africa, African Championship.
Amazing and consistent result from Christensen. Really solid work from that athlete. And again, you know, it's hard when you have such competitive fields out there to be a young athlete and put yourself right up against them, and try to beat maybe some of your idols or people that you've looked up to or have those results. And she wasn't afraid to do so.
Yeah, going toe-to-toe with some of the great athletes of our sport. Obviously, Marta Sanchez, the defending champ from last year, Annie Reichman, a phenomenal athlete, incredible biker, and getting on the podium at a championship event, an Ironman Pro Series event, and more importantly, grabbing those Ironman Pro Series points, starting off your 2025 campaign. With those in the bank, I think she'll definitely be happy with that. We'll be having the podium presentation momentarily.
Yes, that's perfect.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
You know, what's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good? It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
Great overhead shot of our amazing finish line here at the ISUZU Ironman South Africa African Championship. That finish line has seen a lot of action in the last hour. Both our men's podium and our women's podium crossed that finish line in great fashion. Amazing performances individually in all of those 6 positions in different ways, different struggles that allow those athletes to prove a little something to themselves to push through to get to that finish line, and some great first results for new athletes, and amazing stuff. We're going to have some post-race interviews from our women's podium here in just a moment. still lots of age group athletes out on course. We see some that are getting through some walking sections as they often do. Some still running strong, but another great overhead shot of the venue. There's that pier that we saw the athletes swimming around earlier today, and beautiful coastline, beach for the spectators to cool off in now that the day is done. Maybe their athletes are still out there. They get a little bit of time to themselves, but really, really cool. Really amazing venue here in Nelson Mandela Bay.
Yeah, that's Shark Rock Pier. The athletes swam right by this morning into Hobby Beach, down to the high price recovery zone with Paul Kay.
Welcome to the Hyper Ice Recovery Zone. I've got three incredibly tired but very, very happy women with me. It's been a phenomenal race from Cannon to the finish line. Our champion from Germany, Anna Reichmann, an incredible day, a Continental Championship, an Ironman Pro Series race, qualifying for the World Championship, and your smile said it all.
Yeah, I'm just so incredibly happy. Also really tired, but just really, really happy.
Looking at your race, it looked like you were in control all the time. There was never a moment where you didn't appear to be struggling, but we know that's not the case. Talk us through your day.
I had a really good swim. I was practicing to swim a lot the past few days, and I really enjoyed swimming in the sea. And so I just swam happy and confident, and I think I had one of my best swims, to be honest. And then on the bike, I tried to stick to my race plan, stick to my numbers, just head down, be aero, and I was struggling towards the end, but then I saw Marta at the front, and that gave me a lot of motivation, and yeah, we got into T2 together, and I might have started to run a tiny bit too fast. After 10Ks, I was like, oh, this is gonna be a long last 20K, but I'm just so incredibly happy to finish and to win, and yeah, just with everything.
So many races you've done, but it seems, with Cozumel at the end of last year, you've unlocked the formula to winning.
Yeah, well, we wait and see, I guess, but if you've won once, then you know the feeling and you know what you're chasing, so that definitely makes it easier, because that winning feeling is so special, and I had it in mind over the last 20Ks and just gave me like all the energy to finish strong.
And that crowd gave you a good welcome.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm really, this is my second time in South Africa. I was here in camp a couple of weeks ago in South Africa in Stellenbosch, and I was just really overwhelmed with the friendliness of the people, and I have a lovely homestay family, and they were out on the course and cheering me on, and it just made me smile a lot, and yeah, made the pain more tolerable.
I have a feeling that smile is going to last a long time. Thank you so much, Anna Reichmann. She's going to step out of the hot seat. We're going to bring Marta Sanchez in here. What a race these women have given us, all of the women. There's still many, many more to come down the finish line. And the Hyper Ice Recovery Zone is going to be used to the max because there's some sore bodies. Hola, Marta. Felicidades. Second position, yeah, you were the reigning champion. Second position, you fought hard.
I'm really, really happy. But yeah, it was a really tough course because it feels like it wasn't enough second position, because on the last lap I was thinking every second mattered, and that was terrible because I couldn't enjoy at all. I tried to push until the end, but yeah, it was really, really hard, but I'm really happy to start the season like this.
A brilliant swim. You had a huge gap on the swim. You were strong on the bike almost till T2, and then Anne caught you. And did that mess with your head a little bit when you started the run?
No, actually, last year it was the same situation when Daniela Blinkel passed me, and I just thought that there were still a whole marathon to do, and also it was, I think, the last 20 or less than 20 Ks, so it was okay, so just try to eat and now change your mind and go for the marathon.
Well, congratulations, muchas felicidades. It's a brilliant second place for our champion from 2024. Marta, thank you. We're going to get Katrine into the hot seat now. It's been a day for Katrine. I think she's pretty much been on her own all day long, but she wasn't feeling lonely when she hit that finish line. Telugu, Katrine.
Tak.
Tell us about your day. It looked like you spent a lot of time in your own bubble.
Yeah, I had some trouble with the orientation on the first round of the swim, and then I got pretty much alone. And but I just had a really great time on the bike and had a lot of power, and yeah, felt good. So yeah, that was a really great day, and the run wasn't pretty, but I managed to like keep up the whole way, and yeah, I'm just super happy for coming third.
I know you've had a second at Ironman Sweden, which is a spectacular course as well, but this course is just a little bit harder. Plus, it was a Continental Championship, an Ironman Pro Series race, a great field. Does the second feel almost like a third, almost like a win?
I think this is definitely my biggest achievement, so I'm really happy. Yeah.
Well, there we go. That's Katrin Gresbol Christensen from Denmark. Two Danes on our podiums, one at the top step in the men's race and one in third in our women's race. This has been the ISUZU Ironman South Africa African Championship, and what a pro series to kick off 2025. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Paul. Awesome stuff by those top three women. Obviously, great performances, and great to get a little bit of a insight on how the races went. Anything surprised you from those top three and what they had to say?
Yeah, Katrin Grisbol Christensen, just how she was alone all day, went a little bit off course in the swim, but then felt super strong on the bike, and then she seemed really happy with the day. So I'm excited for her, an exciting young talent coming up in the sport, and a great start, as you mentioned, a name I think we'll see in the Ironman Pro Series with her ability to race well throughout the year. I think she's an athlete for us to watch.
Yeah, no, and it was to me it was cool to see Anna Reichman be like, hey, you know what? Maybe I went out just a little bit too hard on that run and paid for it, but obviously stoked to be able to get across that finish line first and get that championship title.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
There you go. Amazing stuff from our top three women and all the athletes that are out on course today at the 2025 ISUZU Ironman South Africa African Championship. You've got some of the best female and male athletes on the planet and the pro field fighting for that Ironman Pro Series, but so many amateurs out there and age groupers out there as well, giving it their all. And, you know, we even saw, I'm blanking on his name, but we saw an age grouper help out one of our pros earlier today. And we saw age groupers running alongside our pros, and so many other amateur athletes out there with their own special stories and reasons to get across that finish line. Pretty epic day.
Yes, and great images of Cabeja and Hobby Beach down there. The athletes started off this morning at 6:30 a.m., raced all day long for the chance to run across that finish line. And now we are moments away from the women's podium presentation. But right now, soaking in awesome view of the area down here in Nelson Mandela Bay.
There we go. Here's our women's podium. And in third,
Katrin Griesbol Christensen in third place.
Great performance from her. Good reason to put the arms up high. It wasn't an easy day all around, but she said she had a lot of fun on the bike and was able to stay strong on the run. Great for her.
And 8:50, 8:42.
That is not bad at all. That is a fast time, and getting up on that second place box ain't as easy as it seems. That Marta Sanchez makes it look not too hard. Second place female, previous winner last year, 8:54.58. She led for so much of this race. Miranda, gutsy racing from her.
Yeah, super race from Marta Sanchez. She pushed all day long in that run. Wasn't too worried about coming out of transition with Annie Reichman, but didn't quite have enough for the win here today. But a first last year, a second this year, very consistent racing from Marta Sanchez. And your champion, Annie Reichman from Germany in 8:51.41. She swam a 1:05.28, biked a 4:43.31, and ran a 2:59.15 to be the ISUZU Ironman South Africa African champion today.
Yeah, and these times, Miranda, are super impressive. The ability of these athletes to just continue to break down barriers and improve on, you know, these course times that were out here last year. And, you know, we saw Marta Sanchez win with a 9:15 last year. And we're talking third place went 8:58. It's crazy. With a very slow swim.
Very slow swim, yes, this year. A different bike course from last year, faster bike course. But again, I think the level is just rising every single year, and we have a front row seat to all the action. The athletes enjoying that well-deserved athletic brew, or just a cool-off for each other. But nice beer shower all around.
For a second, I thought it was going to be a polite one, but
Nope.
it all came out in the end, as it should. Great use of that athletic brewing. Get a little sip in there. We'll have some more later at the post-race celebrations, no doubt. But amazing racing from both of our fields today. Obviously, that women's field, and we had a pretty spectacular men's race today as well, Rennie.
Yes, let's take a look at the pro men's recap.
And it definitely saw Jamie Riddle right in the middle in that pink cap. Riddle in the middle, going as fast as he could to try to make some dreams come true at his hometown race. All these athletes swimming hard and fast. Calm conditions very early on, and then it turned not calm. And Jamie Riddle on his back, as we often see him, seeing what's happening behind, pushing that pace. But in the end, it was Martin Van Riel that was able to get out of that swim first, get a little gap on the end. Had a little bit of a slip up going up the stairs, but was able to manage and get to the bike first, get his helmet on, and get out onto that Zoot bike course.
And we had Jonas Stromberg we had that one little mishap early in the bike, but Jonas Stromberg pushing the early kilometers of the bike and getting out front.
Yeah, and it's, you know, with a lot of different action early on, can't remember, couldn't get a number on this
Chevalier.
athlete early. And then there was that athlete on the side of the road. We got Mike Phillips in the back of this chase group. A long line of athletes were together for a bit early, but it didn't stay together for too long, as this course and the conditions and the quality of the athletes really started to separate this field.
Yes, we had Collins in the front of this huge pack of men, but again, the pack started to splinter fairly early. The course very windy and undulating, a small climb early in the bike. Back Martin Van Riel pushing the pace early, trying to make up as much ground as possible. But the Great Dane, Magnus Ditlev, rolling through the field in the first half of the bike.
Yeah, and you had Martin Van Riel holding off him as long as he possibly could throughout the bike ride. We had a lot of different athletes, making their chance, taking their chances to try to be up at the front of the course as much as possible. And again, we still had our early leaders really pushing that pace on the bike, and then we saw Magnus Ditlev at the front, chasing Martin Van Riel. And, at a certain point, he kind of just sat there, let Martin set the pace. And then later on, took it to Van Riel and Schoenberg as well. And then it wasn't too long until the Great Dane found open road and just kept pushing that pace.
Yeah, Matthias Ditlev taking his time to get to the front there, but then making the boys work for it. Was able to get away at around 90 to 100 kilometers into the bike race. So a lap and a half in, he was able to get away and ride by himself for the rest of the bike ride.
Yeah, and the rough conditions of the road and the wind was nothing that was going to deter Magnus Ditlev from pushing the pace, even probably encouraging him more than anything else, and getting safely into the Ruby T2, getting off before that dismount line, and finding himself first in the transition and out on the run course, while Schoenberg and Van Riel not too far behind,
Right.
but about five or six minutes back, and starting that run together.
Yeah, Schoenberg and Van Riel around 6 minutes back, but Magnus Ditlev out on the run course, a mile into the run before these men hit pavement. Martin Van Riel making quick work of the opening kilometers, looking phenomenal. But Jonas Schoenberg hanging tough too.
No, absolutely, as was the leader, off to a fast pace, went through the half mark just a little bit over 1:15 for the half marathon, so it was really on pace, about a 2:31, 2:32 pace, a little over halfway, and slowed down a bit, but he was able to grab that tape first, and that is all that matters. Magnus Ditlev, a 7:44.54 finish time, run time of 2:40. Martin Van Riel not too far behind, Marinda.
Not too far behind, squeaked under that 2:40 zone, and now Schoenberg in third place. And now we'll go and take a look at the Pro Women's recap. Women got underway at 6:35 a.m. local time, and they were fast and furious at the start of this swim. Marta Sanchez in the green cap, making quick work of the opening meters of this swim, and all alone in the front.
She really was, and that's how she was most of the day. And in rough conditions, it was impressive to see her continue to push that pace all on her own, with really nobody close behind. Chloe Lane doing her best to stay as close as possible. Marta Sanchez first on the dry land, and on to that Aussie exit and back into the water for her second lap.
Yeah, she had the ocean all to herself for a moment there until she came through and passed a few age group athletes. Of course, the age group athletes starting after the professional women, and professional women coming around. And Marta Sanchez exiting the water in first place, swimming a 57 minute, 28 seconds. Chloe Lane behind her. Marta getting that wetsuit down and making quick work of the Ruvi T1 and on to the Zoot bike course.
Yep, and straight out there, and a place that I would think she was hoping to be all by herself for all of the day, and she achieved that goal for most of it. It wasn't until the last few miles that she had company, but here early, riding smooth, comfortably in that aerodynamic position, putting all the competitors behind her, and not worried too much about what was going on behind, but what was happening behind was Anna Reichman was playing a little Miss Pac-Man and just chomping up the competitors behind her and working her way to the front of the group.
Yeah, Annie Reichman getting out of the swim in 7th position and making her way through the field, making quick work of the field. We also had Katrin. Sorry.
I think we had Anna Bergström work through the middle of the field there for a bit on that bike ride, having a nice ride midway through, finding herself in the top 5 there. But windy conditions, kind of the cream would rise to the top, and that was Anna Reichman moving her way through the field on this 3-lap bike course.
Yes, Anna Reichman, just textbook cycling here today. We also had Chloe Lane sitting in 2nd for a majority of this bike. Chloe Lane from Australia, she hopped out of the water in 2nd place behind Marta Sanchez and held strong in 2nd place through the 2nd lap until disaster hit a flat tire and then a CO2 that was malfunctioning, which meant she had to sit on the side of the road and wait for neutral support to come and rescue her. Lost 20 minutes, unfortunately.
Yeah, not what you want to see out there. Not what Marta Sanchez wanted to see either. That's Anna Reichman passing her at a great rate of speed just in the final kilometers of the bike course here, and was able to just have a small little gap on Marta Sanchez going into Ruvi T2.
Marta Sanchez just coming in behind Annie Reichman. Both ladies entering transition at the same time, but Annie Reichman was out onto the Hoka run course first, looking good, shaking off those bike legs and making these opening kilometers look easy. And Katrin Griesball Christensen off the bike in 3rd place. Katrin making her way through the bike field and getting off in 3rd, running very well in the opening kilometers.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a battle out there, and Anna Reichman pushing that pace early, looking perfect, looking smooth, looking metronomic, and held that pace as best she could all the way through to the end of the 26.2 miles. Great, great win by our champion, Anna Reichman, to get that ISUZU Ironman South Africa African Championship.
And then Marta Sanchez finishing in 2nd place there, and Griesball Christensen finishing in 3rd.
There we go, and there is our results. Magnus Ditlev at the top of the leaderboard, Martin Van Riel, Jonas Schoenberg, Jonas Hoffman. Race of the day for the locals, Jamie Riddle moving himself up into the top 5, Micah Weiss in 6, and lots more good racing.
And over to the women's race, Annie Reichman finishing 1st. And as we go down top 5, that's Maya Sage Nielsen finishing in 5th, 9:15.09.
And yeah, a great result from Maya Stage Nielsen to hold on to that. And thank you so much for tuning in to the 2025 ISUZU Ironman South Africa African Championship. And be sure to tune in soon with the Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside next weekend, April 5th, 6:30 a.m. Pacific time, 9:30 a.m. Eastern. You can watch on Outside TV exclusively in the U.S. and Canada. The Pro Series at Ironman.com. On Ironman YouTube, L'Equipe Live, and others. I'm Matt Lieto alongside Miranda Carfrey. Thank you so much for watching, and thank you to our athletes for putting on great performances today.
This copyrighted broadcast of World Triathlon Corporation may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without express written consent of World Triathlon Corporation.